want to pray for that you may cover us even as we go through the next 3 days through this conference. Go before us, Lord. We ask that you will cover us and that nobody will be sick and nobody will come out of Mombasa with the effects of the pandemic in one way or the other. Lord, we want to pray for the speakers. We want to pray for the delegates. We want to pray for the board, the secretariat, and everybody who has been instrumental in putting this conference together. Lord, we thank you for them, and we want to pray that the knowledge that will be impacted throughout this week or throughout these next 3 days will serve us for the better of Kenya, will serve us for the better of the institutions, will serve us for the better of ourselves. And even as we network, Lord, we ask that you may bless us. We pray all this, trusting and believing. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen, amen. I would wish to ask for a volunteer who can pray for us in Islam, if there is anyone. Any volunteers? Okay, the person we had to step out for a few minutes, so I think we'll be able to proceed from there. Okay, so, wow, today is organized with so many things. We have a session with our keynote speaker today. I'm going to first go through the introduction of our CEO, and we would want the CEO to first speak to us before we have the president pick it up. So Preston Odera is the one who is coming in. Preston is our CEO of the ISACA Kenya chapter, and I've known him for many years. He can be able to tell us a bit more about what is this conference we want to go for. So Preston, please do come up.
Thank you, Dennis. And thank you all for attending this conference, more so the chief guest. As I welcome you all, for the chief guest, I want to recognize one thing that most of you might not know. The Auditor General now, we started with, I think many years ago, our relationship with the Office of the Auditor General dates back to around 2005, when ISACA was just coming in, still a young baby, and the Office of the Auditor General needed to enhance the capacity of the staff there. So who was there in the learning department was none other than our great chief guest, Nancy. And we went there with Jonah, had a lot of discussions, and we agreed, and I think at that time, if I'm not wrong, the number was 40 that had to join ISACA, which was great, and I think we need to clap for that. Little did I know that in that journey, she will be our chief guest for the conference. And little did I know that ISACA will even organize the conference, because we had never organized the conference then. So, as I welcome you all to this conference, and as we wait to listen to the chief guest, feel welcome. We have, ISACA works with the board, and my board changes in 2 years. A few go, a few remain, just for continuity. And the MC will introduce who the new president is and who the new board is. But mine now is to welcome you, feel free, and let's learn during these three days. Thank you, and feel all welcome.
All right. Thank you, CEO Preston, for that. And I think we can move into the introduction of our new president for the chapter. We had elections last month. It was a very hot, contested elections, and we got the results that came out, and we now have our president for the ISACA Kenya chapter, starting the year 2021, going to 2023. And this is none other than Anthony Muyuro. Anthony is a cybersecurity leader within the EY risk advisory practice and providing business-driven cybersecurity consulting services to different clients across East Africa. He has extensive experience in cyber risk advisory, cybersecurity strategy development, data security and privacy, cyber threat intelligence, cyber program management, vulnerability assessments, and penetration testing. Anthony holds a master's degree in information technology from Strathmore University and a bachelor's degree in business information technology. He is a certified information systems auditor, certified risk and information systems control, certified ethical hacker, and he is our president starting this year. So I would want to allow him to come across and show us the way for this conference today. So welcome, Anthony. Let's give him a word.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. All right, so to our distinguished guest, all our members, from the back to the front, and everyone who's streaming online. So I greet you once again. Good morning. Welcome to the ISACA Annual Conference of 2021. And it's such a delightful privilege just to host you and to welcome you to this forum. So my name is Anthony, and I'm privileged to be serving you as the chapter president. And I'd like to take this opportunity also just to acknowledge each and every one of you that has made time just to be here with us. And wanted basically just to, really talk through the subject and the topic that we're going to be handling, which is actually anchored on the theme of this conference. So without further ado, I don't know, I'm waiting for my slides to come up. So over the years, we've had this opportunity just to meet here as professionals and basically just to discuss pertinent matters and pertinent issues that are affecting our industry. And this year, our key theme is basically on enabling the digital age, especially and mostly post the pandemic, because we acknowledge the fact that the pandemic has really brought forth the shifts and the changes that we also need to embrace. So one of the questions that I'd like to basically just anchor what I'm going to talk through in the next few minutes is this. What has technology, and the question is simple, has COVID-19 pushed organizations over the tipping point of technology and transformed businesses forever? I believe the answer is in the affirmative. Do you agree so? How many feel that indeed things have now changed? It's not business as usual as it used to be. By a show of hands. Thank you. So that is basically more than half of the attendees. And what we are saying is that indeed, COVID-19 has actually put organizations at the cusps of change. Because had you asked some of, thank you. So I like using this graphic because it actually depicts the conversation that has been going on. Had you asked some organizations in terms of their digital transformation plan, I think it was something that was, projected to take course, in the next few years. But what COVID-19 and what the pandemic has done is it has actually made organizations really quantum leap. And it's brought them to the very front of, thinking, how can they be digital? How can we embed digital in our DNA as organizations? And that is, on a lighter note, I feel it's a COVID-19 accelerated digital strategy, which right now is in the season that we are in. So, these organizations and what we're seeing in the industry is that the entities that are able to embrace digital technology and they're able to embrace and embody this digital DNA, of course, are going to have a greater advantage. They're more resilient and they're able also just to ride the wave, especially in the face of adversity. We've seen a lot of that when you look at the ones that have been able to pivot and also gain competitive advantage and also gain a lot of growth over and momentum over the years. Because what we are seeing, there are only two types of companies. There are companies that really get changed, disrupted, but there are those ones that also get to ride the sands of change. So, that said, I want to speak about the digital advantage. And these are the key things that I believe we have a very packed conference that's going to be having amazing speakers that are going to talk about some of the key benefits and some of the topical areas of considerations. Among them, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, things like IoT, and also looking at matters such as cybersecurity. We are here to learn. And what I've picked are very key salient areas of digital advantage that I'd want us to consider as we are having this conference. The first one is the ability to be able to have the efficiency advantage. And what are we talking about here? And these are basically organizations that are able also to leverage on digital solutions to be more effective, more efficient, to be able to automate some of the operations so that they can also leverage on the advantages that they have there. The second advantage is what we call productivity advantage, because we've seen the shift from purely working in a on-site kind of model to embodying and embracing a hybrid or rather a mix of remote working, and where your staff ideally can also be productive, albeit them working remotely, right? Because this is something that we've also seen from a talent and from a people perspective. That has been the shift. The other advantage that ideally we'd also look at is what are some of the things around security? Because working remotely, embodying some of these collaboration tools, ideally security has been one of the biggest, if not the biggest challenge. So these organizations that are able to basically be more prepared and to be more resilient in the face of some of these cyber threats. The other one is customer advantage. Now, we're talking about digital being the DNA and how you operate as a business. So what are some of the things that you can also do and leverage just to be able to gain more insights? And some of these organizations, they mine customer data. They're able to use that data in a managed way so that it gives them insights and it's able to also help them serve them even better and more efficient. And the last one, when we talk about the advantages, where we also talk about agility. And agility is the ability to pivot, the ability to move from one way of doing things to the other. And what we've seen is that organizations that are able to leverage data for insights, they're able to make more informed customer decisions based on what they're also seeing. So what are we saying here? Throughout this conference, I know we'll have so many topics to talk about. And the thing that I'd encourage you to look at is let's be advocates for change. Because what we're saying is that beyond this pandemic and beyond the new norm, we are going and we're being ushered into a different dispensation. Now, leaders build their future. And this is very insightful because we basically look at if the only future that you can predict is the one that you create. Leaders do not really wait for a new norm. Rather, they build it. And this is to encourage you as attendees to this conference and as leaders in your respective organizations. We need to be the advocates for change. We need to be the people that are really going to be on the forefront of going into this new dispensation, because history will judge us harshly if we are not able to reinvent how we do things. I like, and we hear the stories of Kodak. You know, you're either going to be an inspiration or you're going to be a warning, all right? Kodak was a very, textbook example of a company that became a warning from being an inspiration earlier on. Why? They were not able to read the sands of time. They were not able to reinvent themselves. And what we are saying is we are at a very strategic point, I believe, in history, because when you look at history, some of these revolutions actually had some of the stimulus that really spurred them into action. And this is a very good time for us to really sit down and rethink and basically look at our businesses in terms of what's in it for us in the new dispensation, and what we need to do today to be more relevant and just to obtain new value. And this is where the concept of technical wealth comes in. And this is where, when you look at our ability to create future value, yeah, as organizations, as businesses, is where we're able to build capacity, because it's an inside-out approach. When we talk about technical wealth, we're talking about all the things that we need to do now to build value in the future. And these organizations basically are able just to extend and grow their business and create new revenue channels. And that is why we're here today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we want to also see how we can embody and embrace the new ways of doing things in the future and build capacity that can translate into tangible value. Now, we did, as ISACA Global did a recent study. And when we're talking about the promise of technology and all these amazing things that are now, we stand to benefit from, and the shifts even from how we used to do things to today, this is a research that was done by ISACA on cybersecurity and also the information security and privacy risks. It was interesting to see that 92%, said that there has been an increase and an uptick in cybersecurity risks. And we have an amazing panel, or rather a list of speakers that are also going to be talking in depth about this topic. 87% say that the rapid shift to work from home increased the risks and data privacy and protection issues. Why? Because now we're engaging in a hybrid mode, if not completely virtual, and the staff force now is working remotely. But then there's that big can of worms that we've now opened up. Things like ransomware attacks, the phishing attacks, and even from our colleagues from the Communications Authority, I believe the National SAT has very good statistics of some of the things that they've been able also to see. And then when we talk about the threat actors, the ability to take advantage of this pandemic, that has also been something that has been very prominent, and 58% was actually in the affirmative. So, in a nutshell, 51% of the organizations and the respondents that actually responded to this survey said that only 51% are highly confident that their security team has the ability to effectively detect and also respond to some of these cyber threats during the pandemic. So the 49% is still not quite confident. Are we together? So that tells us that, of course, at the cusp of this technological revolution and change, that is the biggest risk and the issues that we are also facing. So we need to be very, very well prepared. Now, I like quoting this saying from Warren Buffett, and this is the Noah principle. Yes, in this conference, this is an opportunity for us to build capacity and to really build the ark as it is, so that as we are going out and as we become very good ambassadors for this change, we are able to look at the future, predict it, but also, more importantly, build capacity to fortify us. So, dear members, I believe this is an opportunity for us to really learn and to really be at the forefront and to be really, to have the insights that we need to help us take our businesses to the next level. So, who are we as ISACA? Of course, we are a member of a globally connected number of chapters, and in Kenya we have our Kenya chapter, and we are privileged to have a very dedicated team, which I'm going to introduce shortly, that works with us. And also for us, we have 160,000 engaged professionals globally, but officially we have 140 members, yeah? And in the Kenya chapter, we currently stand at 1,630 members. I think that's a good thing because we've actually grown by, I believe, is it 20% from the previous year? Yeah? So I think that's an amazing work that the team has been doing just to be able to attract and really get new members. And I think they deserve a clap, the team that has been doing that. So very well done, Preston and the membership team. And we always look forward to engaging and getting more members. So even in your organizations, please bring another member, even if it's just one, all right? Are we together? So can I get a commitment? Who's going to bring a member? Thank you. All right, so, and we have, of course, what we do is also we are a professional body, and we have our education, programs that we run and other certifications that we also curate. And prominently the likes of CISA, CIRIM, CIRIS, CDIPSI, but also looking at the changes that we've been having we're also leading from the front, because you can see we have new certifications that we've also introduced, such as the data privacy, the one for Certified Data Privacy Solutions Engineer. And this is also at the back of the recent regulations and the changes we're seeing in data privacy. But also we have one that's focused on emerging technology. So we encourage our members to really, take up this new certification so that you can also, be conversant with some of the changes in technology so that you can also be a frontliner. And now, we are privileged also to serve with an amazing, amazing team. As the chapter president, I believe that we as ISACA, we are blessed with a team of dedicated people who are servants at heart. And I want to really ask that the board members that we are serving, the incoming board members, to really stand up and just wave at you so that you can also know who are these servants at the chapter. So board, kindly let me have you guys quickly stand so that everyone can see you. So this is the team. The lady at the back, her name is Brensil. She's our membership director. And this is, all right, so that's Brensil. And this is Faith Wawera. She's our special programs director. I'm privileged to be working with this amazing and brilliant team. And this is Mercy. She's our secretary, chapter secretary. And the gentleman here, he's the former president. And we work together as the immediate past president, who also sits at the board. And this is my able vice president. His name is Boniface Asiligwa. I know we all know Raymond, so he's Raymond Bet, and this is Boniface Asiligwa. And we also have Jane at the back. Jane, everyone can see Jane. So Jane Kinyanjui is our incoming advocacy director. But I would also like to honor the outgoing board. And this is a team that we have served with over the years. Not forgetting our dear treasurer, gentleman at the back, he's Raphael. He also serves at the chapter as a treasurer. Thank you, Raphael. And I'd also like to ask for the outgoing board just to quickly stand up so that everyone can see you guys. Thank you. So lady at the front, this is Veronica Rose. She's the outgoing advocacy director. And she has now joined the ISACA Global Board, which is amazing. Thank you. And at the back, we have Martin Kilungu. Martin Kilungu also works for the Office of the Auditor General. So he was serving as our membership director. And then we have Fred Okongo. Fred Okongo is actually an outgoing, he served as our treasurer. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And at that note, ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry. My goodness, I forgot about the MC. My apologies. So Dennis Mutinda is our outgoing immediate past president. So he's been very instrumental also in guiding us in chapter affairs, and he's also served as the ISACA president in the past. Thank you very much, Dave. And sorry for... Excellent. But I can't forget to mention our dear sponsors that really made this conference possible. And I would like also just to acknowledge each and every one of them for also being with us during this time. And you'll get an opportunity to interact with them. They have their booths outside. Please feel free just to go there and check out what they're also doing. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to formally welcome you all to the conference and officially declare that we've now started the conference. Thank you and God bless, and enjoy the rest of the time.
Thank you very much, Bwana President. And we have heard your first speech, so we are waiting to see how the regime goes. So everyone is looking at what you're going to be doing. And talking about sponsors, I think we will be able to have videos coming through from our sponsors in between the sessions. One of them just going to happen in a few minutes so that we honor them for taking that step of sponsoring our conference during this COVID period. And we are thankful for that, and we are immensely grateful. Now, I just want to mention what Anthony had touched on with regards to change. He said, has COVID-19 changed the way IT has been in? I would want to change that question and say, has COVID changed the way we do business? And has it also changed the way we look like? Okay? Because for some of us, maybe before COVID, we might have been very slim. Now we have gone through a transformation as well, meaning we were not able to leave the houses as much as we could, and you cannot run away from your spouse's cooking. So you have to sit there and make sure you get there. The digital advantage, I am happy about what he has mentioned, because everyone has been forced to change the way of doing business. And we are going to hear more in the sessions that are coming. So highly encourage that you engage. And we also have Slido. Okay, how many of you have heard of Slido? Yes, we have. The tag for you to be able to join Slido is ISACA KE21. Hashtag ISACA KE21. So go to Slido, ask the questions, make your comments within the Slido platform. We are highly encouraging for us to be able to engage in that platform, because we don't have enough mics, and COVID still gives us a bit of restriction with regards to sharing of these devices. So please let us engage on that platform. ISACA KE21. Hashtag ISACA KE21. All right. So, do we have a video from one of our sponsors, maybe?
Data analytics is changing the game for audit, accounting, and finance professionals worldwide. So when you're analyzing data for any audit, to detect fraud or identify trends or anomalies, you need a solution that understands you and your business needs. A solution that's designed by experts from your industry. A solution that keeps you ahead of the curve. With a strong global footprint and a comprehensive solution for every audit need, Caseware IDEA is the trusted industry leader for audit analytics. Our powerful, easy-to-use data analysis software enables you to analyze 100% of your data with 100% confidence, guaranteeing data integrity. With faster performance, intuitive user experience, and deeper insights, IDEA expands your audit analytics landscape. Import data from any source seamlessly with our file conversion capabilities. Deliver key insights using over 100 audit functions for data extraction and analysis. Accelerate analysis and improve audit quality with a growing library of smart analyzer apps that offer pre-built workflows and more than 90 automated, industry-standard tests for every audit need. Get advanced analytics at your fingertips with IDEA Lab, our continuous innovation hub that offers powerful plugins that leverage latest technologies. In addition, unleash the power of automated testing by running scripts on a set schedule, saving time and money. With IDEA, you can report and share results like never before. Visually pinpoint patterns, trends, and outliers using interactive dashboards. Effortlessly export results to engagement files or third-party applications. Publish your analytic findings and share audit results directly from IDEA. And seamlessly collaborate with team members and clients on project files in Caseware Cloud. Stay on top of projects using Project Overview, and boost productivity using the Clear Audit Trail for repeatable analysis. And that's not all. As an IDEA user, you get access to Passport, our all-in-one portal that hosts valuable assets, a free AuditNet premium subscription for latest audit-related resources, and all year-round training and tech support. Enhance your audit analytics experience with IDEA. Contact us today.
All right. That is a video from one of our sponsors. And let us be able to move to the next session. And I would want to take time introducing the next speaker, because this is our key guest speaker. I know I might not say enough. She might actually add on top of whatever I'm going to talk about, because that is what I have in the script. But our keynote speaker today is CPA Nancy Gadungu, CBS CISA. And we want her to add CISM at the end there and many others from ISACA if we get the opportunity. So CPA Nancy Gadungu is the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. And she was appointed to the position on the 17th of July 2020, a holder of master's degree in business administration, strategic management, bachelor's degree in commerce accounting, and she is currently pursuing a doctoral degree in business administration, strategic management. She has more than 27 years experience in public sector auditing, quality assurance, and information technology auditing. So prior to her appointment, she served as director and provided leadership in various directorates at the Office of the Auditor General in Kenya, namely quality assurance, forensic audit, IT audit, and learning and development. Previously, CPA Gadungu also worked as the Chief Internal Auditor at Kenyatta National Hospital, the largest referral hospital in East Africa, East and Central Africa. She is a certified member and trainer with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, ISPAC, Certified Information Systems Auditor, we're very proud of that, and a member of the Association of Women Accountants of Kenya, AWAC, where she mentors lady accountants as well. CPA Gadungu is the Vice Chairperson of the African Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, the English speaking of AfroSci. And she is also a facilitator, resource person, peer reviewer in the audit processes and risk management and governance, as well as public finance management, communications, ethics, and integrity. She has handled various high-level assignments for the AfroSci, English, and International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, the Development Initiative. So kindly do allow me to welcome CPA Nancy Gadungu as our keynote speaker. Let us have a hand as she comes in front, please. Let's give her a hand.
Thank you, Dennis. There is nothing to add. Colleagues, good morning. President of ISACA, Kenya Chapter, CEO, and other board members, outgoing members, members of ISACA, and those whom we've worked with over the years. I say again, good morning. It is a pleasure for me to be with you this morning and to attend this conference, which I was invited quite a while back, and I wasn't quite sure it would ever take off because our president, not the president of ISACA, but the other president, kept locking us down. But it was all for our good. And even now we are talking this morning that if we are not too careful, we might head to another one. Now the governors themselves are locking counties, or talking of locking counties. So let's keep care, let's take care even as we hold these conferences and as we interact. My journey with ISACA, as Preston says, started a long time ago when I was a young girl, many years back, in 2005 when I did my CISA exam. And this was informed by the fact that having worked in public service, in public sector, we were pretty much trying to catch up with what was happening in the private sector. The public sector has always been trying to catch up, especially with the digital transformation. And this has been a journey. And when I left Kenyatta National Hospital and joined the Office of the Auditor General, they put me in charge of IT audit because I had the CISA. And I was still very new. It was still very new. Our clients then, especially the state corporations, were really advancing, or were getting very advanced in procurement of systems. And the auditor was still asking for manual ledgers and manual documents to audit. And when you'd be told, go to the system and check as an auditor, you'd say, no, I want it printed out. So we had to pretty much up our game. And when Preston came calling. I said, yes, we'll look for money and we'll send people, and we've not looked back. Until when we've had even our own Martin serving in the board of ISACA. And we are very, very happy about that. So, moving to my presentation, or what I'll talk about this morning. Is it communicating? I doubt. I may need to check this. I think it may have. So, we talk about what is happening, especially in the public sector, and how can we integrate with the private sector, what has affected this change with regard to digitalization, technology, and all those buzzwords, so to speak, that we talk about. Digital transformation, digital age. And we realize that they're not really buzzwords, they are reality to organizations. So starting with my office, the Office of the Auditor General. You all know it's a constitutional office. It was a constitutional office even before the Constitution 2010. And it has the mandate to audit all public entities that receive public funds, irrespective of which or where they are, whether it's courts, the judiciary, whether it's parliament itself, whether it's political parties that receive, you are aware that political parties also receive some funding. Any entity, whether it's counties, the office audits. State corporations, some listed companies, and we know how advanced some of those listed companies are in technology, we are required to oversight and audit. So that is what I'll talk about, digital transformation, COVID-19, and digital preparedness. There's no way you can talk about transformation without talking about COVID and what it has done to the world, not just in Kenya. And how do we reposition for the future? So that is our mandate. And ultimately, as an office, we don't just see ourselves as auditors, we see ourselves as influencers in the development of the nation and in the delivery of quality and sustainable services to the people of Kenya. That is our ultimate responsibility. That is our ultimate mandate. Despite all those audit and report, that is how we view ourselves, through oversight. So, we are living, and this is already known to you, we are living in a digital age. It is changing the way we live, the way we work, the way we interact. Those of us who are parents, I think you realize that your children are way ahead of you in terms of how they're interacting with each other, communicating with each other. You see a child seated there very quiet, and you ask them, are you bored? And they say, no, 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 we are chatting, we are communicating. There's a lot happening even in our homes. So it has transformed, it has touched every aspect of our lives. As consumers of services, as deliverers of services, depending on where you work. And it's impacting on every industry and every sector, whether public or private. And we must be aware of that. That it is transforming not just products and processes, but entire businesses, entire business models, irrespective of size. I think I saw a picture recently on Twitter, was it 2 days ago, where even the boda bodas have pay bill numbers for payment. Even the mamambogas, they say, lipa na M-Pesa, or they have a pay bill number. That is change, tremendous change. And it is continuous, not just affecting the information that we receive, that we generate, but also the data, the way of processing this information, and most critically, the way we are interpreting the data that we process. The people we serve, our customers, our clients. They are so well informed now, more than ever. In Kenya, you know, our constitution is very, very progressive, the Bill of Rights. They are so well informed. The interlinkages with the other world, the developed world, means that they demand more of us now, in terms of quality of services, in terms of speed, and in terms of customer experience. Kenyans don't want boring services. They want interesting services. They want something that blows their mind, especially the younger generation. And if you're an organization that has not recognized that, you're going to be left behind, including public sector organizations. And you've seen it. You've seen KRA, iTax. You've seen the e-citizen platforms. People are happy that they don't have to go and queue. And we hope soon we never have to queue at all, that you can get all these services while seated wherever you are, either in the house or somewhere in a hotel, or even as you're walking along the streets chatting with your friends. So apart from enabling this exciting new world, it has also brought in new and emerging challenges. And this is where the security experts come in, that there are challenges with this digital transformation. And it has given rise to critical development. It requires development of national data policies, strategies, laws and regulations, both at government level and at institutional level. How do we handle the data that we are generating to ensure it does not only add value, but it is secured, it's used for the right purpose, and it generates decision-making information? So challenges with compliance with data protection laws and development of data governance strategies, challenges of keeping up with changing technology. I'm a public sector practitioner, so I understand that very well, that we always seem to be playing catch-up. But now and then we also pull a fast one on the private sector, don't we? And the private sector also has to conform to what the public sector is doing. So COVID-19, without laboring on what Anthony talked about, it has been a major catalyst for change. I agreed with him. And we all know it has been a major catalyst for change. That the pandemic has given a significant boost to digital penetration in every industry and sector that we are operating on. I do not think that a year back, 2 years back, we knew we could log into a portal under the Ministry of Health to get your certificate for vaccination. Did we know that would happen? We were associating hospitals with just going there, queuing, paying, but not actually logging in and confirming that your certificate was ready. So we are talking about working from home, and we've realized, of course, we realized that we need to define what home is. So maybe we should not be talking about working from home, but we talk about working from office. Because even in our office, we had to send people home, working shifts. And sometimes you'd call somebody, knowing that they live just 2 kilometers away from the house, from the office, and say, "Can you come over, we meet briefly?" And they say, "I'm working from home." "Which home?" "I'm in Kisumu." I was like, "Oh, I thought you were living just here next door." So working from home needs to be defined. And of course, online meetings, conferences like this, workshops, hybrid conferences like this. I think we hadn't thought about that previously. Of course, there's still that aspect of human beings. We are social animals and we'd want to keep meeting now and then. And that's why the last 2 weeks there have been so many conferences here, because people are missing each other and that human touch. Supervision is no longer, especially in public sector, that you're supervising people and you say you're supervising because they're there with you. Supervision is now about outcomes and results for work. Because as we said, if they're working from home, we don't know whether they worked from 8 to 10 and took a break, or whether they never worked and worked from midnight to 2 a.m. in the morning. That is their business, isn't it? So for you is to sit and wait for the results. So that has also changed. And of course, the issue of teamwork. How do you ensure that the teams still continue gelling, still work together when everybody is working from home or away from each other? So this has brought about changes. And we've had to adapt to survive, including small businesses, to ensure that services are delivered. But it has also brought to our attention the costs associated with the lack of digitalization, the costs associated with lack of use of technology in your organizations, and more so because I'm in the public sector, the cost of lack of public sector modernization. That it took a pandemic for us to realize that we needed to change the way we work and the way we manage our organizations. So what has been the experience of the office? And I'm sure this could resonate with some of your experiences back at your organizations. COVID-19 heightened the expectations. Instead of people sitting back and saying, let's wait for the disease or the pandemic to roll as a wave away, the demand for quality services increased. It was almost like we went into panic mode. Auditors were expected to continue auditing, even as we were expected to work from home. And since we are not very technologically advanced, and we still have to go to the client's premises, you can imagine the challenges that we're facing. We needed to continue with our oversight mandate. You need to be present and visible, but now you need to define it in a different way. Does present and visible mean bodily presence and visibility? And we had a pushback even from our clients that when we call and say, send us documents online, they're like, no, you must come and sign for them because of that element, that manual element that we need to all think about moving forward, because this pandemic is not going away in a hurry. There's a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. So we must think. We can't think that next February there will be no pandemic, so we continue business as usual. We must think as if the pandemic is here, and worse still, probably another pandemic may come out. But I'm not a doomsday prophet. So with that requirements, we had to very quickly put our minds together in the global arena. We have the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions and Regional Organizations, AFROSAI, the one I was recently elected as vice chair. We also had elections, and congratulations for those who won elections recently. And we had to work together and think, how do we ensure accountability continues? Because with the pandemic, the onus was on government to ensure that people were safe, lives and livelihoods were preserved. And that required funds. That required budgets. Accountability was not thrown out of the window with those laws and regulations. And auditors were still expected to oversight, despite the threat. So we came together as auditors and prepared various guidelines to assist auditors all over. And Kenya, and I'm proud to say that Kenya was involved in preparation of those guidelines that are now being used by supreme audit institutions all over the world. And other partners assisted us, like the World Bank and other developed audit institutions. Webinars, we shared information. We drew on the experience of organizations, audit organizations like Sierra Leone Audit Office, Liberia Audit Office, because they had audited during times of pandemics, the Ebola. And quickly we organized a lot of webinars, and we were able now to sit back and plan and see how we could approach our audits in a more modern way and to ensure accountability. And that's why even in Kenya, you could see that my office was able to turn around pretty quickly reports on COVID. And unfortunately, of course, there were a few negative issues that came out, and those reports have been in the public limelight. But without this coming together of supreme audit institutions, without us preparing guidelines, This would not have been possible because we would have stayed home and said there's corona out there, we also cannot work. And the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions also gave a grant for those audit offices, the small developing ones. They were given some grants with regard to continuity of operations through ICT, and that has been working very well for them. So, as I said, expectations were pretty high for us. We had to work, but we were affected. We also had to follow the guidelines. We had to work in shifts. We had to shut down some offices. Every time we'd send a team to a client's premises and the clients say, oh, we've got COVID, we had to withdraw that team. Budgets were affected like every other entity, including public sector, because there was a shrinkage in the economy. And money was not flowing as quickly as or as much as we expected. Reduced number of staff. And it requires us to apply various strategies, responses, and technology. We were very lucky as an office that we have an audit management system, and staff can actually log in remotely from wherever they are. Even the team that is in Turkana can log into our system and they can continue working, and their supervisor in Mombasa can log in and actually review the work that team is doing. That helped us a lot. So we had challenges and we had responses. And I would like you to see where ICT is coming up, where the issue of communication and follow-up and collaboration is coming up, utilization of ICT infrastructure, creation of data science unit for data analytics. We had to respond. These were always there, but in the back burner. The pandemic woke us up. All would have become irrelevant as an audit office. So this helped a lot. Utilizing our ICT infrastructure, we created a data science team because staff now would not go to the client's premises, all of them. So the data science team would upload all the data, whether from IFMIS or client systems where we had access. They would analyze it, we'd use that data for risk assessment, and then we'd take resources where the risks were high. In fact, we could basically do half the audit on our desktops. But knowing public sector audit the way it is, you have to always go to the ground and confirm that the documentation is actually speaking to some structure on the ground or some service delivery that's on the ground. But this now was a little bit limited. So how do we map the future? Very critical. That there is uncertainty when this crisis will end, if at all. I think the scientists are as confused as the laymen. So nobody really knows. But there's always hope that the pandemic differs profoundly from past natural disasters or what we always prepared for in institutions, disaster preparedness. We never thought a virus would actually come in and be part of what we need to plan for in the future. I'm not very sure there is any institution that had ever planned that a virus would bring them down as a business. Not the virus, the IT virus, you know those ones. But a medical or a health virus. I am not sure anyone had ever thought of that. Even as you talk of, I don't know, hacking, cybersecurity attacks, those are the things we prepare for. But corona, anyone in their documentation? I doubt. So this has changed the way we need to think about security and business continuity and digital transformation. That the ongoing public health challenge means that the capability to respond through human action has been diminished or is compromised for quite a while. So those who have not gone IT may not survive, whether in public or whether in private sector. And there are critical areas that we need to pay attention to. Agility. Seen as a buzzword, but a reality on the ground. That if you cannot foresee, in whatever manner, whether using IT, simulations, pulling your crystal ball, or calling the local witch doctor. If you cannot foresee the future, then it will hit you. It will blindside you. Identify, respond, and adapt. Very, very critical. And those institutions, those organizations that have been able to do that have survived. They're still in business. They're still making money. They're still providing services. They're helping the rest of the organizations that collapsed. And that's why we keep talking about economic stimulus, because quite a number of organizations could not stand the wave of the pandemic. Ensuring that you continue working efficiently, flexibly, with flexibility, and being able to respond to challenges. Being able to adapt without compromising on transparency, integrity, and accountability of your organization. So, strategic orientation, that the way we do strategy must change. I'm not even sure now we can do strategic planning for 5 years. The pandemic has shown us you probably need to do a strategic plan for 6 months. That the way we used to define long-term, medium-term, and short-term strategies has been turned upside down. And we have to rethink strategic planning. That you must have a vision for the future, and that future now must include digital transformation. Because that is what's driving the world today. That technology is no longer a choice. It is a fundamental business strategy that must be interwoven in every part of the organization. That when you're sitting there as a CEO or as the head of ICT or as an advisor on security, on accountability, that technology must be on top of the agenda for that organization. So big data and data analytics, very, very critical. As I said, for our office, we had to reorganize a bit and set up a unit, beef up that unit to ensure that it assisted the other staff. And probably now it means that, and Preston, I know, would be very happy to hear that I might have to continue giving him those groups of 40 again and again until I'm sure that we, as the Office of the Auditor General, can survive and can provide audit services to the 1,400 clients that we currently have. So, the main challenge of big data is value. Data is there, both private and public sector. And you will notice that you cannot get data alone in the public sector, analyze it, and say you have full information. You have to integrate both the private and the public sector. You'll also notice that recently, as we continue doing our audits, that we are naming private sector entities in our audit reports. That one of your sponsors, Safaricom, is recently appearing because most of our clients now have payment platform through M-Pesa. So if, as the audit office, we do not get the data to analyze and follow up, and this is where now the data privacy comes in, I follow up that this is Anthony's number. Anthony is old enough to own a business. It's integrated with the company, the registrar of companies, that Anthony actually has registered that company. I integrate with KRA and say, Anthony actually pays. And Anthony, I'm just using you as an example. Don't start panicking. That Anthony has actually been paying his taxes. Then now I can give a comprehensive audit report and say, yes, he provided services, legal services, or legally empowered to provide services. He is paying his taxes. He was paid the money hit his account. So where do we draw the line between data privacy, the public's need to know, and accountability when there is such interconnection? Those are the issues we may have to think about and ask some of our experts in this area. So when we talk about integration of databases between private and public sector, we are saying that this can enhance the use of big data, use of data analytics, and the value with that data, including things like economic growth. You need data both from the private and the economic sector, and the private sector to project economic growth, the GDPs, the revenue collections, and then say, yes, now we can budget because we know this is where we are heading to. But without that integration, we are just guessing that our economy will grow at 5%, at 6%, and 2 years, 1 year down the line, we now start giving excuses or reasons why it didn't grow that way. So leadership also has to change. The way we lead must change. The way we lead in organizations or even our teams. That it is a test for leaders and leadership. That with this uncertainty, traditional tools of management, like I said, traditional way of strategic planning, the structures in organizations that we used to have, top-down approach, can no longer work. It can no longer support us if we are to survive as organizations. We must change. We must look at multidisciplinary teams working together, horizontal and flattening of organizational structures. And I speak here to the public sector especially, because we have these tall structures, one person supervising, one person supervising, one person supervising, one person. So 10 people supervising one person. So it's only that one person at the bottom of the chain, of the supervision chain, who's working. It can no longer work that way. We must flatten the structures and we must work horizontally with teams. Next generation talent. The young adults. I think the generations are changing so fast, I'm not quite sure whether now we are talking of Generation Z, Generation Y. When you talk of millennials, you're called old school. Millennials were a long time ago. These young guys, they're the ones who are going to drive organizations. Not us. We need to give them space. We need to give them space to innovate. We need to give them space to brainstorm. We need to give them space to find solutions. Because they get bored pretty fast with long routine ways of doing work. So give them some boring job and tell them, how can you do it better and faster? I know you are bored. Just do it deliberately. And tomorrow, listen to them. You will have a solution. So we have to rethink our HR strategies, both private and public sector. We have to look at critical issues like continuous learning, creativity and innovation, variety of experiences. You cannot give a 24-year-old, a 22-year-old the same job for 1 year and expect them to stay. You cannot. They will not stay. Then you keep saying, oh, they come, we train, they leave. Public sector, you must wake up and give the young people variety of experiences. In our office, we are fortunate that we audit quite a number of clients, ministries, donor-funded projects, counties, state corporations, and we are able to rotate them every 1, 2, 3 years. And that sort of gives them the impetus to stay, because it's learning on the job. But sooner or later, they get bored. So you have to keep looking at how can you maintain them, especially after you invested so much in training. We have to look at government and digital economy. The government cannot be left behind. I believe you're all users of eCitizen. Right now, we're all users of iTax. And if you're vaccinated, now you're logging into the MOH portal, and many others that are being created by various institutions. So these initiatives is where we are heading to. And these are some of the areas where I say sometimes even the public sector has to now catch up with the private sector has to catch up with the public sector. But we must work together. So, what are the implications for audit institutions? Because I come from one and I head one. That we cannot be left behind also. We have a working group on IT and big data. All audit institutions or supreme audit institutions of all the countries that are members of the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. And we have committed ourselves to responding effectively to opportunities brought about by technology advancement. We are learning from each other. We have to use data analytics. We are looking at what are the changes in digital transformation with regard to accountability, with regard to audit. We are looking at UAE, we are looking at USA, we are looking at Norway, and they are helping us as audit offices also in catching up and using data science or science and technology for audit. So we cannot also be left behind. So as SAI Kenya, or as a Supreme Audit Institution of the Republic of Kenya, we are also committed. We are committed to reshaping our strategies to enable that we adopt and adapt to a data-driven approach. We are considering the use of emerging technologies like big data. I have a team, every time they come for workshops for ISACA, when they come back, I have to read 2 or 3 concept papers on what they want us to implement so that they can work better. And if you don't listen, they will go and implement elsewhere. And I need them to stay in. So we shall continue sending staff to your workshops. And we also keenly now, very, very keenly, and this is very critical, following the implementation of the National Assets and Liabilities Policy, especially the preparation of assets registers for public sector entities to enable us map and use GPS in future to identify, verify ownership details and location of major assets, especially land, which has been a big issue in this country. So in conclusion, integrating data between the private and the public sectors can enhance the potential for big data. Placing data and analytics at the center of digital transformation will allow organizations to take advantage of big data, and the government should seek partnerships with experts and professionals, such as those in ISACA, for assurance that the investments in technology, and this is very, very critical, because there's been a lot of investment in technology, and we see it in the entities we audit. We see it in the ministries, we see it in the counties, but when it comes to performance, improving performance, or value addition, there is a question. And the experts in this room are the ones who can help those organizations invest the right way and in the right technology and in the right systems to enable enhancement of performance, development of this country, and quality and sustainable service delivery to the people of Kenya. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, CPA Gadungu. We have gotten some good appreciation of how government is now operating and how the Auditor General's Office is not being left behind with regards to digital transformation. Very important. And when I was in high school and even primary, but mostly in high school, we used to have teachers who used to tell you, please write what I am saying. So I was busy writing to make sure that when they point at me and say, can you tell me what I just said the last few minutes? I will not be left behind and end up being punished. So I was listening keenly through the session, and I'm very glad she's mentioned many of the things that are close to my heart. Obviously, being a data analyst. So she was talking about big data, and for me, big data is everything. What I work around is around dealing with data. Digital transformation, it cannot be over-emphasized by many of the people who will come here and talk about it. We have to change the way we do business. And it's true, working from home has been a terminology that people are using, but we don't know where home is. People might have been working from some other places. There are even some of my staff who are working from Mombasa, and you can't know because anyway, you are not going to go and look for them where they are. COVID-19 has been a major catalyst for change, I agree to that. And we have been able to also manage COVID with our audit as we continue as well. Now, you see, for the audits, some of them must be physical, where you go to the ground and pick the evidence. But because now investments are there for technology, we are putting systems to be able to pull information directly from where it sits. So creation of that data science unit for data analytics is a big plus. I can imagine in the next few years, you can already get all the exceptions that you need without even going to the ground. And you report them as soon as they happen. And then we also changed the way about thinking of security, because people now are doing things from home. All those things have been mentioned in the session as well. Then technology is no longer a choice. People cannot be just making a conclusion that we can survive without it. Everyone has to adapt and actually invest in it. Now, there is this word called agile. And agile, agility, I had a very interesting discussion yesterday evening with one of my friends. And people can misuse the word agile badly and assume that agile means we don't need to document anything. So, yeah, let's work on this thing and then we finish. Then you ask, how did you do it? No, we are agile. Yeah, I don't need to document. We are just doing what came naturally, but that's not the case. We need to be careful about how we are adopting into the new ways of working. And of course, the next generation is the one that is giving us a lot of interesting ways of doing work. Okay? We are investing in them, and they're also showing us new ways of doing things. Mind you, that generation does not fear leaving work immediately. Not after 2 months, I think I will go. It is, thank you, sir, madam, have your machine, see you. Have a nice day. So how do you motivate such people? Because at the end of the day, they are your workforce. You must utilize them. If they are demotivated, you must find a way of dealing with them. And they are very creative as well. So we need to tap whatever talents we have through them. And continuous learning, as mentioned, is very important. Then government and digital economy. They cannot be left behind. I'm always very happy to renew my driving license compared to how I used to renew the driving license around 10 years ago, or almost 5 years ago. You have to go to Time Star with your DL, if you can remember. How much effort did you need to do? Right now, you go to the system and just renew and print and attach to your driving license. And now we have a digital license even, a smart one. How many of you have the smart license, or they have applied for the smart license? You should no longer need to carry those papers you're adding in there to your driving license. We have changed the way business is done. And then obviously auditing has improved because you can be able to see all the details you need through those platforms. And it is important, as also mentioned by CPA Nancy, that private-public partnership will actually make us move to the next level. We cannot operate by ourselves. We have a lot that we can be able to share. Everyone has been talking about national data sharing. All those things are coming into play, and people want to benefit using all this information to prove that they can do their business better, to manage the risks that they have, to deal with the costs that are coming through in their businesses. So I do thank you for that presentation. It has opened up our minds to see that government is not being left behind. It is at the forefront of change. And analytics, I am there. So I'm glad to hear that. As mentioned, you can ask any questions through Slido. So please just throw one or two questions through Slido so that we can be able to engage. And remember, the hashtag ISACAKE21 will allow you to go into the Slido session that we have. That is the same hashtag you can use to tweet. So please go ahead and start tweeting on ISACAKE21. Hashtag ISACAKE21. Okay, so we can see people are now commenting. I can see they are coming out through. There is one question, and I think I'll start compiling them so that at least we ask 3 questions. How does the OAG ensure independence and freedom from undue influence from politicians? Okay, that's the first question. How does the OAG ensure independence and freedom from undue influence from politicians? Okay. There's another comment there. They're saying absolutely leadership must exhibit multi-generational leadership. That is okay. Another question at the bottom. What has the AG office done to make the data open and available for analysis? What has the AG office done to make the data open and available for analysis? Is it on Kenya Open Data Portal? Okay, that is a question that has just come through. Then the last question, I think the others, we're going to compile them slowly when they come later. Is the OAG able to quantify the value that data analytics has helped with in terms of audit processes? Okay? Is the OAG able to quantify the value that data analytics has helped with in terms of audit processes? Now, any other questions that come through, we can be able to compile them and share them a bit later. But let me allow for those questions to be answered, and then now we can proceed from there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. Thank you very much for those questions. Independence and freedom . Thank you once again. The issue of independence and freedom from undue influence. Now, the Office of the Auditor General is a constitutional office, and the Constitution guarantees the independence of the Office of the Auditor General in various ways, in terms of independence from any power authority, to influence, and of course, in terms of audit operations and the requirement for adequate funding. This has always been an area where we'd have to say we are still not doing very well. Now, we do get requests from politicians and from other people, as is required or as is enshrined in the Constitution, to carry out audits. In fact, any person can petition the Office of the Auditor General, any citizen, to carry out an audit in a particular area. That is enshrined in the Constitution. However, the Auditor General also has the freedom to decide, or the discretion to decide which area to audit, which area not to audit, or how to handle such audits. And that discretion is where the freedom from influence comes in. Because you'll find that some of the requests that come in could be people who are not very happy with either the services they're receiving, or people who want to use the Office of the Auditor General to threaten others. And especially when you hear people telling others that we shall call the Auditor General to carry out a forensic audit on you, that is now misusing the Office of the Auditor General to settle scores. So we have to be very careful how we determine, or how I determine, which audits that I will sanction and which ones that I will not do, or I will do in a different way from what the person requesting is requesting. So that is one of the areas. And of course, a lot of training on staff on about independence, professionalism, integrity, and how to handle themselves in the field. Because you can never be too immune from influence. There will always be a friend of a friend who knows you, who will want to reach out to you to do some work in certain areas. So there's a lot of training of staff, reminding them of our ethical conduct, so that we are not seen to be people who are not working professionally. Now, in terms of quantifying value, we have realized, yes, that when we have the data analytics team going before, for example, the financial and compliance auditors, and carrying out data analysis, they are able to come up with areas that are risky. They are able to come up with areas that are what we call exceptions. For example, if you expect a certain figure to balance with another certain figure and it doesn't, it helps, and it means it reduces the amount of time the financial auditors, who are still, most of them, carrying out work in a manual system or in a manual way, it reduces the time taken to carry out this audit. In terms of quantifying and saying, for example, we've saved this amount of money, that we have not got there yet. We'll need to continue collecting data and looking at some of the areas that our data analytics teams are bringing out in terms of exceptions, and maybe using those figures that they come up with as part of the value that they are able to either save for the office, or bring to the attention of those that need to take action. When we analyze our data, it's for our own use. Remember, the Office of the Auditor General is also, shall I say, regulated by the Constitution on how to issue reports, when to issue reports, and whom to issue reports to. So when we are analyzing data, it's still very raw until it is now packaged in form of an audit report, which then I sign off, and then I issue to Parliament. And when it is tabled in Parliament, within 14 days, then it becomes a public document. And what we are doing is basically uploading these reports in our website. There has been an outcry by our stakeholders that our reports previously were not very friendly, so we've been changing the format so that you're also able to mine and carry out cross-cutting themes across the audit report. But we're also helping there by issuing summary reports on cross-cutting themes, either at national level or at county level.
Right. Thank you for the answers around the questions that have been raised. I think I'll just push one more question. I think there are several coming through, but I'll just push one more question through for you to be able to answer before we now take a break. And this, again, is going to be a simple one. it was saying, when will government, that one I think is a bit generic. We'll have the answers come through a bit later. While OAG appreciates that technology is key, all the audits carried out by your team only focus on finance and procurement, not technology. What's the way forward?
Thank you very much. This was in the past, that because we do not have the capacities or the capabilities to carry out high-level technology audits with regard to systems, then our reports would basically look at finance issues. But what we've realized over the years is that even those finance reports or financial statements cannot be relied upon if someone has not gone through them and looked at the systems used to generate those reports. So apart from our data science team, we also have an information systems assurance team. And this team now is actually auditing those systems and adding value to the financial audit report. So you'll find sections in our audit report that speak to issues to do with the use of technology and use of the systems that most of our clients are utilizing, issues to do with the security, issues to do with reliability, and whether they can be relied on to produce financial statements that are auditable or that speak to the operations of the entity. So that now is what you'll start finding in our reports.
All right, thank you very much. I can imagine the number of systems that they have to deal with in the different organizations and the volumes of data that they also have to deal with. It is truly immense, and it is important for them to be able to invest on actually learning about the different technologies as they do the audits on them. So thank you very much, CP and Nancy. We appreciate the time that you have given us to be able to hear more about the technology that is being invested and the time and analysis. And we also want to award you with a gift. And I would ask for the president of ISACA to be able to come across to provide this gift to our keynote speaker. So yes, we are declaring, we are disclosing so that it is not seen to be a bag of notes. You never know. People can make conclusions, you never know. Thank you very much for being our keynote speaker today.
And thank you very much. I appreciate and I've really enjoyed myself interacting with you.
All right. Good. So, officially, we are in the conference. We are deep into the conference, and now we need to take a break. But I want us to be keen on what I'm going to say. This is a tea break, but we also have to take a group photo. So, the first thing before you get your cup of tea is to be able to have the group photo done. Because if people go for the tea, we might be able to bring the people together as fast enough as when we leave here. So the first thing we'll do is get out and go to the parking area out there where the tents are. That's where we are going to take the group photo. It is important for us to be able to head there as fast as possible so that now after that we can be able to have our tea. We are going to have a 30-minute break. So as fast as we can, we do our group photo, we can be able to enjoy our tea as well. So please, let us be able to proceed. Right now, it is 10:43. I know we have had some time eaten up, but if it's 10:43 or I'll say 10:45, we need to be back here by 11:15. So please let us head out. Let's not divert to other routes. Let's head out and down, take the group photo, and then now we can be able to proceed for the coffee and tea that is there. And you can also get to see the exhibits on the tents out there. Thank you, thank you. Let us just proceed there. All right, welcome back after the tea break. And we are glad that everyone is excited. We have had some tea, coffee, and now we can move into the next session. And the next session we are having Huawei. And Huawei are going to be taking us through the session that is going to talk more about the new digital transformation to new forms of trust. Okay? Welcome back. Welcome back. So, our speaker today is none other than Mika Laude, and Mika is going to be connecting with us virtually. Mika Laude is a Global Vice President, Cybersecurity and Privacy at Huawei Technologies. As Vice President, Cybersecurity, Privacy, Global Public Affairs, Mika leads the public relations team to understand and provide insight of governmental cybersecurity and privacy policy, public opinion, technology, context, and trends. His job entails analyzing the big picture when it comes to cybersecurity and its requirements globally to develop strategies for network security management, stakeholder relations, government solutions, and network security risk management. A vital part of Mika's work is to engage governments, manage relations with local, regional, international managements, and third-party stakeholders to ensure a good atmosphere for public opinion and create a safe and healthy business environment for all. So that is for Mika Laude, who is our speaker for this session that we are covering right now, enabling the digital age beyond the curve, from new digital transformation to new forms of trust. So welcome, Mika.
Thank you very much. It's already second time when I'm here in ISACA, and thank you very much inviting me. I'm thousands of kilometers away from you. I'm still in the same time zone, so that's a bit north from you. But I'm also mentally there, what you are now having there, and the issues what we are now today discussing are very, very important, not only for the private companies like Huawei, but the whole mankind, I would be saying. Could I have the next slide there? So today I'm going to discuss first why I'm here, and as I was saying that I'm happy to be here, but the big thing what we are now seeing happening is that by the nature there are things which are global. Pandemic is global, economical environment and the green values are global, and the cybersecurity as well is a global thing. So we have been moving on from understanding that these global issues are also needing global care of to be taken care, and this is something what we are seeing as a global phenomenon. So many governments were thinking that pandemic is something which is national and can be treated as a national, but privacy, cybersecurity, and all these are having a global nature. So, but we are also seeing that there's a fundamental this kind of change in society where what we need to address because of the pandemic, because of the change of cybersecurity and privacy. And collaboration is essential across the ecosystems, all the ecosystems. So even in Huawei, we are having this kind of slogan saying is that we are building this kind of system for zero trust environment. It's good to understand that we are believing in common sense. We are believing in communities. We are believing in training, standards, audit, and certification. All the same things what the ISACA is also believing, but also that we are understanding that the networks are going in the direction where the zero trust is a basement. But I still hope that nobody would be understanding that the zero trust would not be meaning that we should not be trusting for each other and the pragmatic way how to handle this cybersecurity. Can I have the next slide? So every big company, every leading company, every market leader in this world is having basically two different things to accomplish. The first one, I would be saying, is the easy one. This is to build the world-class cybersecurity in our products and services as is expected from the market leader and by our customer. And this is rather simple thing because this is what I'm calling engineering. We are having a pragmatic approach, which is meaning that we are following the standards. We are making certification. We are making interoperability testing. We are making pen testing. All these engineering milestones, which are guaranteeing that the products are ready and to be shipped to the customers and are fulfilling all these things what are expected. The second thing is much more difficult. All the small players, the big players, the governments, the citizens, and everybody, how to build the trust. And our job as a private company is that we are having a certain tools in our hands so that we are able to convince the other ones that we have been accomplishing what we have been promising. So the trust is the fundamental thing in the cybersecurity, but the tools what the companies are using and what we are also using are something what I'm going to explain a bit later. Could I have the next slide? So, but the people who are working in the cybersecurity or privacy, we are sometimes seeing the things a bit differently. We are seeing that as a cybersecurity or privacy professional point of view. So when like Huawei is going to be arranging in Qatar or providing for the Qatar football games next year, the equipments for networking and showing the picture what is happening there, rest of the world. Many of the people are seeing a great football game, which actually it is. But the cybersecurity and privacy people are also seeing that it's going to be a huge amount of cyber attacks, privacy violations, and all these, which all the companies who are working in this area need to tackle. So in cybersecurity and privacy, the market leader is always going to have the biggest penalty, the biggest load to convince all the others, the biggest work to convince that the standards has been followed, and also having the biggest amount of the certifications. Could I have the next slide, please? But the pandemic has been changing something fundamentally. I don't believe that there is going to be any more this kind of business as usual. There is going to be new business as usual. We don't know yet how it's looking like, but it's not going to be the same what we used to have. What we are all sure, and what we have been seeing, is that things like 5G and telecommunication will be the major enabler of the new remote working digital society in every country. And what the government has been also noticing is that there wasn't any country in this planet who would have been saying is that we were totally prepared, we were ready, our networks are not needing anything else anymore. Actually, what we have been now understanding is that it was a vice versa. We'll still have the work to do, and we have to do it together. Can I have the next slide? What is invisible for many of the people who are working even in this area is that the cybersecurity attacks and the bad things are still happening, even they are many times invisible for us. Could I have one click more? Okay, now we went a bit further. What I was planning to say in the previous slide is that, as you see, you were able to see, is that Kenya is one of the countries, but of course, when we are seeing the ranking of the Kenya, which is the 41 most attacked country, for me it says that Kenya is doing it. So you are far away from the top, which is meaning that not all the bad things are happening to Kenya. Kenya is doing well. So, but it's not the case with all the other countries. And the three big players are going to be remaining there as they have been remaining there for years. Can I have now the next slide? What we have been also learning in the recent time is that it's not only the money which is making cybersecurity and privacy happening. Here is the picture from the Jeff Butch, which is the world's richest man, and his phone equipments were just hacked by the gentleman who is sitting beside him. And this is also indicating that you can't purchase only with the money, even you would be having a plenty of that security and privacy. You are needing much more. Can I have the next click? But of course, I'm also concerned phenomena, what I'm seeing happening. And this is part of this kind of insight of the global picture, is that more and more countries are joining for this kind of, how we are calling, the country and national level attackers. And this is, of course, the bad direction. People should be actually, and countries should be protecting their citizens. And now a lot of this kind of effort is put to attack against the other countries. This is, of course, the phenomenon what I would not like to see, and what we would not like to see in Huawei, is that we are still believing for the collaboration of the countries, and it's not happening through the attacks. Actually, attacks are only making the trust building much more difficult, and leaving that for the private companies like Huawei. Can I now have the next slide? What is anyway booming is the number of regulations. Let's say that 7 years ago, there was hardly any regulation in this planet who would have been touching cybersecurity or privacy. And now we are having a plenty of those. And they seem to be turning the extraterritorial. And extraterritorial is meaning that I'm not only making the regulation for my own country, I start to controlling and trying to get my legislation applicable for the other countries as well, which is once again this kind of concerning phenomenon what we are seeing. how are the big companies, how are the global companies able to follow the laws if they are conflicting? Can I have the next slide? And I have been taking here a few examples is that, the legislations which are keeping me awake during the night. Australia was just publishing this kind of crypto law, which is saying that all the high-tech companies should be having a backdoor. This was recently followed by the US Earn It Act, which is saying basically the same thing. And we are also seeing similar consideration from the Europe, which has been now withdrawn, that the security in the network start to be so good that the governments are getting concerned that they would not be able to get in. And trust me, Huawei can't build any backdoors to any equipment. This would be no-brainer for everybody who is working in this area. What we have to follow is the local legislation, but we can't make adjustments which would be violating any other regulation in any other countries. So we are happy always to work with the local authorities. That's our job, to get the bad people in behind the bars, but also that we can't be, as a political or geopolitical game, making judgments to any for favoring any countries. Can I have the next one? This is actually the slide what I was showing last year in this same event, and this was all about that cybersecurity is a journey, and the journey is still going on. And as I was saying, that certain fundamentals, even when we are disturbed now by the pandemic, hasn't been changing. So we are still working inside of the security systems, things like artificial intelligence, 5G, quantum computing, and all these, to make those secure, getting the certifications, discussing with the governments. Can I have the next picture? But I would be also wanting to remind you is that when the outside of this security, the outside things are changing, we as a company, you as a citizen, you as an authority, you have to change as well. So, and this is part of the changing that there will be, and it has been always disruptions, what we should be understanding. So let's go in the next page. And part of the change, it's not only the pandemic, it's also the technologies and how they will be used. There has been mentioned in this conference already things like cloud. And the cloud are part of the big change as well. So that in early days when we were mentioning cloud, the cloud was for me somebody else server, somebody else IT system, somebody else something else. But cloud was synonym for the things which were not in my control. But this is also now heavily changing how the cloud and the cloud security is also working. Can I have the next slide? So what is the big change in the cloud? It's that we are calling that it's getting intelligence. What is it then happening? I would be saying that there's basically 4 different layers in this cloud security. There are devices, there is a pipe, there is a cloud, and applications. Devices, independently if they are small sensors or the mobile phones or tablets or whatever, they are getting more intelligent. They are behaving more intelligence. They are making a lot of changes and decisions by themselves. They are getting more intelligence. The same thing is happening with the pipelines. So we are getting more intelligence connectivity. It's not only that we are having a fiber, we are heading in the systems what we are calling cognitive radio. So the pipeline can be anywhere and it can be formed by anything. And then, of course, we are having also cloud, which is getting intelligence, the hub itself. And the cloud infrastructure is getting more intelligence, so that we are going to have a different kind of clouds. We used to talk about the private clouds and public clouds. now we are going to have also in the edge and close, we are having a less intelligence, more intelligence the clouds as well. So this is also getting more intelligence. And of course that when the clouds are close to by us, we are calling those on the edge cloud computing, then they are also able to serve us much more faster. Or then they can be far away from us when we are discussing from conventional clouds. But on the top of the clouds will be happening also this what we are calling intelligent applications. So all these are changing the phenomenon also how the cloud itself is behaving, but it's also changing something which is embedded in the cybersecurity and privacy. We have to once again take a step further to understand what are these intelligence meaning for the privacy and cybersecurity, what are the new things what they are bringing, and how we are tackling those. Can I have the next slide? So in Huawei, we are putting a lot of weight for the privacy because we are understanding in these companies that this is one of the fundamental things what we have to take care by building the trust. So of course it's starting having like every other country or company should be having is that you are having a company top management commitment for that. And of course that there is a lot of internal processes how you are dealing that all they need to be in place. And of course that you have to have an organization roles responsibilities, but you know all these are this kind of self-evident for those people who have been working like myself 30 years in this area. They are expected, they are taking as granted. So nobody would be believing if I would be saying that Huawei is not having risk management. Of course, we have to have all these steps in place. But let's start from the bigger picture. So can I have the next slide? When we are now making decisions, independently if they are in privacy, security, standardization, some of the decisions will be living long time. So when we have been making decisions for 5G, they were not happening in last week nor previous week. Actually, those decisions were taking place several years ago. And the same applies now when we are making a decision how the ecosystem or privacy or cybersecurity will be working. When we are embedding today's requirement on the standards of tomorrow, it will be meaning that we will be seeing those things happening perhaps 10 years from now on. And this is of course meaning once again that we have to have a community, we have to have the society working with these things so that we could be able to predict what is coming in 10 years, even if the future might be sometimes blurry, because those decisions what we are making today will be remaining for years. Can I have the next one? So this is something what I'm always reminding everybody is that the cybersecurity and privacy are the evolution. Cybersecurity and privacy has been remaining tens of years in this planet, but they have been just forming them by themselves again and again. And we would not be needing new cybersecurity or privacy measures if there would not be a driver who is pushing us to make these kind of things happening. And what is pushing us is the new business scenarios. There are clever people all over the world which are innovating and thinking new business models, new disruptions, new things to be making, which is driving, of course, the industry to making the next generation thing, telecommunication systems. And all these business systems, as well as the technologies, yes, they will be bringing new cybersecurity challenges. But they are also bringing new tools as a cybersecurity solutions. And this is something what the people tend to forget. We are many times saying about the threats. We don't thinking and explaining the solutions. Sometimes, of course, the cybersecurity is solved best by fear, but we don't believe that in Huawei for that. We are believing that there's evolution which is going in the par. And we, of course, in the good people who are working in the good side, in the cybersecurity and privacy, we just have to run a bit faster than the bad guys. But of course, it's also good to remember that there is this new environment. And these pictures, what you are now seeing, is part of the, how would be saying that, the old normal. So, and it doesn't have vanishing anywhere. So when we need to understand the new threat landscape, new bad things. The old bad things, they are not disappearing anywhere. So this is the fundament and basement for understanding the new ones. So you have to understand what has been there and what will be there, because these things will be not vanishing anywhere. Can I have the next one? And yes, now we are having together because of the COVID-19. We are now facing new kind of challenges, as was mentioned in this event already earlier. And unfortunately, what was happening is that when the pandemic was starting, many governments, many countries were turning inside, not outside, when solving the pandemic. And this turning inside was also cutting a lot of valuable things, what we are needing in this international communities to change the information. And unfortunately, bad people were using this disconnectivity, what was happening between the countries, for their own benefits. And this is meaning that people were starting to getting isolated, companies were starting to getting isolated, governments were starting to getting isolated. And this is the best, I would be saying, the most important learning what we can have from pandemic, what we are now facing, still facing, and will be facing sometime, is that the cooperation is key for everything. And this is something what we should be also understanding is the best weapon against the bad things happening, that we are changing the information, changing the best practices, cooperating, and this is the ultimate weapon what we are having in our hands. Can I have the next slide, please? Our work in Huawei has been proceeding with the trust building similar way, independently if there is a pandemic or there is a pandemic. What we are putting ourselves is the stake when okay, now you are, thank you. So how we are putting ourselves in stake is that we are taking our products and assets and services to the certification. This is how we are playing the game with the openness, transparency, so that we are opening our source code, we are opening our gadgets, we are taking those certification, we are showing that the gadgets are doing what they are expected to do, and we are having outsiders to evaluate our doing. And this is, of course, valuable feedback also for our development, that when we are challenged technically, we will be also getting better. Now, next slide. In Huawei, we don't believe that all the cleverness would be living in China. We are having a lot of good people in China working in this area, but to be a global leader, it's not enough that you are working in one single country or having the best possible people from one single country. It's meaning that to be global, to have a best possible assets to be offered people in Kenya or elsewhere, you have to make a cherry picking, and therefore we are having a lot of clever people around the world. We are making a lot of things in Sweden, in Finland, in France, in Germany. We are doing those all over the world, because as I was saying that to get the best competence centers is needing that you are taking your company in those places where the clever people are located, where the community is generating something, some added value for this whole system. So we don't believe these kind of things like isolations, cutting the connections. We are believing the connecting the people. We are also believing the connecting the innovativeness. This is how the global player can be remaining as a global player. Can I have the next slide? Okay, here is several slides, and my intention is not to go through all of these. But But of course, when the people are asking from myself is that okay, it seems that the Huawei is having a vision and strategy in place, but how are you implementing those? How are you doing those? And it's starting from the small steps. It's meaning that there has to be a vision. There has to be basement for the company's existence, like ownership. How we are building the ownership so that there would be a motivation and to run the things. We are needing for the cybersecurity and privacy, of course, also the commitment from the top management, the founder of the company. And we have been getting from the founder of the company this kind of key tool, which is saying is that the things what we are doing in the cybersecurity and privacy are more important than our commercial success. How many companies CEO is able to say something like that? Can I have the next click? Of course, we have to have an organization. We have to have a methodology, how we are building this kind of assurance systems. We have to have this kind of engineering milestones. But I would be assuming that when you are thinking that if the Huawei is market leader, of course you are taking as granted that they have to be placed in place. But there are two things what I would like to draw at your attention, which are, according my understanding, coming more and more important. Can I have one click, please? All right. Here it starts. It starts already from the supply chain security management. What the Huawei has been doing already, I think, 18 years. And this is also one of the fundamental changes what is happening in globally is that where are your equipments are coming. Please do not trick anything. But coming back to the supply chain, so we are having a great responsibility to select the providers who are building us components very, very carefully so that they would be accepted all over the world. Because at the end of the day, it's the Huawei logo which is beside of our equipments or services. So we have to take the accountability that all those who are providing components, software, and everything else to our equipments have to be verified, has to be taken care so that we are finally at the end of the day responsible that supply chain security is contributing this kind of best in the market products for the people to be used all over the planet, including Kenya. Now I could take the next click, please. Please, one click, please. Well, this is one of the reasons why I would like to rather be there with you, so that okay, thank you very much. So this is one of the things what I'm thinking that in the near future is coming more and more important. We know all that making perfect products is impossible. And if somebody would be promising you the perfect products, you would be knowing that this person is not cybersecurity, neither he or she is privacy expert. Like in Huawei, our target is to make best and most secure and most privacy friendly products in this market, in this world. And that has to be enough. So we have to have a mechanism when we are knowing that there will always be challenges in our ecosystems, independently if they are in the telecommunication, independently if they are in cloud or wherever, there will be glitches. And the question is that how are you managing the glitches? And this is something where we have been putting heavily our resources as thinking that how are we able to manage when there is an issue happening anywhere in this planet, and it should be leading that there is a as fast as possible correction in the Huawei system services and what we are offering to our customers. And this is what I'm thinking is that going to be one of the Achilles heel, what will be happening in the near future. especially in the IoT environment. How can you ensure that when there is a very, very cheap products like sensors, that there is also software updates? There is somebody as trustworthy company who is taking care that there will be a new patching every time when there is an incident. And this is one of the things which is once again keeping me awake during the nights. How can we ensure that also that the most cheapest equipments are having accountable company behind and getting the patching? Like not everybody is expecting that in Huawei we are providing, as long as the people are using our equipments, we are also providing the corrections. And this is of course what I'm taking as a granted once again, is that people should be also believing that Huawei is doing that. This is one of our accountabilities. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you very much. Okay, I'm hoping that this is not disappointing those people who have been working all of these years in the cybersecurity and privacy. But it's good to sometimes to remind that things like cybersecurity is a tool, and it's a tool to protect different kind of assets. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's intellectual properties, sometimes it's a critical infrastructure, sometimes it's to fulfill in the compliance, comply the regulations, or protect the privacy. So we are not doing cybersecurity just for fun, or just that I happen to like it, and that it's just happened to be important for myself. So we have to understand that we are having tools like cybersecurity, which are targeted to protecting something which is valuable for us. And of course, every generation of the systems what we are doing is always and has been and will be also providing more benefits than disadvantages. This is also good to remember that when those times, even in those times when we are having bad challenges in the cybersecurity globally, we are sometimes losing the trust for these systems. It's always good to remember that the benefits has been always being greater than the disadvantages. And then, therefore, of course, the reality is that the most digitalized countries will be recover more quickly from the pandemic. This is also this kind of fundamental rules that those who have been investing more digitalization will be overcoming this pandemic what we are having. And most probably they will be also overcoming faster the coming pandemics, because I'm still believing this kind of bright future. I think that things are getting better and we have been learning a lot, but it doesn't remove the possibility that there might be a second pandemic sometimes in the future lurking behind the corner. And next time we will be much more prepared. But it's also needing something that audit what the ISACA is doing, are improving the systems. They are coming more privacy friendly, user friendly, more secure. And then when the next time the pandemic will be hitting us, we will be doing even better than this time. Can I have the next slide? So thank you very much giving the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much actually that able to participate. I'm truly hoping that next time when the ISACA is happening in Kenya, I would not be far away from you, but really beside you, sitting in the same room and discussing with you, because we are having the fanciest telecommunication technology in our hands, and the Huawei is doing the things what we can do just in this area. I still believe in this kind of warm handshake. I still believe in the connections between the people. So until the next time, thank you very much giving this opportunity. Hoping that the rest of the event will be also successful, and this is also bringing something what we will be able to enjoy in the future. hopefully when the pandemic is not hitting us, but if it's hitting us next time, we will be much more prepared and we will be overcoming that faster than ever. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mika. And we were actually hoping you were going to be around, though technology has brought us together. And we thank you for connecting and being able to engage us through your session today. And I also want to thank those participants who are online, because we do have online participants. This is a hybrid conference. So we've learned a lot, and especially through Huawei. You've heard it many times, especially when they're dealing with telco, cybersecurity. There's a lot that is done in the back end that we don't get to appreciate, but that is normally covered by a company like Huawei. So he talked about cybersecurity having changed during the pandemic. There were 2 targets for cybersecurity development that he touched on. To be a market leader in cybersecurity and also build trust in government, customers, individuals in that respect. So they are working full force, and you've seen even their coverage is across the whole globe. It's not only in a certain region where they're operating from. So it's a global company, and that is what makes all the difference. And you've seen even they're already looking at the future, FIFA 2022, to cover the cyber attacks that might come then. Already we had the London Olympics and Beijing Olympics having threats, and they've learned from them. We can be able to see how they can cover them better going forward. Okay? And the interesting case about the Amazon boss, the Amazon's boss phone being hacked by the Crown Prince of Saudi, which is amazing. That means I can be sitting close to you, but you are seriously connecting to my phone. Very important. That's why I've carried it, so that it's not hacked. You never know who is sitting next to you. The inside out of 5G. Everyone has talked about 5G. Now, cybersecurity around it is a big concern. Faster data, faster access, bigger volumes, and all those things must also take into account cyber. We cannot take that for granted, and therefore the threat landscape for 5G has really grown. And I'm sure Huawei with the development team have worked tirelessly to make sure that they cover those gaps or spaces that come with the new technology that is being employed. And we must move to faster technology. We must move to these new types and ways of integrating and pooling information and data, and therefore we also have to secure it as well. Intelligent connectivity, providing real-time information, is no longer a story of the past. Everything is being done now, and therefore we have to secure it as well. So Huawei being a global player, they have mentioned, and I think everyone can agree, cybersecurity is a joint effort. Cybersecurity is also a tool. Okay? So you have many aspects to consider when you are now taking up managing cybersecurity. Continuous transparent certification has been done by Huawei. They have so many certifications around their cybersecurity. We cannot underestimate from which angle you can be attacked, and therefore the third-party independent reviewers would definitely look at where they can be able to access, penetrate, and those certifications show and give you comfort that you're using the proper platforms, solutions, tools to actually run your business. And IoT, I mean, everyone has talked about it. Things will be running from those particular sensors that have been put on your machines, be it your fridge, be it in your vehicle. And if their softwares are not updated regularly, or actually they're not secured properly, someone can hack into those systems or those sensors, and you'll end up having denial of service, which might end up affecting businesses across. And for sure, Huawei have put enough investment around making that a reality when it comes to security of IoT. And the most digitalized countries will recover more quickly from the pandemic is also a fact. Because, I mean, adaptability means you can be able to adopt a change or actually implement a change faster, especially when you're in a digitalized environment. And that is important for us to take note of. So I was keenly listening to what Mika Laude was talking about. It's important for us to not look aside and say, okay, this is not our time yet to be able to discuss about cybersecurity and where you need to invest. And we have global players who have invested so much money to make sure that organizations do not get affected by attacks that might come from every angle. So that was Mika Laude, and I do thank you from wherever you are that you will next time be here so that we can enjoy the sun. Now we have a very good sunny midday. Please do come across, and after that we might go stroll around the beach as well. Okay, so the next session is going to be covered by, and I'll introduce him in a few, Dr. Joseph Nzano, but let me have a video of sponsors just go through before I introduce Dr. Nzano.
In the world of audit, exceptions are critical for assessing the risk of fraud or error. Unfortunately, identifying the right exceptions isn't always easy. Traditional approaches like random sampling can miss the mark when scanning large datasets for exceptions or high-risk transactions. But imagine you can instantly review 100% of your data, analyze transactions by risk potential, and spot the most relevant exceptions to your audit. Introducing Exceptional Exceptions, IDEA's latest smart analyzer app for risk-based audit analytics. It's easy to use and comes with a built-in flexible workflow. Powered by audit intelligence and machine learning, Exceptional Exceptions identifies areas of the highest risk, highlights the most relevant exceptions, and generates risk-based samples for insightful audit results. Thousands of transactions are scanned in no time, with 24 risk-based audit tests run automatically, including Benford's Law, outliers detection, and many more. The risk scoring mechanism aggregates the test results, scores each test on its relevance to find exceptions, and ranks transactions by their risk potential. With suspicious transactions flagged automatically, you can just focus on exceptional exceptions. When faced with too many exceptions, you can generate risk-based samples in a click for different risk levels, instead of relying on inefficient random ones. In addition, seamless integration with Microsoft Power BI creates powerful interactive visualization dashboards, making reporting easier than ever. All you need to do is import your data, set the parameters, and watch the magic happen. Download Exceptional Exceptions from IDEA Passport or contact your local partner today.
We are back, and I would want to now move into the next session. We are going to have a roundtable discussion after the next two discussions. Mika Laude will be there, Dr. Joseph Nzano, and James Yogo will also be on the panel. But for now, we want to go through cybersecurity trends, a regulator's perspective. And I am calling him Doctor because I agreed with him he will finish his PhD. So he's actually pursuing it and he's almost done. So I can call him Doctor early enough. Same to another doctor who's sitting in the room. They are denying they should be called doctors, but they are almost there. So Dr. Joseph Nzano is the acting head cybersecurity and e-commerce division at the Communications Authority of Kenya. So he has over 20 years experience in the ICT world, half of which has been spent in the area of cybersecurity management, and he holds several certifications in cybersecurity, among other information communication certifications. He has a master's degree from the University of Portsmouth and a degree from the University of Greenwich, among other academic qualifications. He is currently heading the Cybersecurity E-commerce Division and also the National Kenya Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center, KESAT, KESAT, in an acting capacity. So Joseph was part of the pioneer team that set up the National KESAT and has a wealth of experience in managing the operations of a SAT. Okay, the SAT is the Computer Incident Response Team. The National KESAT is currently ranked second in Africa by the ITU GCI rating and has been a benchmark for pit stop for most of the other national SATs globally. So he has a passion in building capacity and creating awareness in the field of information security. So let me allow for Dr. Nzano to be able to come across and talk to us on his topic of cybersecurity, trends, a regulator's perspective. Do welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I think they have already
Yeah.
bagged me with one. I hope it's working. Not loud. Has it disappeared? Is it still there? Because I have to put it through the shot and then maybe we're all okay. We're fine? Oh, okay. Now you can hear me? Yeah, that's better. Those are the challenges of being blessed with one part of the body than the other. So when things disappear, you don't see them. Anyway, that's on a light touch. Indeed, thank you so much. My name is Joseph Nzano, as ably introduced by Dennis. At this rate, I think you just reminded me there's an assignment I didn't finish. He always terrorizes me when it comes to those PhD issues, but hopefully we'll get there one day. Thank you so much. Good to see you all in Mombasa. Welcome. This is my home county, so Karibuni. Yeah, I grew up in 001. I was almost born here, but I grew up here. My parents settled here, and this is actually, whenever people go to what they call Ushago, me, I come here. So you can imagine how bored I should be. But anyway, I'm in Ushago, you guys are in Mombasa. Karibuni sana, and welcome to Mombasa. If you don't know the joints, see me later after the session. I will tell you where the COVID protocols are not very. Anyway, that's another story. Okay, so first of all, I would like to recognize the presentation by Huawei, by Mika. It was awesome, and I think he mentioned something very important. One, that currently Kenya is number 42 most attacked country globally. So what that means, it's good. How many countries are there globally? Very many, yeah? Very many. So being only number 42, it's an improvement. I wish there was a comparison to see if last year where we were and this year, but I believe we are doing well. What it means basically is that there are people behind there who are working very hard to make sure the Kenyan cyberspace is safe. You have heard from the Communications Authority, we have a fully fledged, now it's a department, by the way, officially a department now. It's no longer a division, it's a full department, cybersecurity division. And then of course we have the National KESAT Coordination Center. And secondly, another thing he said is that cybersecurity is not standalone. It's a collaborative effort. It requires stakeholders. So it's not only CA who can do it alone, Huawei, ISACA, or any other, so many great institutions I've seen represented here today. I've seen quite a number of serious representation in Mombasa today, and it's more of collaboration. It's only through functions like this where we sit together, deliberate together, and discuss together that we get to know exactly what is the status and how to continue improving our rankings so that it keeps on going lower and lower and lower. We wish at some point we'll be beyond 100 and there, so that least attacked country, right? So we're also looking forward for the ITU GCI index. It's about to be released this month, towards the end of this month. So let's hope we will still maintain our number 2 in Africa, or maybe number 1 in Africa, and maybe globally improve it even more. Great. So greetings from the Director General of Communications Authority of Kenya, Madam Mercy Wanjao. She would have been happy to be with you today, Mr. President, but unfortunately due to other engagements, she was not able to come. And as much as I've been profiled so much, really this was her slot. And but I'm happy to represent her and represent the authority accordingly. Secondly, it's a pleasure for CA to always associate with ISACA. I don't remember if there's any year that we have failed, and if and I like to promise our continued collaboration with ISACA even in the forthcoming ISACA meetings. I have colleagues from CA, quite a number of them in the room. One of them is one of our senior directors. She's seated somewhere there. I know she doesn't want me to say this, but she's there. Yeah, and also other colleagues, Madam Rosemary, and also other colleagues from CA. And please pass by our stand down there, and we'll be more than happy to follow up from the presentation and any other questions. So I don't want to take much of the time. I would like to go straight to the presentation. We prepared some few slides just to share this. Basically, as a regulator, what are we seeing from a regulatory point of view? At some point, I recall the President, Anthony, mentioned, by the way, congratulations for, I knew I missed something, but congratulations for the appointment as the President of ISACA, and we are looking forward to work with you in the next few years. Congrats. Yeah, you can clap. Yeah. Yeah, Anthony has been with CA for quite a while. I think I've seen you a couple of times there. So he's a known name at Communications Authority. So we are now even welcome to come even more, and we discuss more issues. Great. So so the regulator's perspective, you've had Huawei's perspective globally. Now let's zero in into Kenya. Okay. First of all, guys in the room here and those who are watching online will be very privileged because we are going to see some data which nobody has ever seen before. Okay? It will be very interesting to see this because one, the national KSAT has now existed for 5 years. We started in 5 years ago, March 2016. Now we celebrated our 5 years just the other day. So for the first time, we'll project for you our 5-year statistics in terms of numbers, and we'll see it shortly. And what we are seeing now, the slide is here. Oh, it's here. Okay, is that basically we'll start about CA. You know, there's that bit we say we have to have a small commercial break. This is it. This is CA. We do regulation of broadcasting, cybersecurity, multimedia, telecommunications, electronic commerce, postal and courier services, and then of course we have the national KSAT. And okay, the national KSAT, our functions are as listed there. Mostly we implement all the laws which are currently existing in cybersecurity in the country right now, including the Computer Misuse Cybercrimes Act, the Kenya Information Communications Act, among other laws, and the data, the recent data one, and the regulations which are upcoming. So once the laws have been put, our job is to implement. Okay. So it's a fully fledged center with state-of-the-art SOC. I think, Anthony, you have said it. Yeah, and we also have one of the best digital forensic labs in the country, which we support a lot of forensic analysis. So we do early warning 24/7. We also do technical coordination and respond to incidences on 24/7. It's the only department in the authority which works 24 hours, 7 days a week. And more recently, we have been very involved in the development of the national public key infrastructure. I must mention there's an advert which we sent out yesterday. So if you know anybody who knows anybody who knows anybody who can supply us some aspects of the national public key infrastructure, there's an advert out there which I think is closing on 13th. So please, you don't want it to be non-responsive, please respond and get partners to do this business. And then we have research and development. It's very important that you continuously need to know what is happening around you, and you need to go the new and emerging trends within the cybersecurity industry. And also, we also promote the efficient management of critical internet services. All right, so yeah, here it is now, the revealing moment. I wish there was some music, but no music. 5 years, what has been happening? Let's see. Another button is refusing. Okay, there. So, yeah, so 2016, 2017, we had about 7 million cyber threats we detected. It kept on climbing. The year next, we went like about 3 times. The next year, double of what we had in 2017, 2018. 2018, 2019, we are already at 50 million cyber threats. These are threats, not necessarily attacks. They are threats, but most of them, they will convert to be potential attacks. Yeah, and then 2019, 2020, we are at that is last financial year, which ended in June. We were at 110 million. This financial year, which we only have statistics up to March, there is still April, May, and June. So far, we're at 119 as at end of March. So we are still collecting to see end of June what it will be, but definitely will be some high figures, much more than what we have said. So this is the master slide for this presentation. I could actually end it here, but there are some other things to discuss. What it means is there's a trajectory. I mean, it's not okay. The button here is okay. Yes, let's talk about this a bit. It means it's always on the climb, right? We are not nowhere to start having a decline. And there are many reasons for this. And then if you go to our next slide, I think I have to face this way to be able to change it. Okay, so great. So the first box there is policy direction, economic, the digital economy blueprint. So the digital economic blueprint has picked some critical things. For example, there's the digital governance. We have issues like the digital business, right? We have promotion of infrastructure by the director from ICTA, who is in charge of, he corrected me, it's not infrastructure, Michael, but more or less in charge of infrastructure is in this room. Michael, he's right there. So all those fiber cables we are seeing being laid around, all that connectivity and all, the gentleman is here in the room. So please, if you have any queries at some point, you can see Michael. He's there. Michael, you can just, it's good people know you. Yeah, Michael Odhiambo from ICT Authority. So infrastructure has really grown in the last few years, in these 5 years. And then innovation has really grown. It has driven to, in the digital blueprint, innovation is key. It has been encouraged. And also, still in the digital blueprint, we have encouraged development of digital skills, right? So quite a number of mobile apps have been developed, quite a number of applications, solutions. Government has not been left behind. Recently, you heard about the NLIMS, right? You heard about, I'm just talking about the recent ones, some advancements in iTax, taxing returns, among others, right? And some have already been mentioned, and I think they're already ongoing. Right, so I'll go through the other boxes. Availability and affordability of the internet. The internet prices have been going down in all the 5 years. If there's anybody in the room whose internet prices have been going up, then there's a big problem, okay? The internet prices have been going down. And you need, in the event they're still going up, you need to take stock of your internet service provider and ask them why it's going up, if at all they should be going down. I hear Safaricom might be in the room or in the compound, and you can see already they're always advertising newer and cheaper bundles, isn't it? Right. There's high uptake of internet, and there's ready mobile devices in the smartphones. There's a very interesting phenomenon which we picked during the COVID period. This is being called the device as a service, right? DAAS. So what's happening to beat the challenges which Mika was speaking about from earlier, of devices being used at home as opposed to an office environment which is protected. So what most people are doing, they are creating new devices which will be pre-installed and pre-prepared to be more resilient, to be used in an environment which is outside the office, all right? So it's very interesting, device as a service, DAS. So one of the things that you may need to consider if you're a CTO in your organization or in the IT or your organization is to think about these devices. Perhaps if you purchase them and understand they're quite cheaper than others, and you pre-configure them so that you are not worried if the home definition our Auditor General was talking about, if the home is really home or it's in Java or it's wherever, at least you are sure that the access to the office is safe, right? And then of course there's the shift of working remotely during the COVID pandemic. There's the increased uptake of e-commerce. Businesses are really booming online. That's why you see the taxman, I think they're in the room, but I don't want to mention so much. Also attracted in this area, and at some point they said they'll start taxing online transactions, yeah? When they realize they can no longer find everybody physically because they're all at home and right? So those are some of the things. Enhanced education. We all know what's happening in education, yeah? Homeschooling, home learning. Some schools have never gone back, the private schools. Those which have gone back, they still have some elements of digital learning, teleconferencing and all that. Most colleges, universities have seen my prof here, my mentor, Walu is in the room. Yeah, he taught me at some point. Most colleges are actually going online, right? It's only secondary schools and primary that have gone back to school, but most of the colleges are actually doing most things online. And increased uptake of social media, I don't have to mention more. And then also there's rise of digital entrepreneurship, that is people owning businesses online. I know somebody who actually resigned recently his official job to just do digital entrepreneurship online. So these are things which are happening. So the cyber threats, the concerns, an overview of the same. You know, the presentation was really an overview, so we'll not talk much deeply, but unless in the Q&A. It's increase in child online abuse cases. This have been a menace. We have been having a lot of reports and challenges in this area. Some cases are just cyberbullying, cyber grooming. Worst cases are those we have actually seen actual hijacks and abductions of young children. Some cases very sadly end up in fatal cases. Unfortunately, I'm sure I'm seeing these in the media and all. It's a sad situation. And you realize most of these things start online, WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on. Increase in online fraud, we can't say more. let me tell you what happened when COVID. There's a fund. There's a fund which is to be raised for COVID, right? Appointed by the government, and some few honorable Kenyans were put in that funding committee to raise funds. Yeah. So immediately it was gazetted. I remember it was a Friday. By Sunday morning, we had over 52 other domains registered. And all of them talking about COVID Fund Kenya, COVID Fund KE, COVID Fund K, COVID Fund 52, believe it. In just a span of like gazetted Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning, 52 domains. And all of them are .ke, right? So, and they were all fictitious, fraudulent. And everybody was raising funny. They're saying the government has formed a committee. They are putting the photographs of all those eminent people. And, well, it was crazy. That's how Kenyans are so creative. And they gave M-Pesa numbers. Some created pay bills. Some, so cleaning it up was quite a mess. It took us a while to assist in the cleanup. But finally, we managed to clean it up. And and then it worked well for us at some point. Increased online impersonation, this one grew tremendously. I think when people are idle, they just decide to imagine things. Now they can imagine they are the president or the deputy president of ISACA. You know, I'm sure there are some of us in the room who are imagining that. When they see the president speaking here, they wish it was them. So in the social media, Mr. President, be careful the selfies we take with some of us. You might find us together saying the president roles has changed. Yeah, and so on. So we saw quite a number of that. I think this gadget is really misbehaving. Oh, yeah. Can it stick there for a while? Okay. And then also complexity in phishing campaigns. I mean, our honorable persons in Kenya had really big problems with phishing campaigns. There's a new term, we call it cyber romance. Cyber romance. It's supposed to be funny, but it's a big menace. It's a big menace. When people through social media get to know each other, and then at some point they have to meet, they meet, something happens, some photos are taken, and then they're all over, and then you're supposed to pay some money. You know that story, yeah? Yeah, that one was serious during COVID. And I wonder what they were doing out there. I mean, people were at home, right? Yeah, so increase in ransomware. We have had a couple of cases of ransomware. SMEs especially were the biggest victims of ransomware. Small businesses and a few individuals. Now I'm so worried with 5G, Adam, because you know, if you have 5G, the bandwidth is so high, and we have seen some ransomware attacks on mobile devices. It's getting there now. It's crazy. Yeah, you have a powerful phone. It's encrypted. Tomorrow you can't access anything in that phone until you're told to pay something somewhere. I've begun to see some of those cases, which is, and hopefully we hope it will grow. I mean, we don't hope. I mean, we hope they'll reduce, but it's a growing case. Cybercrime gangs. Yeah, people are ganging up now. We're in the political season. Already people are realigning. Today you make a bad comment, in the next few minutes you have 100 people on your case. Yeah, it's called Kenya yeah, KOT. Kenya's on Twitter. You'll really be bashed, you know. So those gangs are growing. There's also rise in cyber attacks by state actors. I don't need to mention more about this. There's a meeting happening right now in Switzerland. Was it today or yesterday? Today, between two very serious head of states. And one of the agenda is that. What is the number one agenda? Was that 20 years ago, when the then heads of state of these two serious states met, their number one agenda was who has how many nuclear weapons and who is going to archive them. Nobody's talking about the nuclear weapons now. We have gone into a new age. Our number one agenda is cyber attacks on. Yeah, so some devices compromised. Mika talked about Australia backdoor law, which now it's a law. If in Australia there has to be a backdoor. If you have followed the foregoings in Nigeria, and Nigeria here in Africa, Facebook and Twitter in big trouble. The government has decided to just filter them out until they agree on some, I think it's still some of those backdoor demands. So you never know when it will come to your country. And then increase in malicious domains. I mentioned about the COVID-50 something domains. And then megacat epidemic. Megacat epidemic is basically use your card online. The guys who are busy phishing your credit card. Once they realize it has some good value, later on they collect those details and they go to a place which is called a darknet, which is another level below the normal internet where the horrible things happen. And you will find your card being auctioned for somebody else to buy and use it to do an illegal transaction like buying a weapon or something. And these things, they are happening, and in Kenya, right? Terrorism and all. Social engineering attacks. I don't have to mention more. I think for the interest of time, we need to see the insights into this. Now, but this gadget, you said it's this one. It's stuck. It's completely stuck. Oh, this is the comp. All right, so. Okay. So some of the challenges are underpreparedness of organizations, right? When COVID came, it came as a bomb. I remember it was on the 16th of March, and there was just a presidential speech. Once it was over, everybody had to go home, remember? So who prepared for that? Nobody prepared for that, yeah? So those are some of the challenges. And then delays in threat detection. When there are new sophisticated trends which are coming in, and there's nothing we can do about it. Poor cyber hygiene practices. We need to continue improving on our cyber hygiene practices and trying to play safe online, stop those cyber romance things. And then employee negligence. This one it's becoming very, very serious now. You have a device, you go to Java, open it up, you are connecting to a corporate office, maybe it's a bank, you're actually approving transactions. Suddenly you decide you meet a friend, you take one or two, the device is still there, it's connected, it's on. At some point you go to wash your car. By the time you are coming back, how sure are you that that device is still in good order? Because all it needs is just somebody else to sit in that same network within that Java with some few tools like what Dr. Bright was telling us in the other 2 days, and in a short while they have taken over your machine and they're actually doing those approvals which you are meant to do. Yeah, dynamic and fast adopting cybercrime actors. Yeah, now people actually forming companies, huge companies, just to do cybercrime. I wish I had time, I'd have shown you. There's actually a company in, I think it's Afghanistan, and they have a data center which is as big as this room. Yeah, and all they do is just DDoS and ransom as a service attacks, for business, right? So it's serious. It's serious. Social engineering, can mention more. Social engineering, really, you have to train your people. You have to make them be aware of these happenings, right from the person who is at your gate, all the way to your telephone receptionist, all the way to your IT personnel and all those who have various credentials within the organization. Finally, it has worked. So at organizational level, so basically what was there? So the heading here was the proposals we have for solutions, and actually the presentation is out there, you have it. And some of the proposals on organizational level include investment in cyber threat detection, prevention, and analysis infrastructure. This is key, and I really want to emphasize on this. You find most serious projects happening in this country. They will budget hardwares, softwares, deploy the equipment, have it up and running, and then it's when later they realize we need to secure, all right? After maybe perhaps an incident or two has happened. So what we need to do is, whenever we are building our infrastructure, always make sure that you also incorporate the element of security in it. I know experts in the room will tell us how much percentage in terms of budget should happen. Some propose 30, some propose 50%, but there needs to be some form of investment. And also provide solutions. Also, collaboration is key. As we had said earlier, periodic risk assessments is very, very key. So once you have gone offline, you have deployed your device as a service at home level, have some experts come and literally try and hack into your system and see if there are any outlets or any vulnerabilities. Always keep on testing your system. When I say periodically, some do it quarterly, some do it half yearly, but if you have serious budget allocations for this process, it's something which should be done even on monthly basis, right? Yeah, and I know there are systems out there or there are companies out there who can even do it for you on daily basis if you want. They can give you a report every morning of how your systems were behaving the previous day. So, but you really pay much for it. So you see, there has to be that initiative and willingness to invest in this. Increase the awareness, education, and internal and external stakeholders. Enhanced cyber threat reporting, which is key. Whenever you have an incident, don't die with it. Report it. There's a way you can also report it anonymously. You don't have to be known that you have been beaten, okay? Some experts feel shy. Whenever they are beaten, they want it to be forgotten like yesterday. But it's good to share it so that to give somebody else a tip, a colleague somewhere who is about to encounter such a similar incident like you had, by sharing it with them, you will be able to prevent so many other hundreds, if not thousands of incidents which could have gone in that direction. And that way, as Huawei said, we will improve our numbers from 42 to beyond 100, all right? And then the information sharing networks, ISACA. This is a great forum for information sharing. Let's get digital, sign up in those information security groups, be it whichever platforms that we belong in. You will see very interesting information being broadcast. Some might be useful, some not useful, some you know, but you will find there's always something new somewhere that you never knew about. So it's always good to be in those circles. Now, the button, okay, I think, is it the distance? Or? Yeah, there. So at national level, these are the things we are proposing. Building capacity, of course, for security personnel. Also facilitate successful transitions, what we have been discussing earlier. Establishing and nurturing information sharing networks, and more importantly, also educating our judges, legal teams, because we find that some cases which are being prosecuted by our prosecutors or investigators don't go far, or that they're dismissed just because of there's a lack of understanding of which type of crime we are talking about. So we need to build that knowledge, that capacity to judges and all, so that it's understood that some of the crimes are serious and we have provisions for punishment for the same. In CA, actually, we have partnered with the National Police Service. There's a project which is ongoing now. One of my colleagues is Gufu is here, and we have bought computers, printers, UPSs, and they're being deployed in as many police stations as possible in the country to be handling the OB. OB stands for the occurrence book, yes, occurrence books. We are digitizing the occurrence books for National Police Service for the whole country. So it's a serious project which is ongoing now. We believe by doing that, we should be able to at least start spreading the language, because the OB is the biggest headache in the police area. Has anybody ever felt an OB? It's a serious headache, because in fact, that guy has to tell you, Nasa Kuja, we sit somewhere, and then a full scap is taken, and a very nice biro. Then you asked, okay, so what happened? And then you explain with the 100 words, and then he only takes 10 of them, and he puts them down. Then you explain again with another 100 words, and he takes 2 of them. So the OB will be more improved when you manage to type yourself and perhaps put all those 100 words and push them inside there, right? Okay, so actually this Friday we are going to launch our mobile app for reporting cybersecurity incidences. I saw actually some tweets already, even within this group, some colleagues have already reviewed it and already making comments on the same. So if you look at in your Android or iOS, just look for KSAT, you'll actually see our app there, and you're able to report incidences to us. I think that was more or less like the last presentation slide, but let the gentleman just confirm maybe. That was the last slide? Yeah, that was the last slide. It has refused to project, but all the best to the next presenter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate you taking us through the threats that we are having in this country, and we didn't know there are so many. 119 million, just up to March. That is a lot. And that tells us we cannot evade. You remember when we started talking about risk, maybe when you were doing audit risk a long time ago, you know about inherent risk. So that now has become a reality for every business. You cannot run away from it. It is an inherent risk that you will face when you bring in technology, when you bring in different transformation tools and all those things. You have now opened that door for a cybersecurity attack. So you can't run away from that. The only way you can do is minimize that exposure so that you have a lower residual risk. If you're saying you're going to have 0, then you're basically not using technology. And that's not possible. I've told some of my friends when we were having some tea, coffee, there's only one guy I saw who doesn't own a phone. One guy doesn't own a phone, and funny enough, works in IT. Works in IT, but doesn't own a phone. That is weird, isn't it? Very strange. Eh? They use it for the house girl. What do you mean, a phone? They use the house girl's phone. Okay. So, I mean, this is how people change the threat landscape. Eh? So you are using proxies. Eh? I can see. So apparently you can't get that guy on any phone whatsoever. Think about it. Maybe we need to close off these phones you have then. But now how are you going to communicate? Accept the risk, but manage the threats that are coming through. It's very important. KESAT, that's important for us. We've been able to now understand that we can report cybersecurity incidences. So you've heard we need to look at the mobile apps that are coming through. And it's important we actually load them. Still going to have a session. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. And so the best digital forensics lab is in the country. You've heard that, which is being managed through Dr. Nzano. And we have cyber attacks on mobile devices now going on a serious high, which is important for us to also take note of. This cyber gangs thing, I don't think it will end as well. We've mentioned those things many times. You are going to face a lot of those exposures over time. And the good thing is we have people working on it. So if you have an opportunity to be able to report some of those cybersecurity incidences, please do, because it helps for us to now work on solutions or ways we can now curb or deal with the exposures that come through. And by the way, cybersecurity is not going to be a topic of the past or something you would say, no, we stopped talking about cyber. That is not going to happen. It is going to continue, and especially if you look at even the presenters who have talked today until now, none of them has missed cyber. None. Okay? So it is something that we cannot ignore as well as individuals. So please take note of that so that you do not end up being exposed in the worst state possible. We are going to ask some questions when we are doing the panel, and there are many considerations that I normally ask if Communication Authority would also take note of. So I'll ask them at that point in time. For now, let me allow for the next speaker to come into play. And the next speaker for us is James Yogo, and James is the head of cybersecurity at Safaricom PLC. So for sure, any cyber threats, I think the largest company that gets them might be them, for sure. Because, I mean, if they are making all this money, can I get a piece of it? That's what people ask. So we get to hear from James Yogo. Let me introduce him, and we see the topic of discussion of the same. James Yogo is the head of cybersecurity in Safaricom PLC. He is a seasoned IT leader with over 10 years experience in providing thought leadership and enterprise information security risk management through strategic thinking and decision making. His core competencies include IT, cybersecurity team leadership, IT enterprise architecture and management, IT and cybersecurity service management. Now notice one thing about his, let me say his introduction. He has excluded so many things. I don't know how many of you have noticed how much information we share and how much he has shared. But I'll leave it at that. Cybersecurity makes you very paranoid. You never know. So you have to be very careful. So James Yogo is going to take us through the cybersecurity innovation and accelerated digital transformation post-COVID-19. Maintain the momentum. Okay? Innovation and accelerated digital transformation post-COVID-19. Because we have to think post-COVID-19. I mean, we had smallpox and it ended. People moved on. So now we have COVID. It will also end. Then we need to also move on from there. Let's hear from James Yogo.
Miaka 20 safari ilianza ya kutuunganisha kama Wakenya. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Let's go beyond. Mimi na wewe tukibuni kazi nzuri ya kujivunia. Let's go beyond, let's go beyond. Kwa juhudi na tumaini, twaelekea kesho pamoja. Twende tukiuke, twende tukiuke. Safaricom.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great. It's a pleasure to be here today. Just to take you through this very topic, innovation and acceleration of digital transformation. I've tweaked it a bit, but I think I've covered the full scope within the contents. So what I'll do in this session is to first take you through some very key technologies that will drive us to digital transformation, but then again look at the aspect of cybersecurity with regards to the same, right? So I'm not so sure who can get to identify, for those who are in the world of boxing, I'm not so sure whether you are able to identify these two gentlemen in the year 2015. So to your left is Floyd, and to your left is Manny. And if I'm just to read for you the stats for the actual session, Mayweather landed 34% of his total punches versus 18% for Manny, right? An impressive 25% of his jabs. His power shots were less frequent, but more effective, right? Less frequent, but more effective. And just to cap it all for me, digital disruption is just like cyber attacks, or just like cyber attacks are real, and you can only expect a smack on your face, right? And I think that has just been demonstrated very, very well from Joseph's presentation and as well as Mike. As I've said, of course, there are those who will get a smack on the face based on those two. I remember in the morning session during the intros, of course, Anthony touched a bit on Kodak, right? Anthony touched a bit on Kodak. I'm looking for my slide, sorry, right? So there's Kodak, which is a big, big one, and you all know the story around Kodak, right? In Kenya, for sure, you can remember Postal Corporation, when it was Postal Corporation, right? For you to receive any mail, of course, you had to send maybe a week or a month before then. For those of us, actually, this defines the ages for most of us. Those who experienced the actual Postal Corporation and those who didn't, right? I can actually define your ages based on that. So for those who actually experienced Postal Corporation, really it was a big, big and long journey before you receive any communications from any of your partners or your parents then, right? You remember video rentals, right, or CD rentals? For you to watch any movie then, right, you had to go and pay 20 shillings for whichever series you want, 40 shillings for whichever series you want. But today with Netflix, I know what kind of transformation that us as viewers get to experience. Anthony talked about Kodak. I don't want to belabor, but really, there are those companies who've seen it all based on them not doing the right thing. I don't know whether that's the right word to use for this, right? But then when you look at the side of cyber attacks, as Joseph has put it, quite a number of stuff. Each and every minute, each and every second, each and every hour, we are talking about millions of threats, millions of actual attacks, millions, right, of data breaches. So that's where we are. So just allow me to quickly, in a second, just take you through this. I know it may have been covered in the morning, but it's very important as well for me to build into my presentation that we just appreciate how technology has evolved over the years. So today, when you talk about cybersecurity, of course, again, for those who remember the history of cyber, right? Very many years ago, maybe around 1978, for those who remember the story of the Reaper, the Creeper, right? By two researchers. It was around this time, right? A lot has evolved. For those who did HTML, yeah? HTML coming in around 1990, thereabout. Then, of course, we had the first around search engines and Google coming in around this time. I know most of us were actually alive and kicking around this period, right? Amazon, 2000 coming in, right? Facebook, 203, 202, right? So of course, again, social media, this is the mother of social media, coming around 2 or 3 thereabout, the smartphone. Of course, around this time, they were you call them what? The feature phones, right? 2000 thereabout, 1999 thereabout. Then we now came to the actual smartphone, of course, now utilizing the bits around Facebook, Google as well, and other basic sites that are online then. Then, of course, now we are talking about Web 2.0, more agile, more content, more dynamic content as well coming in place, right? We are seeing Alibaba coming in as well, plus very many others. We are talking about big data now coming into play around 2010 thereabout, right? And quite a number of other products and services also coming in. Joseph talked about dark web. Joseph, you can see dark web actually, it's been there since around 2011 thereabout. But then now Web 3.0 also coming in with a number of smart products, right? A number of smart products coming in for Web 3.0. So I know a lot of statistics has gone your way today, but for the sake of my content, allow me just to appreciate this, right? So today when you look at the digital footprint around the globe, we can actually see that we have close to 7.85 billion, right, users, or in terms of population. But in terms of growth, we are seeing between the same time, April 2020 to April 2021, we're seeing like a 1% growth for the same. In terms of those who use mobile devices, we have close to slightly more than half globally, 5.75 thereabout, billion. And we're seeing an increase for the last 1 year to close to 1.9%, right? So these are the stats, right? And to your rightmost, let me just concentrate on 2, 3 guys. The first is Facebook, which like they asked in the morning, I'm very sure from where we are today, since morning, at least maybe 90% has logged into Facebook and maybe viewed, right? And you can see that each and every minute, we have close to 1 million logins for Facebook, 1 million, right? Let me also get to Netflix, which is a key case study for me as well today. Where is it? Netflix. We are seeing close to 266, right? Videos watched within 60 seconds. That's huge. That's very, very huge based on the stats that we are seeing. And just to cap it all, really when we look at digital transformation, I think for me it's all about user-centricism. How do you get to answer to users' problems? How do you get to solve users' problems, right? How do we get to disrupt yourself at any given moment, right? I remember in some interview for my CEO, must have been 3 weeks ago, all right? So I remember in some interview 3 or 4 weeks ago, of course, as we speak, Safaricom is undergoing a lot of changes, structural, more so in alignment to agile methodology of delivery. So there are a number of structural changes across the business. So in an interview session, he was asked really, why at this time, when Safaricom looks like it's doing very, very well in terms of revenue. And if I remember well, his response, it was like, really, yes, we are at a good place, but we need to keep on disrupting ourselves, right? I think that's the key thing around digital transformation. Answering to the customer is key, and I think I'll pick a few use cases as we go along. But then secondly, it's important that we continually get to disrupt ourselves. Now, for the technologies which, to an extent, get to drive digital transformation, more so, of course, pre-COVID, but of course, very important, again, post-COVID, ideally, 5 key technologies that I'll cover today. 5 key technologies that I'll cover today, right? So the first is social, which I think has been largely been covered by quite a number of speakers. Then the second is mobile, right? Analytics is another key one. Cloud is another key one. Internet of Things is another very, very key one for some use cases as well. Of course, being powered by machine learning, being powered by deep learning, being powered by robotics, right? And as well, you can talk about blockchain as well, which I know a colleague of mine will cover tomorrow. So of course, individually, each of these technologies has got real benefits. When you look at analytics individually, right? Quite a number of use cases, quite a number of benefits for that as well. When you look at IoT, which for sure has been there for the longest time, but what's happening today, there are a number of use cases coming on board, right? So as we speak, very beneficial for specific use cases. And of course, when you talk about benefits, quite a number of benefits, which has been covered by quite a number of people in the room. IDC calls SMART the third platform, right? So third platform actually integrates or is a confluence of mobility, cloud, big data, social, business, and as well IoT, right? But then when you look at second platform, this is when we started talking about the client-server kind of architecture. Then we have the first platform, which to an extent is the mainframe, the kind of computing that you were talking about then. So in terms of adoption, I'll not talk about benefits. It was largely covered very well by Anthony in the morning. Adoption, the key thing is partnership, right? Collaboration with like-minded entities, re-engineering of products around the customer, very important. But of course, again, capability building centers of excellence, of course, looking out to leading practice is very important as well. Then lastly, in terms of picture of success, which Nancy talked about in the morning, of course, adaptability, agility, and long-term growth, very important as we look ahead. All right? So, social media, some call it social media, right? Very important tool in our day-to-day, right? Very important tool in our day-to-day. Let me just read for you a few stats. So it said that every day, social media usage on the internet worldwide is amounting to 145 minutes per day on the average per individual user. So today maybe you logged in for 20 minutes, but that teen, wherever she is, has been there since morning. So when you get to aggregate that, we get around 145 minutes, right, per user per day, right? Then we have close to 1 million Facebook logins each and every time, or in a day, in a minute that is. But then again, before we were saying that what happens in Rome remains in Rome, right? Today we are saying what happens in Las Vegas remains on what? On Facebook. If not Facebook then YouTube, right? What happens in Travelers Beach within the last 2-3 days into Friday will remain where? Either on Facebook or YouTube. And that's a fact. Oh, WhatsApp, you're right. Then there's another stat, which is very interesting when I get to link it to what Joseph said earlier on, right? That in 1 of 3 marriages, not so sure whether this is Africa or Kenya, right? In 1 of 3 marriages in the recent years, at least in more than 1 in 3 marriages in the recent years, one began through an online encounter, right? I don't know whether that rings a bell for some of us in the room, right? So Facebook, when you look at Facebook today, right? When you look at Facebook today, it's a real tool for individuals. From where you sit today, you can actually get to travel the world, all corners of the world. You can actually get to tweet. You can actually get to shout on Facebook. You can give back your feedback, right? You can share with like-minded people, right? You can get to like and even dislike what you don't want, right? It's being used as a political campaign tool as well by politicians, right? But on the other side as well for businesses, it's an opportunity for businesses to get to connect to people. Because here's a case that we are talking about over 1 billion users on the internet at any given moment, right? But then again, when you look at the businesses which are online today, we are talking about millions. So it's billions meeting millions. You can imagine the level of interaction and the level of information that is therein. All right? So in terms of benefits, real benefits, specifically when I look at this pillar for social media, of course the first is letting you as an individual get to appreciate the world and what is happening around you. News updates, political events. Nowadays, he said, once you take your time on, say, Facebook in the course of the day, there's no need of reading the newspaper the following day, right? Actually, you could think that the main media or the mainstream media picks its content from social media, right? So it's that big, and the impact has been huge, right? Then the next, of course, is relationship between customers. Customer service. Like I said before, today, if KPLC is not giving you the right service, let me not use Safaricom. If KPLC is not giving you the right service, you have the opportunity, right, to get to shout at KPLC on social media because they have presence on Twitter, they have presence on Facebook, right? Then the last bit is on brand for companies. With that information, like I said, within every 1 minute, we are seeing close to 1 million logins, yeah? And we are having a case where billions of users are meeting billions, or rather millions of businesses. So it's a very good opportunity for businesses as well to get to do their branding, to manage their customers, or manage their relationships. All right? Am I off? Sorry. All right, so that's it. Then the last statement there is very, very important. We are saying 90% of buying decisions, right, are actually influenced on social media. And I think it's a fact, right? It's natural, it's human normally for you to find that you get a recommendation from X before you get to spend your money, right? So today if I had this good t-shirt, yeah, and I do a like on the portal or on the website or on the handle that is selling it, definitely Anthony from where he sits, right? Brian from where he sits at the back there can actually get to follow that, and definitely he'll gain some insights, he'll gain some interest and actually get to spend. Human beings tend to get more confidence when there is somebody that they know that is seconding any product. All right, then the next under SMART IT or SMART, depending on how you want to call that acronym, right, is mobile. And this is big. And like I said previously, when you look at Safaricom as an entity, its main objective or its main purpose is to transform lives. You can look at how we've evolved as a country, right, in the last number of years to be where we are today, right? For Safaricom, it's about that lady in Sololo Moyale, right, who wants to explore data for the first time and to know what's happening around her for the first time in the world, right? It's about that border rider who's just lost his or her phone hustling, right? How does he get to acquire a device that will take him to the internet, that will give him an opportunity to do Facebook and WhatsApp at a lower cost or at his convenience? How does he get to pay 20 shillings, 10 shillings, but still acquire that gadget that will give him all these opportunities that we have, right? It's about that lady, that old mama who's got a sick one in the hospital that has been admitted for very, very many months, no funds to progress to the next level, right? How does she get to collect money from the multitudes that she knows, right? It's about tailoring products that get to fit into the customer's needs. So that's Safaricom. So mobile is big. It's a big one when you look at, of course, pre-COVID and post-COVID, but really for organizations to get to accelerate mobility or mobile, which offers you access anywhere, right? Reachability anywhere is very, very important. It's about services on the go. It's about, Nancy talked about approvals from wherever you are. For those who've got the history of technology, for those who've got the history of the poster that we talked about before, right? You could actually get to queue at poster buildings for you to get to make that single call to your mom to send you something, right? You could actually have to have change, we call it change, the shillingis, for you to get that opportunity to insert it there before you make that call. It was a long, long one. But here we are today, you have all the options around mobility. You have all the options anytime. It could be a text. It could be through WhatsApp, right? Today, Safaricom again transforming lives and actually listening to the customer, you have the opportunity of doing please call me, be it through text or through a call, right? So it's innovating around the customer, which is very, very important. And largely when you look at what has inspired drivers, what has inspired growth around this area, like Joseph mentioned in the morning, of course, internet penetration has been key around that area, right? Cheaper smartphones, like I said, we have lipa mdogo mdogo. You can actually pay 20 shillings per day, but still acquire that 4,000 phone over time. It's like mortgage for mobile devices. You have an opportunity to take mortgage for that small device that your grandma cannot get to afford immediately, right? Then, of course, again, around that strategy, we are saying it should always be mobile first for the small organizations or for the big organizations. So in as much as you're doing a strategy, it's important that you have this consolidated to the wider strategy for you to have a wholesome view of everything. Then there's analytics, which I won't talk of much, but let's just appreciate a few statistics. So we are saying global data growth as we speak from statistica.com. Currently, we have around 80 zettabytes of data, right? 80 zettabytes. And I hope you can appreciate what a zettabyte is. From a byte, as you come up, yeah, I think it's 10 power 28, if I'm not wrong. This is the global footprint for data as we speak. Of course, being spurred by the technologies I've been talking about, social media. What it means generally is that for any click you do, right, be it a like or a dislike, you share, right, or you're doing price comparisons, there's some data being generated in the back end. That contributes to all this, right? So this is big. And of course, in terms of technologies that are going to empower it, you can leverage AI, that is machine learning. But as we speak again, for technology which has been there for very many years, but appearing like it only resurfaced yesterday, deep learning is there for you as well, for you to get to appreciate this. So a number of stuff that comes from analytics in terms of insights, right? It giving you the opportunity to use or to leverage insights from structured and unstructured data, right? Then lastly is on cloud. Now I have another one, is on cloud. This is a big one as well. Just like mobility, it's giving you the opportunity for access from anywhere, right? Access from anywhere. And of course, it also plays well for costs. So as we speak, I think it's more visible on this side. I'll not talk about around cloud, but of course, for us to appreciate, you have the opportunity for infrastructure as a service, right? Platform as a service, right? Software as a service as well. You have the opportunity for private cloud. You have the opportunity for public cloud, hybrid cloud, name it, right? But then largely in terms of benefits, you'll be reaping a lot around time to deploy. You can see there's almost a 70% downtrend based on traditional and cloud, right? Time to deploy, time to test, time to go to market, right? Being reduced by close to 7%. But then again, there's an aspect of cost. With cloud, we are moving from the CapEx model where you have to ship a server from wherever, right? Taking 6 weeks, CA have to ascend to some letter, I'm told nowadays, before you bring in an IT staff. All that taking to the lead time as well, the procurement processes. But this is more provisioning on the go, right? So costs are becoming lower because now we are optimizing or using or leveraging on OpEx rather than CapEx. So this is a beautiful thing. And in terms of big players for it, of course, Amazon is a big player. Microsoft Azure is another big player. Google, Huawei, I know, is also within that space. But of course, Safaricom also within that space, working very closely with AWS as well. Then the last technology that I'm covering today is on Internet of Things. Internet of Things, which is another key enabler for digital transformation. And let me just read, as I said earlier on, IoT is not a new technology. It has been there. You can see from 1978, the first use case being run by Coca-Cola. Yeah, Coca-Cola existed then. Coca-Cola already existed then, right? But you're saying that currently we have close to 46 billion devices. 46 billion. So you can imagine just like we had with social media, where a click or a like means data. Here's a case that we have 46 billion wearable, connectable devices. This is huge in terms of data that they'll generate or they get to generate. But then again, it's huge because, again, the footprint of exposure gets to increase, right? And we are told that IoT market value will be over $500 billion by 2021, right? Right? A number of use cases, like I mentioned, it's been there for the last very many years, since 1982, 1978, thereabout. But as we speak, a number of use cases, smart home, for example, smart city, smart grids, industrial, internet, connected cars, coming down to smart farming, right? So largely when you look at this specific stream of technology, in terms of partners, you can look up to Safaricom, who already is doing work with quite a number of entities in Kenya and out as well, with a fairly well-done architecture to get to serve different business use cases. So, even before I get there, when you look at this IoT, when you look at social, when you look at mobile, when you look at analytics powered by DL and AI and ML, really there is a huge risk. And based on the statistics that I've just mentioned, the data coming out of it, the exposure in terms of numbers puts us at a risk, right? Puts us at a risk. The reason I really want to quickly get to cover, I know some bits and portions may have been covered by Joseph and Mike in the previous sessions, but just allow me to quickly touch on them. I will not go into the trends, which Joseph covered very well, but I'm glad that we are to an extent handshaking in quite a number of them. For me, the bit that I think is big is on human attack surface with IoT. Everybody, everything connected. That's a big one in terms of exposure to us. Crime as a service, which you also slightly mentioned. Today, you can actually pay $20, right? I'm not telling you to go and do it, but you can actually pay $20, right? To get to hire some of these services. Ransomware as a service, right? DDoS as a service at $20 and run with it for 2 days, whichever capacities you need. Yeah, and some of us can actually appreciate the extent of capacities and frequency around distributed denial of service attacks, right? It's largely because we are exposed, that's one, but secondly, these services are available at a cheaper cost. Then the last bit, which is another key one, which has not been touched by anyone, is the cat and mouse game, right, around AI. Today we are talking about our tools using machine learning. We are talking about our tools using deep learning, which is advanced neural networks. We are talking about us leveraging on commercial tools which have this. But really, the bad guy as well is using the same tools, right? The same technology, the same deep learning we are talking about. To do what? To craft this stuff. And that's the position we are in today. And so the impacts are actually segregated into three. We have direct costs, we have indirect costs, we have intangible costs. And for me, just to touch on these direct costs, actually you can see for the regulator, and I'm glad we have Joseph representing CA. Of course, I expected the DPO, represented from the DPO as well, but for GDPR as we speak, 2020, January to 2021, we are seeing close to fines of $200 million. That is big, right? You can only expect the same, or some stats around the same, in the next few years from Kenya, right? Loss of revenue is another direct cost which cannot actually get to result from all this, right? But then when you look at indirect costs, quite a number as well, right? From increase in cyber insurance, just in case your entity is taking insurance, right? You are hacked once, you are hacked twice, of course, and thrice. You can only expect an increase in your subsequent premiums. Customer fraud is another key one that gets along more so as an impact of this. Low class or class action lawsuit is another big one. Around intangible cost, of course, damage to brand is big, right? Executive transition. Here I'm mentioning the Equifax CEO and the CIO losing their jobs. But of course, CISOs like us also lose our jobs, just in case there's a breach, right? So that is one of the biggest intangible costs course, that we can talk about. And of course, merger value is going down, just in case there is that initiative to merge one or two entities. And so, how do we get to manage risk around these technologies, more so as we speak, and even post-COVID, right? Post-COVID. Governance and change management is key. And when I talk governance, in this case, I'm talking about a number of stuff. Strategy. Strategy around cyber is a key one. And how does it talk to the business? How does it get to talk to your strategies around smart it, right? How does culture come into play? And remember, we always say that culture eats strategy. Yeah? So what is your strategy around ensuring that you have the right culture? Right from the sweeper, right, to staff, to exco, and to board. Which programs are you running to ensure that you have a more consolidated program that can help you build that culture to ensure that your strategy works as envisioned? Right? I'm almost there. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. Right? So that's very important as you get to appreciate smart it, right? Technologies around it, and how we get to build security around the same. Policies, right? Handshaking with the regulator, leading practices around the globe. Which one are we using? Right standards for IoT. How do you get to secure IoT from the word go? Right? So that's very, very key. Then on secure by design, very, very important as well. As you get to build, and Joseph touched on it a bit, nowadays we talk about zero trust, right? Yeah? How do we ensure that new products that are coming on board are well secured? How do we get to take charge? How do we get to talk to the business? At what point do we handshake with technology or IT? So very, very important. Very, very important, right? So that's key. Then again, like we all agree in this room, today when you talk about data breaches, when you talk about data loss, when you talk about answering to the DPO's office, of course, cyber is key. So how do you bring in privacy by design? How is your governance, or how do you get to institute governance around privacy in our different organizations? Then, of course, IT asset management, very, very important. You cannot get to protect what you don't know. So that's a very big one for us. How do you get to protect that IT smart device, wherever it is, for whichever use case? How do you get to protect that social media account or footprint that you have on the internet? How do you get to protect your AI or machine learning analytics or algorithms that are powering your AI or BI systems, right? How do you get to protect mobility? Your staff currently, as we speak, are working from home, right? Everyone approving on the go, accessing emails on the go, accessing documents on the go, on a tablet or on a phone. What strategies do you have? That is data out, flying left, right, and center. How do you get to protect that and ensure that you maintain the brand? Very, very important. Real-time monitoring, you touched about it. Yeah? From a CA perspective, there is a SAT. But from an enterprise perspective, how do we get to do real-time monitoring? Right? Like we always say, within the cyberspace, one thing that you are sure of is that the bad guy is coming for you. You saw the smirk, right? The bad guy is out for you, right? Yeah? So it's important that you have in programs that can help you get to 24/7 monitor your cyberspace or monitor your digital asset portfolio at any given moment. And how you respond to attacks is very, very important. So having in that plan for response, having the simulations for response, not just for cyber alone, but when you talk about responding to cyber, of course, you have legal as main stakeholders, right? You have your PRCOM teams as stakeholders as well, right? You have your regulatory team as stakeholders as well. And of course, technology and IT being key stakeholders. So the response that you do for any attack, be it a ransomware on any of your footprints, be it a BEC to your execs, how do we get to respond? Because at any given moment, you can only expect an attack to come that way. All right, I'm just closing shortly. Then of course, cyber threat intelligence, very, very important as well. How do you get to know that that website or that app, Joseph, that you are talking about is secure and there is no cyber squatting within your portal? Yeah? How do you get to ensure that there is no safaricom.co.ke or safaricom1.co.ke registered somewhere? Yeah? So that is very, very important. Cyber threat intelligence coming full pack with all the features, right from discovery to takedown. Very, very important as you get to manage this market portfolio. Then, of course, emerging risks, very important. Very, very important. For new technologies coming in, be it APIs, how do you get to secure APIs, for example, right? Here you are today onboarding a use case on IoT. How do you protect and ensure that whichever use case you are partnering with Safaricom is protected on your side? And like somebody mentioned, of course, for cloud, whether Huawei, whether AWS, whether Google, name it, the responsibility is shared. The assumption normally for most SMEs is that cloud comes with security, right? Which is never the case. You have a role to play in as much as the provider has a role to play as well. All right? And as I close, of course, independent assessments by auditors, EYs, right? PwCs, right? Name them, very, very important. Independent assessment from internal audit, very, very important. And most importantly, there is a program that you can actually get to leverage on for more expertise, technical expertise, that's bug bounty. So today you have an online presence, be it stuff on cloud, IoT out there, right? Social media accounts. At what level or how frequent do you get to assess and confirm that there's no loophole, right? It's never easy. Because normally you'll call in an independent assessor for a week or two. What happens thereafter? And as we said earlier on, we are seeing threats and loopholes every now and again, right? So the question is, do you have the capacity to get to be sealing these loopholes at any given moment? So bug bounty comes in very, very handy to give you that independent view for the technologies that you get to deploy. Then lastly is on third parties. I got a bit of comfort having Huawei talking about their strategy for cyber around the products they give to their customers. I got comfort because when you look at our footprint today, of course, Huawei plays a big, big role. It's one of our biggest partners in terms of business. But then again, we are saying third party is the biggest risk. Besides insider risk and the exposures we've been talking about, third party is a big, big risk that we need to really get to review and get to ensure that as we work with our partners, right, we get to manage the risk that they come with. Yeah, and when all is said and done for cyber and the smart it, I think this is what you can expect in terms of benefits. Allow me not to go through this as we get in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Sisi Kenyans, we are always ready kuzunguka for bidhaa na biashara. And now, Kenyans have kadhaa local and international courier service providers and new e-commerce platforms. The introduction of a national addressing system will fungua even stronger market links and leave no county behind.
Mawasiliano kwetu, nguvu kwako. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Okay. Wow, you keep on learning. There is no point you'll stop. You get to realize that there's so much information you can get in one session. And this is what James Yogo has taken us through. Wow, Mayweather and money, I didn't think of looking at it from that perspective. Yeah, fewer punches but greater impact. So same thing with cybersecurity and looking at the ones who are actually going to hit you hard. Very important. And I found that to be interesting. Smart IT or Smart It, the way you'd like to pick it out, actually encompasses everything that we would need to consider. I like that. It's very important for us to look at all those different dimensions: social, mobile, analytics, cloud, and Internet of Things. And many of the presenters today have touched on some of the aspects around the same. So we have a lot to take care of when it comes to cyber. There's no joke around it. When it comes to social, obviously, Facebook, people are in there. 1 million Facebook logins in a minute. Wow, okay. 1 in 3 marriages started through online Mine is not, so mine was traditional. I had to draw. Oh no, I was not the one drawing, but there was someone drawing maps on the ground. 90% of buying decisions are influenced by social media. That's so true. Actually, this day and age, if I'm looking for a device, a product, a service, I look at what people have said, and I get feedback, and then I say, okay, this is a good product because many people are making good comments around it. Half of the world's population uses phones. Half. Wow. Those are many phones. And that means, obviously, there's a lot of information that can be passed through. And that's why he also mentioned there's a mobile-first strategy, where mobile is no longer at the back end of marketing. It is at the forefront of marketing. So people can be accessed so easily through there. Analytics, zettabytes, you've heard the numbers that are being mentioned here. It's no joke. The huge numbers that we have to deal with. And then obviously cloud. Everyone is talking about intelligence as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. And all those things are being enabled through the cloud. And the security around the same is also one of the biggest concerns. And then Internet of Things. Wow, too many connected devices now, 46 billion, and it's going to go to 125 billion. That's a lot. And the market value is more than 500 billion so far with regards to IoT. So third parties, obviously, I can appreciate when you're making use of third parties, there's a lot you need to consider with regards to what they can access, the information they hold, and also security around the data and the systems that they use. And many of you have experiences, one way or the other, on attacks that have happened, but you can't really disclose about them, but they came through third parties. So it's important for us to be able to look at that dimension. So I would like the panelists to come quickly and sit with me at the front so that we can have a question and answer session, and then we can release people for lunch before it's too late. Some of them might collapse here. Okay, we do have Joseph Nzano, and we have James Yogo. We have Mika Laude. I don't know if he's online. He is. If he is, maybe we can connect him and we can go through some of the questions. And I can start with the recent questions that have just come through for Yogo, as he has just finished his session. So there was one question here that was being mentioned. Mr. Yogo, in the long run, isn't the total cost of cloud actually higher than solutions? Works for vendors may not be. So, James, over time, you can be able to say the total cost for cloud is higher than the regular traditional way of implementing things.
Yeah, I think that could be true, but when you look at the total or the overall benefit around cloud, I would say that cloud is more beneficial if you put aside costs. The stability that comes with cloud is great. The availability that comes with cloud is great. And I think the most important thing, we were saying earlier on that one of the biggest thing around digital transformation is on answering to customers' problems, right? So today, if, for example, e-citizen is slow, the question is, what are you doing about it? If e-citizen is slow, what are you doing about it? But I think the truth that comes from statistics is that as we speak today, when you get to migrate that application that you have on-prem to a cloud instance, definitely you'll reap in the benefits around response time. That's one. you'll reap in the benefits around stability, uptime, and availability of that specific service. So you can only expect the benefits of cloud to outweigh that cost. So in the long run, if it was a revenue generating instance, for example, you can only expect that the revenues are far much, right? There's so much growth around revenue as compared to the expense that you have for the same. Back to you.
Okay, so by the way, and the truth is, people do not look at the benefits they get, they're only focusing on the cost aspect of it. What you would have gained through the same period over time should definitely be higher, and you need to take into consideration at the same. Mika, thank you for joining us. Your questions are actually around 5G. Interestingly, people are very focused on health issues around 5G. What is the effect of 5G on health? And then maybe just to tie together with that, the other question that came through with regards to the technology is, what are the 5G inherent vulnerabilities when monopolized by a leading large company? That's what the questions that came through. I don't know if you want to tackle that.
I was able to hear the first one, which is 5G and the health. Okay, but let's come back to the second one. You were not using the microphone, so I was having a bit difficulties to hear the second question. But starting from 5G and health, this is a bit technical explanation, but 5G is a transfer protocol. It's not the carrier or the bearer of the signal. And what is this meaning is in practice that you can put the 5G in the same frequencies as 2G, 3G, 4G, LTA, and it's still 5G. And the people have been now starting to mixing, and this has been leading this kind of fake news for that the most cleverest people in this planet are burning the base station because they are considering that the 5G is coming from the base station. No, actually, it's not coming from the 5G base station or 2G or 4G or whatever. This is unfortunately fake news. But when we are coming to the healthcare, the biggest thing what can impact for the human being is the radiation. And when we are seeing how much the base stations are radiating, the radiation is lower than the radiation coming from sun. So if you are concerned about the radiation, stay away from the sun, because the sun is much more radiating much more than any base station in this planet. And therefore, of course, I'm claiming is that so please that these 5G or any other modulation is not impacting the health itself. That's just how we are able to transfer the bits from one place to the other one. And then actually the radiation is coming from the radio antennas, those which are in the base stations. And independently, if it's what generation of the base station that is, the radiations are still the same. And this is, of course, putting that in the funny perspective so that you can basically put the 5G in any needed frequencies what you like. And this is something what the local authorities are always deciding. So like if Kenya is deciding that we drop out 2G, we could be putting the 5G in the same radio spectrum what the 2G is at the moment using. And then it would be meaning that the 5G would be radiating exactly the similar way as it used to be when it was 2G. But these are the misunderstandings which are globally going around the planet. But as I was saying, that if you are concerned about your health, stay away from the sun.
All right, so you've had people are exaggerating the amount of radiation that's coming out of the base stations because of 5G. And I think that has been going around for too long. Even some have been saying there's no COVID, it's actually 5G that people are being affected with. But thank you, Mika, for that response. And let me now move to Mr. Nzano. And Mr. Nzano, there's a question here which is very interesting. Someone says, I hope the responses to reported attacks and support has improved. I had an incident in 2018. Reaching out to KESAT was futile. Yes, so I don't know, maybe you've added the team. How do you manage KESAT right now?
Okay, that sounds much better. You can hear me now? Right. Thank you very much for that question. Definitely 2018, now we are in 2021, things are a bit different. As we speak now, in fact, we have just been upgrading our reporting systems, so that now we are able to be more efficient and also in tracking incidences. By the way, in a day we receive quite a number of incidences, so at times there could be some lapses here and there. And we also give advisories every day, actually, at an average of 280 to 300 advisories to various critical infrastructures within the country. So definitely it's more efficient now, and I'll request him to try us again. I'm sure it will be much more better. And let's not forget, now we have the mobile app. You can actually download it and do it faster right from the mobile app. Thank you.
So you need to now put in your apps with regards to KESAT, and then do your threat responses reporting, which will be important. And they will now pick it up better than they did in 2018 for sure. They have done a lot of investments. There's one here that is actually combined, and I think it will touch on Safaricom, on CAK and Huawei, more or less. There's someone who's saying, and it was directed to Mr. Yogo, to what extent does Safaricom assure enterprise client data privacy in its engagement with third parties like Huawei, AWS, etc. in data hosting?
So, like I mentioned earlier on, the strategy that we use for data protection is more or less privacy by design. So right from the time that we are doing building of the product, the development stage or phase, we ensure that we have the right controls just to ensure that we get to manage any exposures around the same. But then again, at a global scale, what we've done is to do what we call a data impact assessment, just to ensure that we get to cover all risks that touch on data for the customer. So today you'll see controls around data minimization. It may not be complete, but that is coming. So to an extent, what that means that in the nearest future, before the year ends, you should be seeing a case where, say, you do a transaction, but you don't see the full name, right? You do a transaction, but you don't see the full number, right, that you're sending to, as a message, that is. So I think largely in terms of what we're doing, we're fully covered, right from design stage. Operational, we continually get to do risk assessments just to ensure we address any risks that come with any product, right? Be it internal, be it enterprise, be it for an SME or for SMEs. Okay?
So maybe you can add to that, Mr. Nzano, with regards to security of data.
Yeah, security of data. Okay, what the government has done now, as you're all aware, we have now set up the Office of the Data Commissioner, ODPC, and I'm glad, if I'm not wrong, Mr. President is worked out, but I think she will be in tomorrow. There will be a special session on data protection, and I will advise you to their website, ODPC. They have the law and the regulations which people have been giving input. I think the inputs to the regulations have just ended. Now they are copying them. To be a good opportunity, go and read these regulations tonight. I'll have to give you homework and prepare. The data commissioner will be here tomorrow to answer any questions with regard to data protection. But indeed, we now have a law Now we are developing its regulations, and we are headed towards protecting data which is generated within jurisdiction. Thank you.
To ask another question that has come through, and this one says, does Huawei consider system interoperability and vendor agnostic firmware strategies in their telco technology solutions in the interest of interoperability? Mika is still there?
Yes. So when Huawei is a market leader in this area, the first thing what we are of course doing is that whenever we are developing any systems, we are doing those together with our competitors, so that this is the basic rule how the industry is working. So we are testing all our equipments with our competitor devices. So we might be rivals fearlessly in the sales and marketing, but what comes to the technology, then we are cooperating deeply. We are doing the standards together with all the participants who are in this area. We are making the interoperability testing with every single company who is willing to do it, so that to ensure that when we are once again discussing about global systems, our Huawei equipments can be implemented anywhere in this planet, and they have to be interoperable with all the other devices as well. And this is of course this kind of fundamental thing which has been already in this telecommunication years. Make it successful, and then actually you are able to compete with everywhere in the planet.
So there's a lot of investment in looking at even competitor software so that you make sure that the systems work together. And that is important. It's no longer something that you can ignore and say that system is the one that brought the vulnerability, even if they were working together. Okay, now there is a last question I would like to raise to CA, and I think we can have our lunch break after this. And this is an interesting one where I think many of the people who go to government offices go through. This one says, the idea of security guards requiring one's ID and phone numbers to access a building. What controls have been put in place to protect this personal data?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. A lot has been done, of course, and I just repeat myself again. There's a law now, and in the regulations, indeed, all these things are captured. Of course, there's a lot of concern in terms of what data is collected at various levels. In fact, the person asking the question is more concerned about the security guard in a building somewhere. Personally, I'll be more concerned of what my colleague here, James, is collecting in every second. It is huge, you know. The transactions there are heavy. But indeed, I would really encourage us to participate in that session tomorrow, where the data commissioner herself will be here, and she'll give an overview. It will be unfair to preempt her presentation.
Yes.
I may be knowing what is there, but I think she'll be giving an overview of the inputs which you provided as the users in Kenya, including Safaricom, among others, on how data which is being collected within the Kenyan cyberspace will be handled. I think it will be a very interesting session tomorrow. Initially, I think it was today, but I think it was pushed to tomorrow.
Yes.
So I think it's something that we really need to look up to. And the data commissioner herself, I saw her yesterday. She is in the building, so I believe tomorrow she'll be part of that discussion. So let's reserve those questions for tomorrow. But I have seen the regulations, and heavy things are coming your way, James. Heavy things, James, among others. And I'm sure you have commented already on them. Yeah. And one thing I need to add on 5G.
Yes.
My main concern really was not the technology. When I mentioned it, I know I am the one who provoked it to Huawei. my main concern is the speeds at which various, mobile devices now have really advanced. We have mobile devices which have memory of up to 256 GB. They have RAM up to 64 GB. In short, some of these devices are more or less like the laptop you are holding in front of you. Now, imagine giving it a 5G high-speed connectivity. That's the concern I had, because you are basically changing the vulnerability in terms of devices from a laptop now to a mobile device. I've personally seen now 3 mobile devices which have been ransomware attacked and completely inaccessible, completely. And the challenge is this: for your laptop, perhaps you have an encryption software and you protect it, right? And perhaps periodically your organization does automatic backups, and they'll be able to restore it, and maybe you lose data for about a day or 2. But how many times do you really back up your mobile device?
Very true.
Maybe never. So once it's gone completely. There's nothing you can do about it. So that's the new level of concern that we're looking at. And that was my concern now in terms of 5G, in terms of the high-speed connectivity to it.
All right. Yes, let me give James one more opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, I just want to chime in on the 5G discussion. So when you look at 5G, just like Mike said, of course 5G coming in with better capabilities, better speeds, better capacities. But then we've had 4G, we'd have 3G, 2G, and even 1G. So when you look at it based on the concerns being raised on board on the threats to life, I think we should be fairly comfortable, being the fact that this is a CA-approved spectrum, right? And CA, of course, works with best and leading practice, that is GSMA. GSMA is the body in charge of the telco or the network side of stuff, and it's international. It has best practices around spectrum, around practices around how to better ensure that we have fairly safe installations. So I think we should be fairly comfortable on that front. But then just to close, for me, I think being the fact that we are talking about COVID, really if I look at COVID, the era before COVID and the era after COVID will be like before Christ and after Christ, right? What we should expect is more of a COVID-like cyber pandemic, right? We should expect a cyber or rather COVID-like cyber pandemic that will actually get to spread faster the same way we saw COVID do, right? That will actually get to bring down businesses the way we've seen COVID do. And I think from me to you, I think the best that we can get to do is around cyber hygiene that Joseph talked about earlier, right? As an individual or as a business. The same way today for our health, some of us go to the gym twice in a day. Some of us do 20 kilometers every other time. We go for health checks, right? You cough a bit, you ensure you go to see your doctor, right? You get a sore throat, you ensure you see your doctor. Some of us take tangawizi because we are told tangawizi is the remedy for COVID, right? So all these practices, of course we do them, right? But we still get sick, right? But I think the biggest thing is that at the end of the day, the recovery is almost assured, right? The time in which you take to get to recover with all those practices is shorter. So we can borrow actually the same concept, the same aspect around health and get to consolidate for cyber-related stuff, both for ourselves and for the institutions. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Mika, maybe any last words that you'd want to share with us?
No, actually, yes. I would like to come back for this 5G and the device security. We are, as I was saying, that many times the people are seeing these kind of new technologies and always seeking the challenges. But like for the question, 5G and device security and the backup is that 5G is enabling very, very fast backup of the phone in the cloud or edge computing or where. So that I would be saying is that once again, when we are having a bigger memories in the phones, bigger storages in the phones, it means that we would be also needing faster air interface to get all this valuable data to this place where it's safe. With other words, backup. And actually having the phones with this big storage without 5G, it's much more unsecure compared to that you are having a phone with a big storage and fast transfer speed so that you can put those valuable pictures, recordings, text, or whatever you have in the safe place, so that if you drop your phone in the ocean, you lose the phone, you are still having all the valuable things in your hands. And what comes to the capacity of the mobile phone processing, yes, this is of course partially as an evolution as always, and this is going to carry on also in the future. But it's also changing the mechanism in the phone itself, so that we are having similar way as in the PC, the phone, the hardware, we are having operating system, and then we are having applications. And my biggest concern is not the hardware. My biggest concern is not even the operating systems. My biggest concern are the application where the people are usually clicking just yes, 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 without actually even reading the disclaimers which are popping up and are giving huge privileges for the data in the phone. So this is once again this kind of human-centric issue. Trust me, the phone is working perfectly, operating system is working rather perfectly. Applications, once again, are something what we are forced to leave for the user side. And then we are needing things like good education, training, and support for the people. And then actually they are also perhaps needing a bit critical thinking. Do I really need to install all the applications which are free for me? Or should I be a bit critical thinking that what I really need and what are these my application what I have been downloading really doing in my phone? And then already we have been taking a huge leap forward what comes to the security of the devices.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And I think that has been made clear, and it's important for us to also try and see. If you're doing it in the office with regards to backing up of information, are you doing the same on your phone, Otherwise, you end up starting from scratch. It's a responsibility of the individual managing their devices in the best way possible. Thank you very much to the panelists. I do appreciate Mika, and I appreciate James and also Joseph for this session. And we now can be able to break for lunch. I know we are an hour late from our normal timings, but please let's have our lunch and be back here by 3 o'clock so that we see if we can gain back the time left. Thank you so far. You've been an engaging audience through the Slido. I appreciate. Keep on tweeting. There are gifts for the highest tweeters. So the chapter secretariat has told us that you might be able to get a gift through the sessions that are being held today. So by the end of the day, we know who has tweeted the most. And then we award you something around that. So thank you very much, and let us break for lunch. Let's be back here by 3 o'clock. Thank you.
This is Kim. Kim thinks that her defense-in-depth approach to cybersecurity will prevent phishing attacks. What Kim doesn't know is that 77% of ransomware attacks bypass email filtering solutions, and 52% bypass endpoint security layers. Kim is also relying on an awareness training module that was produced in 2005. It's outdated and not engaging. Kim needs to realize that the bad guys are constantly changing their attack strategies to fool their unsuspecting targets. Therefore, the training content needs to be updated continuously. Additionally, Kim's homemade content is only offered in English, but Kim works for a global company. She needs to find a provider that offers content in all of her required languages. Kim's audience is tuning out the training because it's stale, and many just don't understand it. Employees should be engaging with the content because it's interesting, new, and unique. She needs to move them from dreading being forced to do the training to being excited about it. Kim takes a look at Spiceworks to check what real IT pros are doing in this area and which providers they're using. Kim also checks out Gartner's Peer Insights and the new Forrester Wave Report. Kim realizes that all arrows are pointing to KnowBe4 as the provider of choice. Kim calls KnowBe4 and talks to one of their helpful account managers and gets a demo of the platform. Kim knows there are other providers she can buy from, but after checking out KnowBe4, the decision's clear. KnowBe4 provides the world's largest library of security awareness training content, coupled with best-in-class, fully automated, randomized phishing attacks, with thousands of templates and unlimited usage. Finally, management-ready, enterprise-strength reporting showing stats and graphs for both training and phishing. Kim knows that her employees are her last line of defense against the bad guys. She's also assured that by partnering with KnowBe4, her employees will be trained and remain on their toes with security top of mind. Be like Kim. To learn more, request your demo today at www.knowbe4.com/demo.
Right. Welcome to the afternoon session. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Let us proceed. Whoever is standing at the door, please come in. We are now moving to the next session. And the session this afternoon we're starting with is on privacy and data protection in the digital era. And this we are going to be taken through by Musa Wesutsa, who's the Managing Director of Sentinel Africa Consulting. So without much further ado, let me introduce him. Musa Wesutsa Wakwabi, the Managing Director of Sentinel Consulting, is a passionate information security and business continuity evangelist, delivering the information security and continuity message in a relatable language. As the Managing Director of Sentinel Africa Consulting and a certified BSI and PECB trainer, he champions the training and implementation of information security, privacy information management, and business continuity management system. He believes in the gospel of improvement, one step at a time, one goal ahead, creating sustainable change. Previously, he has worked extensively with the sugar manufacturing industry, telecommunications, in the sugar manufacturing industry, Mumias in capacity of information security manager, telecommunications, Safaricom as the principal information security officer, and Airtel Africa as the senior manager business continuity and information security, where he led the teams in IT deployment, information security and business continuity across 17 countries in Africa. He is a qualified ISO 27701 senior lead implementer and also an ISO 27001 lead implementer, ISO 27001 lead auditor, ISO 21500 project management, and ISO 22301 lead implementer and auditor. He is a member of the KEBS Technical Committee on ISO 27001. He is the Vice Chair of ICC2 Kenya chapter and a member of the Executive Committee of the BCI East Africa Forum. He also currently serves as the Chief Information Security Officer of Jamii Bora. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Musa Wesutsa to take us through this session. Welcome.
So how do I switch it? Oh, it's on. Thank you. Give me my... So, asante sana, yes, for the introduction and for pronouncing all my three names. Sometimes after lunch, I can tell what you had for lunch when you try and pronounce my names. So, welcome everybody. So my name is Musa, again, from Sentinel Africa. So today, I want to talk about something that is close to me, close to us, and that is data protection. So we've had this thing going around about data protection. So there's a lot of push in terms of regulation. We know that even here in Kenya locally, we now have our good own Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, yeah? They are pushing to enact the regulations that are going to enable the Data Protection Act, which came out in 2019. So what does that mean to us? What does that mean to you as an individual? What does that mean to you as an organization? So today, for the next 20 minutes like this, I just want to take some time to take you through some of these things so that we can discuss and see how and what this means for us, okay? So we shall start. So by introduction, first of all, what I wanted to show us there, first of all, is this. There's something that people think when they talk about data privacy, okay? The first thing that comes to your mind is private, the word private. With private means mine and not yours, right? I hope so, yeah? And so when you think about privacy as an organization, from an organizational point of view, we think about how can we protect, how can we make this thing secret? But then the law is different, okay? We actually are expecting transparency and openness. And why are we doing that? Is because when we talk about data privacy, when we talk about data protection, what we are trying to protect is actually personal data. We're not looking at protecting financial information. We're not looking at protecting all your other information that you have in your organization. We are looking for that data which you have that belongs to your member of staff that you started collecting after you discovered that they might have corona and that they might be living with somebody who has underlying conditions. And you wanted to say, let me help this guy. Let me find out how many people he lives with who might have some underlying conditions so that I can sort him out, right? So you wanted to do that out of, can I call it compassion? Yes, or obligation, let's say it that way, right? But then what ended up happening? You ended up collecting and collecting and collecting. And these are some of the things that we shall be talking about in the next 15 minutes. Now, current issues with data protection, there are many issues going on now. One of the things is the people who have iPhones in the room. You know yourselves, you love yourselves, yeah? We love you also. So your guy, Tim Cook, what has he decided to do? In the new iOS version, yeah, what Apple have decided to do, they have decided to introduce a feature that actually asks you, okay, to grant access to any application that is going to read more than it should. What I mean by this is, the apps that sit on your phone, okay, they're always tracking your activities, they're tracking the data, they're tracking what you're doing. So whenever this happens on an iPhone, with the latest iOS version, it's going to prompt you first. So you first of all have to accept. And of course you know who the biggest culprit is. We know who the biggest culprit is? Facebook. They're not the only culprit, eh? We have quite a number of guys. So this is a graphic as late as early this year that just shows how much data collection is happening on your phone with the apps, yeah? You can see Facebook is really hungry for data, right? Did you know that Facebook has your weight? Yeah? Do you know Facebook know your weight? You know, when some of us hit Corona, we started getting healthier. So now my wife bought me a weighing machine. It's called a weighing scale, not a weighing machine, weighing scale. But it has Bluetooth. So you enable an app on your phone, you step on the thing, and it tells you, this is how you're doing. Okay. So I was thankful for the gift. Yeah, even though I know why I'm being given that gift, but it's fine. So, you know how it goes, eh? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. Now, all of a sudden, we now have data on my phone, which probably I wouldn't have put there, okay? Because now I'm connecting to this scale, I'm standing on it, it's picking my data, and I'm doing that maybe twice a week. So it's even tracking, it's seeing how, it's capturing those things, many things. And if I have Facebook sitting on my phone, Facebook is also looking for that information. And it goes on and on and on, right? We have quite a number of apps here. This was just the first 19. Airbnb was there. Number 20 was a funny site which I didn't want to show you. But you can connect to this site and look at that data for yourself. What am I trying to say? That this is happening to us, first of all, as ourselves, as individuals, right? So it is not, when you talk about data protection, we're not just talking about this from a point of view of organizations, right? So it's not just one of those things that we can say is out there. It doesn't impact me, okay? It impacts us, first of all, as individuals, and we need to know that all this data that is being collected about us actually is worth protecting. And so therefore, in an organization point of view, we also need to think about that. Now, there's something that I also want you to be aware of, something called dark patterns. Somebody pointed out something to me as we were coming up. And Huawei are very good because they are saying they're giving people free buds. Yeah? So free buds means that we thought it's for free. It's written there, down there. But then when you go to that tent, you find out that free actually means what? That it is wireless, right? Dark patterns basically misguide you. They tell you that this is what you're doing, but you're doing another thing. The most famous one is by Microsoft. In 2016, Microsoft were trying to force all of us to go on Windows 10. Yeah? So the update would come. And if you say okay, you upgrade. If you say cancel, you upgrade. Yeah, that was a dark pattern, right? And so you see all these things when you go online. Somebody you go into a website, and then the cover that's asking you to accept their privacy policy, it flashes up and covers the whole website. Yeah? So you cannot read anything. You cannot access that website until you say okay. Yeah? And then when you click, you want to be clever, yeah? So you want to say, I want to pick my own cookie settings because you're that guy. And then when you open that, I don't know how many of you guys have tried to open the cookie settings. And the amount of time it will take you, because you just wanted to go to that website for 5 seconds, it will take you an hour to just read through the cookie policies before you can get out. So those are some of the things that I used. All I'm saying is be careful of these things. If we are here and we are responsible, some of our organizations have some of these websites that have some of these dark patterns, soon will be coming. Now, let's go into the topic of the day. Data protection. What is this thing we're trying to protect? So there's this data, which we call personally identifiable information. Now, personally identifiable information can be as various as you want. Your personal color, your favorite color. If your favorite color is, and I think the favorite color in this room is green, right? If your favorite color is green, it can be tracked to you. Yeah? But that doesn't look like it's something personal. Doesn't look like it's something sensitive, right? Your first name can belong to 10 million other people in this world, but it can be tracked to you. So personally identifiable information, especially in this world of digital, the digital era, where we have a lot of artificial intelligence, right? We have a lot of data analytics going on. There's a lot of correlation. So it can be something very, for you, you're thinking there's no value in me clicking and saying this is my favorite book. Yeah? But then your favorite book can be linked to something else that you did yesterday, linked to another thing that you did, another thing your friend did, and then it becomes you. So what we are talking about when you talk about data protection is the identity. You as an identity. So you as an individual, you have an identity, and this identity is made up of all this data. And so this data is varied from very sensitive to public, less sensitive data. Now, the more sensitive it is, means that all I need to get is that just one thing, and I have your individual ID, right? Individual identity. So for example, your passport number is unique everywhere in the world. That will lead to you. Your ID number in Kenya is unique. It will lead to you. So that now becomes very sensitive when you compare it to something like your favorite color, where you were yesterday, because everybody was there, right? So that kind of thing is what we are talking about. So you need to think about what data you're holding, what data you're collecting, and that range of it, what you're supposed to do with it. So let's go into the regulations. So we're talking about globally right now, we have quite a number of data protection regulations. We have, of course, the General Data Protection Regulation, the EU GDPR, okay, which came out earlier in 2018. It was enforced from May 2018 in the EU, and we're getting a lot of interest, a lot of organizations pushing for it. Of course, we have our own in Kenya in 2019, the Data Protection Act, same year in Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana a bit earlier in 2012. So just to show you how how global this thing is just, this is the map. So you can see that the countries in red have a lot of heavy data protection regulation already, okay? And then it goes on like that until green. I know you can see our neighbors to the west, are looking more active than us. Sometimes, you forget that you're not the sharpest guy in the room. There's a lot of work to be done, by the way, but I'm happy that it is being done. That is the good thing. So we are seeing a lot of progress, even here in Kenya, interest in data protection, and that is something that is actually good for all of us. Now, why is this important to you? What you need to realize is this: once something is law, once something is being pushed in as a regulation, then we're opening up ourselves to compliance issues. Now, compliance can be from the point of view of a regulator. Compliance can be from the point of view of a contract. So you've entered into a contract with me, right? I am your client. For example, maybe I have Tala. I'm a Tala client, a branch client. Or I'm a client of Travelers. Yeah? I'm a client of ISACA, right? So we have entered into a contract. I have some expectations of you. I've given you some data of mine, which I think is sensitive. So I have an expectation of you. And now I have the law. So that means that it's not just about compliance and being audited and losing out on contracts. It's actually somebody taking you to court, right? And suing you for your mishandling of their data. Think about job applications. When people apply for jobs and they send in their CV. How many of you are in people's CVs as referees? Do you know? That's your sensitive data. I mean, on that scale, where's your phone number on that scale of sensitive to less sensitive? Where's your email address and where's your name and where's your location? And it is sitting in somebody's CV, right? Yeah? Did they call you to tell you that they're going to use your details in their CV? Some call, eh? Ah, yeah. And then when they are applying for a job at Maziwa International, and then Maziwa International is mishandling that data, right? Then you find your data out there in the public. You're wondering how did this thing happen? So again, this is key for us, key from us from a point of view of organizations. Now, I know I'm talking to many auditors here. So also as auditors, this is some of the things we need to think about now. When I read an audit report right now, a system audit report, and I don't see anything around data protection, I get worried because these are emerging issues and these are relating to systems because we use IT to do what? To implement the controls. Okay, so this is a big thing for us all in this room. Now, I'll brush over this. It's just something around GDPR. The things to note really is the issues around the fines. That's what everybody likes to see. Okay, so the fines are quite hefty. You can see 4% of your worldwide turnover. So you're talking about multinational companies like Google, Microsoft, yeah? They are fined the worldwide turnover, 4% of that, right? It's quite hefty in the EU. So far, Google has been the biggest, has had the biggest fines. We've seen even small fines of like $600 where somebody walked into an organization and then the CCTV camera captured him, right? And then they say, this is my data. Give me back my data. And so now we have CCTV. This guy is taking my image here on this camera. And that's my data. So I say, I want my data. So these guys couldn't be able to cut out just his face only from the CCTV footage and give it to him. So he took them to court. Guess what? He had to be compensated. Now, Kenya, not yet there, but definitely we have a very good framework. We have a very good framework. The Data Protection Act, I would urge you to get familiar with it, especially even as auditors, because this is basically audit criteria, right? So it is written in a very friendly way. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I actually was able to read this act. And it is actually something that we need to be familiar with in terms of especially now the process we are going through, which is around implementing the regulations. So there are regulations which have been suggested. So we went through the public participation, and I'll just show you a snippet of some of the things that were being talked about, which now, those are the things that will enable the implementation of the actual law. So what is this about? So we have 6 principles of privacy that we think about in an organization. Just 6. Okay. So the first one there is about lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. Okay. So when you're talking about lawfulness, and I'll mention a bit more about this a bit later, it's about what is the legal basis for you collecting this data. Okay. What is the legal basis for your processing of this information? You need to define what that is, and that legal basis cannot keep changing. You need, once you have defined your legal basis, then that stays the legal basis throughout the life cycle of that data which you are processing. Now, second, let's go back. Second, purpose limitation. Purpose limitation is this. If I want to run payroll, that's the purpose I have. So I'm collecting your basic pay, I'm collecting your job grade, I'm collecting your maybe your bank account, yeah, so that I can run the payroll and send the money to you. Okay. But I probably don't need to collect your marital status. I don't need to know how many children you have, right? For me to be able to run payroll. So purpose limitation is this. I will only, process that data for the purpose that which I collected it for. Only. I will not do anything else with it. And it is linked with the third one, which is data minimization. Now, data minimization is about over-collection. So you find that your phone is collecting your, for you to be able to get a ride right now on Uber, Uber is asking you for your physical location. Now, the question is, can Uber still work without your location services being on? Why are you saying no? You don't know where you are? You don't know where you are. You can tell Uber where you are, right? Yeah, you can tell Uber where you are, right? Yeah, so you can tell them, this is where I am, instead of them finding out from their location services. So that's what we're talking about, data minimization. The thing is, we are only meant to collect that which is important for us to be able to do the processing. So it is tying hand in hand with purpose limitation. The only difference is that data minimization is that how much are we collecting, and then purpose limitation is how much processing are we doing. Okay. Tied to that is accuracy. Accuracy goes without saying. The data we collect, we need to make sure it is up to date, that it is as accurate as possible. And then storage limitation is about duration, the duration of information we are storing. So you've heard of the right to be forgotten, yeah? We've heard of this one a lot. This is about storage limitation. So how long do you stay with data after you have done the processing? You should only stay with that data for as long as you require, and you're supposed to notify the person you collected it from. And then finally, integrity and confidentiality is basically the security principles, right, that we know about, protecting that information from breach, okay, and then ensuring that it is complete and free from being manipulated. Now, these are the things that we're talking about in terms of the regulation now. There are 2 things you can be as an organization, or a mix of them. You can either be a data controller or a data processor. Okay? If you're a data controller, you're the one who makes the decision. You actually are not physical, but you are in contact with the data subject. You're collecting the data directly from the data subject. Okay? The data processor does not really interface with the data subject. They interface with the data controller. All they do is they do the processing of the data. Now, let me give you a good example of these 2 things. If you walk into the bank today and you want to get a loan, okay, you sit with the branch manager and then you fill in a form. So as you're filling in that form, right, there's a point they'll give you a form which is giving them consent to take your data to what? To the CRB, for them to do a check with the CRB, right? Now, the bank in that case is a data controller, because the bank is the one who decides why they are collecting this data. They are collecting this data so that they can process your loan application. That's why they are collecting the data. The data processor is a CRB. All they do is they take your data and then they churn it into a what? A credit score. Okay? They don't interact with you at all. They interact with the bank. So the bank is their customer. So they give the bank a score. The bank gave them data, they gave the bank a score. The bank uses that score to decide what they're going to do with your loan application. So that kind of thing is what happens. There are some organizations, though, that do both things, right? They do both the collection and they do the processing. So then they're both a processor and a controller at the same time. Okay? There's still some organizations which we call joint controllers. think about a situation on where we're doing the census, right? So KNBS is the main body that is responsible for collecting census data, but then they use another party to help them to do the collection. So at that point, both these parties are joint controllers because they're both doing the collection. So it depends on where you are. Now, what is important is this. You're supposed to register. Yeah? You're supposed to register every year with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Every year you're supposed to register whether you're a collector or a processor. And these are some of the forms that we're looking at that determine, rather that you use to fill in your details, okay? So we have the basic details that you put in there, or the data controller or data processor, and then here we actually indicate what data is being collected, what data is being processed, right? The category of the data subjects, be they staff, okay? So again, it can just be your staff. You're still a data controller because with your staff, you're using that data to run payroll, as I've said, using that data to do performance evaluation, using that data for promotions, and so on and so forth. Then you need to say if you are actually transferring this data to a third party, okay? If you're transferring this data to HELB, for example, some guys are paying the HELB loans in your organization, you're transferring this data to a medical insurance, right, for purposes of medical insurance, you need to show that. You're transferring this data with KRA for purposes of tax, you need to show that, okay? Now, you might be asking, who should be in this register? Okay, so there's a list of the mandatory guys who must be on this. I think we saw it in the newspaper, churches and schools and all those guys. Yeah, so the list is there. It's not exhaustive. The first one, of course, is anybody who's canvassing for political support among the electorate is a must, mandatory. They must be registered. Then we have the CRBs, we have crime prevention, data administration and factoring, game and betting operations. So the list goes on. We have hospitality, so hotels, insurance, faith-based and religious institutions, that's the churches. We have the retirement benefits administration there. Then going down, we have financial services, telecommunications, internet access providers, public sector bodies, and so on. So we have that list. Now, you might be thinking, or rather asking yourself, so if I'm not in any of this list, what other criteria is there? So they basically look at the number of staff. So if you have a minimum of 10 staff, then you need to be registered. And then if your turnover is anything above 5 million in a year, you also need to be registering as a data controller or a data processor. Okay, so as this keeps unfolding, this is a regulation. It is, as long as it is passed, then we shall now start to see that happening. The work of the actual registration will belong to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. So the ODPC is the organization or the body that is responsible for all this registration. So we shall be doing that. So when we're looking at protection, we need to ask ourselves, protecting against what? So these people we call data subjects have some rights. Yeah, they have some rights according to the law. So these rights, we can look at them in terms of the summary. The Kenya Data Protection Act has 5. The GDPR has 7. So this basically just, it's just a summary of what you have in the GDPR. But the Kenya one, we have the rights of deletion, which is basically what you usually call the right to be forgotten. So it is worded a bit differently in ours. It's not just somebody will just come and say, delete my data. Okay. If you're able to show, if you're able to show that for the purposes of why you collect that data is still necessary in your organization, then you do not have to automatically delete just because somebody has said, delete my data. Then the right to information, people need to know, people have the right to know what you're doing with their information. Once you have collected the information, they need to know exactly what it is that you're doing with the information, if you're sharing it, if you're using it to do your own processing, if you're using it for marketing, and so on and so forth. Then right to correction, right? Yeah. Then right to object is an important one. And finally, right to access. Okay. So right to object is basically you can refuse. And the thing about objecting is this. You can refuse at any time. Okay. So there's nothing like we say that you already gave me consent, so you cannot come and withdraw your consent. Under the law, your data subject is allowed to withdraw consent anytime. Okay, so let's note that we have the power ourselves as data subjects, and also where we are the data controller or data processor, let's realize that data subject also has this power. Now, I've been talking about legal basis for processing. There are 6. There are 6 legal bases for processing. The first one is the foundation. It's consent. That's the foundation. If you can get consent, then that's the most basic legal basis for processing. If you want to go and do an interview with somebody and give them something to sign, please, and then you take a video, right? If you're at the scene of an accident and then you start to take out your phone and you want to take photos, just give somebody somewhere to sign. Say, I want to take your photo, and then I post it. It's okay. Then they sign. Then you're good. Okay. That's the foundational basis for collection. The other one is a contract. So if you're collecting so that you can be able to meet some contractual obligations, that's also a legal basis for processing. Then we have the legitimate interest. Legitimate interest is this. The example I gave you when I started was with COVID, okay, you actually started to have the need to collect more health information of your staff. Okay, now if I had an underlying condition, maybe my employer doesn't need to know about that, but now with COVID, because they want to protect me or they want to know more about my family members who might have underlying conditions, then they start to collect that data. The reason they're doing that is it's legitimate interest for purposes of security. Okay, so that is one of the legal bases that's allowed. Legal obligations goes without saying. For legal reasons, yes, we can process and collect. Public tasks, what I talked about, the census, yeah, the government wants to push out immunization, right? They will collect data. That's a public task. And then finally, the vital interest is during emergencies. During emergency situations, Capedo, where, right, you can actually collect. You're allowed to collect because of vital interest. So those are some of the basis. Now, this is just an example of the data we collect. I just wanted to show us here just an example. We collect a lot of data, okay? We collect a lot of data. Even coming into this room, a lot of your data has been collected. You have signed things, right? That was data being collected. Your CCTVs have captured you. That was data being collected. Your phones are all on telling everybody where you are now. That's data being collected, right? So there's a lot of data that's being collected. It's being collected in many ways. As an organization, as a data processor or a data controller, what is important for you is to find out which data are you collecting, right? You need to find out which data you're collecting and which channels are you collecting this data from. And then you ask yourself, which kind of PII, that's a personally identifiable information, is in this data you're collecting, and then look at the whole life cycle of that information, up to and including the disposal, right? How are you disposing of this data? And if you're transferring it to a third party, then how are you making sure that the third party, the obligations that you have, you are also extending them to the third party and that they're meeting those obligations, just as if it was you who had that data, okay? Again, for us who have corporate websites, we need to remember that when I visit your website, it is your responsibility, because if your website is collecting my information, it is your responsibility to let me know and to get the basis for why you're collecting my information when I'm on your website. So I need consent, okay? Cookie policies, privacy policies. I need to be saying, okay, I am agreeing with all your cookies collecting my information, and so on and so forth. And this is what shall be pushed by the ODPC when they are doing the registration, because that's what they'll be checking, okay? And so if you're caught, then there will be, of course, the issues of penalties. Now, is it all about consent? Because I've said that consent is the basis. Is it just about consent? Okay, or is consent the holy grail? Let's chase this consent, like the gold, yeah? So now what happens is you'll start to see everywhere a consent form, a consent form, a consent form, a consent form, yeah? And then you're being pushed for these things, agree, everywhere, yeah? So what you need to realize is this. Why am I calling? That is what is important for you to realize, right? And then, as a data subject yourself, remember, when you're saying okay, when you're saying I accept or I consent, there's no protection to you. Your data is still going. So we need to be very vigilant, especially when it comes to these activities we're doing. Now, what am I saying we should do? I'm saying we should implement a full data protection framework, okay? So that it is not reactive. So we're not just doing one thing. We implement a whole framework. Now this framework has several activities which we are doing inside the framework. So the first activity we are doing is awareness. So these are the things we are doing. And awareness is throughout the whole structure in your organization, not just at the top, which is strategy layer, also the tactical layer and the operational layer. We need to do awareness. Then the second is to do a compliance assessment. So the data protection compliance assessment will let you know what you have in place so far, yeah, when you compare with the requirements of the Act. So it can give you a quick understanding about how much work you actually need to do. Then the other thing is to draft your policies and procedures for data protection, then start to implement the controls. So as I said, some of these controls are going to be technical controls, so we're not going to talk about those today, but then start to implement them as you are implementing your data protection. Then of course, ensure the customer consent. So where you have customers, where you're collecting information, where you even advertising for jobs, okay? When people are applying for jobs into you, ask for consent, yeah? Ask for consent to use their information. Ask for consent to actually process that information for purposes of recruitment, okay? That is very important. So that when they give you the consent, then you are okay. Then for some of us who do internship programs, some of us who do social CSR kind of activities, where you're interacting with minors, data that belongs to minors is very protected under the law. So be very careful the kind of data you're collecting. If somebody's coming to intern in your place and they're under 18, then the law is very strict on what you do with their data. Then data breaches, identification, notification. We need to be able to identify when there's a breach. And remember, the Office of the Data Protection is expecting a notification from you within 72 hours of a breach, of you knowing that there's a breach. They need to know from you that you have suffered a breach. And then we need to do those impact assessments. An impact assessment is an exercise that helps you to understand how much of risk that data subject whose data you have is at. Now, typically, when we're doing risk assessments, we usually do risk assessments from the point of view of us, our organization. We're at risk, yeah? So we need to find out what's the impact, what's the likelihood. Now, with the DPIA, the Data Protection Impact Assessment, you're doing it from the point of view of the data subject. Okay, sometimes, because of the data we have, like the telcos, for example, you could actually be putting somebody's life at risk, yeah? Because the data you have is about their location. So this could actually make this person a target, okay? Sometimes the kind of data we have can make somebody a target of blackmail, right? Or harassment, those kind of things. So when you do a data protection impact assessment, it brings out these risks because you're not doing them from the point of view of the organization. You're doing it from the point of view of the data subject whose data you are collecting. Finally, can we start to appoint a data protection officer? Data protection officer will help us because they're the ones who are in charge of this. What we say about the DPO is this. The law allows you to have somebody who is dedicated in this role, allows you to have somebody who is not a dedicated DPO, means they're doing something else. So this is just an additional role. Then it also allows you to outsource. You can actually outsource these services to an external party. The DPOs will be registered also by the ODPC, right? And so you'll be able to see a list of all the registered DPOs in the country who you can select. So one DPO can actually work in several organizations. That is something that's okay. So in terms of the perspective of career, okay, ISACA has a certification, yeah, the CDPSC, Certified Data Privacy Solutions Engineer. It's one of the courses you could go for. There's a course called Certified Data Protection Officer. There's a course you could go for, which prepare you for some of these roles. So you're able to actually come up and do these roles within your organization or for another organization. And also within your organization, you can actually get this person selected. These are the important things about this role. The role, first of all, the person needs to understand the law, right? And then they need to understand technology because the control implementation is based on IT. So the person also needs to understand technology. The second thing the person needs to understand is the business, the processes, right? Because you're advising on this organization and the way they do things. So they need to understand that business process very well. The third thing about this role is that this person should be able, free, independent to do their duties, because they are going to play the role of an auditor, right? So they need to be independent. So if some of the issues that are happening are being pushed by the CIO, for example, and then the DPO is reporting to the CIO, that makes their job impossible. So this role needs to be independent, needs to be objective, needs to be able to achieve its intended purposes. Now, lastly, we talk about ISO standards. So again, for privacy, there is an ISO standard. Yeah, it's called ISO 27701. This ISO standard came out in 2019, so it's a very recent standard. The ISO standard is very mature because it's a very recent standard. Okay, it maps the requirements of the ISO standard with the requirements of the GDPR. So there's a perfect mapping. So in the standard, there's an annex, right? An annexure which has a one-to-one mapping, all the requirements of the law with the clauses of the standard. So it gives you a very good way to go ahead and implement your data protection framework. So you can implement a data protection framework based on ISO 27701. The other thing about the standard, of course, is then you can go for certification. It's a certifiable standard. And so as an organization, when you are ISO 27701 certified, that is evidence that you have implemented your data protection framework, which is good. It can be used as a competitive advantage for marketing purposes and for meeting some of these contractual requirements that may be pushed to you by your customer or your business partners. Okay? Now, ISO standards also are good because what you're doing is that every year you must go through the certification process. Every year you must go through a surveillance audit. So even if you want to just sit, right, every year you must be woken up by the certification audit. So it helps that journey of continual improvement. Okay? Typically, because we're talking about the law, if I wanted to know, if I came to your organization and I want to know that you have implemented a framework that is compliant with the law, what must I do? I must do an inspection. I must do an audit, right? So you'll find that organizations tend to get over-audited because of regulations. Now, the ISO standard helps you because you have a certificate. So you can actually be proactive enough and say, I am certified. It reduces the number of audits that you must go through. And in conclusion, all those things I've said, remember, there'll be these things to start to think about very soon. One, the registration with the ODPC, and you're just going to register either as a controller or as a processor. Then remember about the notifications. Within 72 hours, you shall be required to notify the ODPC of any breach after you have identified it. Protection policies, we must document the protection policy. We must perform the impact assessments. Actually, the result of the impact assessment is actually sent to the ODPC. Okay, this is one of the things that they're expecting. So whenever you launch a new project, whenever you launch a new product, you must do an impact assessment and then send this impact assessment result to the ODPC, and then they will actually give you, they will assess it, right? And you'll get feedback from them. If you don't get feedback from them after 60 days, you can assume that you're okay. Then penalties under the DPA. So how much do we stand to lose? So right now, the penalties are at 5 million or 1% of turnover under the Kenyan law. Okay? So that's it from me. Take it back to Dennis.
Okay. So thank you very much, Musa. We have actually taken a bit of notes here. The first one I just wanted to mention was it depends with where you're coming from. Sometimes when you hear ODPC, it could be just, I'm assuming it's a database access connectivity issue. And I have to be keen, otherwise you'll have it just pass you like that. And I'm sure some of you have just not seen that coming. So with the ODPC, within 72 hours, you're supposed to report a breach. I don't mean database connectivity. I mean the data protection, okay, commissioner. So it's important for you to take note of that. And if you don't, and the breach is significant, even actually when you do not actually report the breach and they find out, you'll have to pay up to 5 million or 1% of your turnover. That's still a lot of money. You cannot be affording to pay for these amounts going out there. Now, I know the argument around data privacy will continue until these laws come into force. And when they do, is when you'll see helter-skelter. What Musa has touched on is so crucial for you to consider now, so that it's not a reaction to set up the particular roles in your organization, and it will become a nasty affair dealing with the data that you have. You should have already started picking out where do you have your exposures. And that is important for you to tackle ahead of time, because when it turns into law, they definitely have to be funded by something. Remember, this office, I don't know if they have a funding. They do not have a funding. So if they do want to have some money, they will definitely come for the breaches so that you can pay. Be ready for this. I'm telling you in advance before you end up in a crisis. So he mentioned privacy is equal to transparency and accountability, and that is very important for you to pick out. It is not security. You are not securing data for your client, and that is now what is privacy. No. You are making sure you're explaining why you have that data and for what purpose. And when you don't need it, you get rid of it. That is important. Okay? So I'm happy I'm in the iOS world, so I'm going to refuse consent to some of these apps so that they don't disturb me. And I was actually interested in the global statistics of data protection. Kenya is under limited, but Uganda is under moderate, meaning they're better than us. Okay? So take note, please. Then he also mentioned about 6 principles of privacy: lawfulness, fairness, and transparency; purpose limitations, which is important for us to be able to know for what you are picking that data for; data minimization, you don't have to pick everything under the moon. What you only need is what you pick; accuracy, so that we do not have a miss, and she already turned into a missus in the bank details, and you continue referring her in the same way. Maybe it might not have an effect at that point, but there are many other examples of the same. Storage limitations, for sure, you can't just collect everything. At the end of the day, you will end up having limitations, and then you'd see there was no purpose of collecting that information. Integrity and confidentiality, using it for the right purpose and for the right reasons at the right time, and keeping it safe. So the data controller obviously will put a lot of pressure. I hope we have all participated in giving feedback to this bill. We did as ISACA. We asked the members to be able to actually contribute some of the feedback that we could be able to provide. And we are waiting to see if they are going to be incorporated for some of those aspects. It's important that you participate in any of these bills that are in relation to information security, data protection, so that we are not left out complaining while amending a law takes more time than being there involved at the beginning before it actually ends up into a law. Okay? So rights to information, rights to access, right to object, right to correction, and right to be forgotten. All those are the ones the data owners will always come for and say, I need that corrected. I need this information no longer there. I need to access this information. All this is very possible. Like, for example, even in CRBs, you can now get that information if you want to, so that you know, okay, so how many banks have been inquiring about how my finances look like. Okay? It's important. You know, some of these advertisements come through here. Hey, you are qualified for a loan. How did you know I needed one? Or did you see me clear a loan somewhere? Then now you now have come for me. You see? So those are some of the things that you need to take into consideration. Implement a data protection framework. That was very important. It is crucial for you to be able to tackle it from an awareness point of view. Then you do a compliance assessment, develop policies, implement data protection control, and then ensure customer consent before now you deal with any data breaches that you are notifying. And also you do an impact assessment, which is very important. And then also don't forget the data protection officer appointment. That was very important, and it is going to be what you will have to work with very soon if that bill turns into law. So please, let us work hard on this. Make sure that you do not get yourself on the wrong side. You will actually fund that institution very well. Now, ISO 27001, and that is on the Privacy Information Management System. It is what he has mentioned with regards to ISO, but remember also ISACA has CDIPSI, and it is good for you to also look at bringing yourself to these qualifications and certifications. You get to appreciate data privacy and security from the perspective of the three realms that have been given in CDIPSI. Learn a bit about it. It's important. It is also a new course. You can be certified on it quite quickly. There are others who have already grandfathered for that certification, and it's because you have already done information security under CISA or CISM or CRISC, okay? And that gives you the advantage of appreciating what to deal with. Good. So, Musa, we are definitely aware, and I'm sure people here are now aware where they need to go before they end up having the organizations crash. Next, I will allow for William Makatiani, the CEO of Seriano Limited, to take us through a session called Transforming Cyber Risk Management Using Risk Modeling and Quantification. Let me mention that William Makatiani has been a constant sponsor of ISACA, and we are thankful for that. I don't think there's any recent conference that you would not see Seriano as a sponsor. So we are actually thankful for that, and he will continue that way. Next time he'll be the gold sponsor at the top, platinum, it's okay. So we encourage that, highly encourage. So let me just give you a background of William. Mr. Makatiani is the CEO of Seriano Limited, a Pan-African cybersecurity consulting firm with presence in Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, Mauritius, Botswana, and Nigeria. The firm provides dynamic, business-focused security monitoring and analytics solutions through a combination of consulting, managed services, and threat intelligence. Mr. Makatiani is currently leading a continent-wide, which includes the countries that we have mentioned, Nigeria, Kenya, Botswana, Ghana, Uganda, and Ethiopia, continent-wide efforts to develop research-based insights on the state of cybersecurity in Africa. So before Seriano Limited, Mr. Makatiani worked with Deloitte and Touche, RSA Security, and EMC Corporation, and the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, United States. So Mr. Makatiani has a strong passion for cybersecurity issues with an emphasis on research-based consulting. He has over 16 years experience in ICT industry, focusing on ICT strategy, analytics, and risk and compliance. He has led numerous engagements across the world, including Kenya, South Africa, United States, Israel, Ireland, Singapore, China, Egypt, and India. I hope I have done justice to your CV. Bwana Makatiani, welcome and take us through the session.
It's too much information, yeah? Yeah. Good afternoon. It's evening. Some of you are sleeping, sijui wengine mkono zimeenda huku. Simama tu kidogo. Kidogo tu. Yeah? Touch your toes. Touch your toes. No, I'm joking. Privacy. Just relax a little bit, yeah? I know some of you, it's your second day, maybe your third day. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Am I loud enough? Remove that? All right. All right, thank you very much. Dennis, I appreciate what you said about ISACA. I think ISACA has really helped me as an individual, but also as the organization. From Africa to Botswana to all these places, we would not have been able to go to these markets without ISACA, so we really appreciate. I know I'm standing between you and your other activities, whatever they are. Beach, eh? And you know nowadays with the curfew, you're limited, so I'll try to move as fast as possible. All right, I'm going to talk about transforming cyber risk management. And when you look at cyber risk and cyber security, we've gotten to a point where we cannot control cyber security. It's impossible to control cyber security. To a point where we now need to start asking ourselves, what is the end goal? In the life I live in, the starting point is an end point. The end goal is cyber insurance. And we're just struggling to get there. It's just a question of how do you look at your endpoints and pick one endpoint and you say, this particular endpoint is likely to lead to a loss of 4 million shillings. That is the discussion we need to have. The future of cybersecurity is cyber insurance, no matter how you look at it, from ransomware to all these fraud cases. So I'll be talking about that journey and find ways of how we can be able to work through that. All right, so high level, again, I have a lot of slides, but there are specific slides that I'm interested in. So when I share the slides, at least you'll get some of the content. So I'll talk a little bit about the trends and insights. I'll talk about the threat-focused cyber risk program, the risk-focused cyber risk program, implementing the risk-focused cyber risk program, and conclusion. So of course, you know who we are. We run a cybersecurity command center. We have physical presence in Kenya and Botswana. We have partner presence in the other countries mentioned. We also do a lot of training and working with some of our partners, especially in the SACO space. We've gone out to introduce some high school courses. We've introduced some, what do you call them? Post-university courses. We've done one in Kiambu, Kilifi. We'll be doing another in Baringo. And these are programs that are ongoing to get a lot more people involved in these programs. This year, we've done a lot with USIU and a few other schools. So part of that is to help us get insights and trends. So what has been happening? The last time we met was in 2019. I would like us just to go through what has happened since we met. In 2019, quarter one, ransomware attacks grew by 118%. In quarter two, ATM attacks grew in the East Africa region. Quarter three, we started seeing regionally coordinated attacks in East Africa on the rise. We even had a group from Kenya that was arrested in Rwanda during that period, yeah? And that is a trend that was a little bit worrying. 2019, quarter four, we had the Kenya Data Protection Bill that was approved by the president. In Q1, we had issues around unsecured remote connections, which grew by over 50%. That tells you COVID. As we move further, business continuity in the face of COVID, that was Q2 2020. In Q3 2020, we had gradual adoption of remote working. All of a sudden, we are working from wherever it is you're working from. Nobody cares where you're working from. And you expand your networks. So those are some of the high-level statistics. We do have reports at our table. If you've not collected your report, pass by there. You'll have to fill the survey, but get a copy of the report. What else are we seeing? Organized crime is on the rise. to be honest with you, when I started my career in cybersecurity, I didn't know I'll be spending sleepless nights, yeah? It is painful. It is painful. It's not easy in the sense there's just so much, there's so many attacks. It doesn't matter, it's a hospital, it's a SACCO, it's to a point you start asking yourself, what now? Unfortunately for us in the cybersecurity industry, you can do 15 good things, and the one thing that you missed or the one thing that somehow goes through, you're done. And that's what I was telling you, the future is cyber insurance, no matter what it is you look at and how you look at it. Kenyan cyber criminals are migrating to neighboring countries. We've seen some attacks in a few countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, Rwanda, and they are very similar to what we are seeing here in Kenya. So we've started exporting cyber criminals. We're also seeing social media related web scams that are targeting some of our banks. API integration weaknesses. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have an API connecting to anyone, please go look at it. Just go look at it. The last 5 attacks we've seen in the past 3 months, all of them were API related. And the developer did not secure the API, they left an open, somebody stole the password. Those are things we have to look at. ATM attacks are there, third-party attacks, cloud perpetrated attacks. People are going out and buying Amazon Web Services and using that environment to attack people. So all of a sudden, if you see AWS on your environment and you've never seen it, block it. Because most firewalls will allow it. If you don't use Azure, block it. All right. Crypto mining, of course, this is a big one, and we are seeing it. And then, of course, and the bigger one, ransomware and end-user system hijacking. So these are the trends we are seeing locally and things we need to pay attention to. What are the threat scenarios? Phishing. Phishing is number one. Remote access attacks. There is no single fraud case where remote access is not used. Typical. We also have malware distribution, business email compromise, denial of service, third-party attacks, exploitation of new teleworking infrastructure, and then ransomware. We had a very interesting case sometime last year where an employee of one of these organizations went home with their laptop to process payroll. They were able to get to their machine at home, they inserted payments, and some new people were paid salaries, yeah? Yes? What we found out was this particular person was working from Java, and they were targeted. So you're seeing a lot of sophistication. And trust me, when you think about a Kenyan cyber criminal, they're tough, they're stubborn, and they're actually very good. Better than, I'll say, even some of us. Anyway, what are some of the typical cases we are seeing? We are seeing ATM infrastructure fraud, mobile banking infrastructure fraud, debit card systems fraud, third-party systems fraud, identity management and system compromise, especially Active Directory, VMware. We are seeing ransomware. They are going now into your DR environments and also encrypting that environment. So literally, if you don't have off-site backups, then you're done. What are we seeing from the non-financial services? Payment systems, you're seeing fraud. We are seeing storage document management systems. The Nyakundis and the Lais will always get documents as long as you can pay them, yes? And the story is hot as long as somebody can read it. We are seeing a lot of documents that are being leaked out. Identity management. We've also seen issues around SCADA systems. And of course, email systems, which lead to phishing. Now, what are the trends you're seeing globally? We are seeing analytics, we are seeing SOA, we are seeing automation. We are seeing risk metrics. Board members are now asking for data. They're not going to give you money unless you show them some metrics. We are seeing an extended scope, sorry, I'll need my slide a lot. Extended scope of detection and response capabilities. We are seeing security automation. We are seeing privacy is also becoming an issue. We are seeing an embrace of the cloud and software as a service, cyber insurance, cyber risk, and ERM integration. Over the past 2 years, we've now seen cybersecurity is being discussed in the boardroom the same way you'll discuss all the other risks, which is, of course, a good thing, even for you as auditors and cybersecurity. What is the impact of the cases we are seeing? Number one, loss of funds. And the threat scenario really is business email compromise and payment fraud. The affected industries are banking, retail, legal firms, insurance, and manufacturing. Loss of service. The threat scenarios: ransomware, denial of service, employee and third-party errors. It's mainly service providers, healthcare, finance, and academia. Loss of data. Phishing, data leakage, mainly consulting firms, financial services, internet service providers. and almost all sectors. So this is the high-level impact if you think about the attacks that we've seen over the past 2 years and what impact they're having on on all these different players. All right, I'll go fast because I have 30 minutes. All right, what challenges do we see? Again, insufficient budgets. We still don't have enough budgets for cybersecurity. Lack of adequate oversight from senior management and board. Lack of affordable solutions and technologies. Use of outdated, unsupported, and pirated technologies. Lack of cybersecurity awareness and education. Lack of trained and experienced cybersecurity professional. Poorly drafted and implemented cybersecurity policies, laws, and regulation. When Dennis was talking about we need to give our comments, to be honest with you, I feel sometimes some of these bills are written by somebody who goes on vacation, and then they give it to somebody else to review it, and somehow they'll pick or choose what to add or not. Don't be surprised if this bill comes back and whatever it is you give is not added. And I feel that's a role ISACA needs to play as we continue. Because some of the comments I saw in the ISACA paper, they're very relevant. And we have now to make sure they're included in those discussions. So poorly drafted and implemented cybersecurity policies and laws and regulation, it's affecting a lot of the implementation of those. Lack of locally researched and validated cyber threat attack trends. This has really improved, and I'll give thanks to Mr. Nzano, Dr. Nzano, as I called you. Low adoption of standardized cyber risk management practices. We've now seen quite a lot of organizations are now moving towards ISO, towards COBIT. Even if you look at some of the new, some of the RFPs that are coming out, you'll now see 1 or 2 requiring frameworks. And that is a good indication of maturity. Lack of adoption, or rather risk monitoring and threat detection capabilities. Low adoption of cyber risk metrics and measurements. And of course, lack of timely access to trusted, relevant, and actionable cyber threat intelligence. Majority of us get cyber threat intelligence, but we don't know what to do with it, which again becomes a major issue. All right, I'm going to talk about threat-focused cyber risk program. In our current setup, a lot of us are reactionary. A lot of our programs are built around threats. When you think about malware, you go buy an antivirus. When you think about remote access, you go buy a firewall. And how does it work? We have risks, we have threats, likelihood, impact with a risk register. On the other side, you have controls. So what happens, once you build your risk register and you have your audit report, the whole discussion in your board meeting is about which vulnerability has been fixed. Now, this user, how come this user account has not been removed from the servers and the systems? And that is where we are missing the point. We are focused so much on threats to a point everyone is rushing around to close something instead of looking at the high-level risk and ask ourselves, what do we need to do? Even our monitoring. When you bring a SIM, you start asking the client, give me the scenarios. You put the scenarios in, you look at the in-scope assets, then you'll start monitoring incidents. I want to talk about the challenges with this. We are very reactive. Number 2, it's too technical material. The material is too technical. Go to your board members today and ask them what's a vulnerability. They've been sitting in your meetings for the past 6 years. Muuliza vulnerability nini? O si niyo kitu nani wanakujanga nayo. Hawa ni wale KPMG ama ni PwC ama wanakujanga nazo hapa every so often wanatuambia. Kwanza mmefunga zile za last year. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem. And as a profession, we have to simplify these things. A lot of these cases are siloed. Audit will come with a report, risk will come with a report, IT will come with a report. Na sasa siku hizi kuna wengine watu wamejiingiza huko sasa compliance. Compliance imekuja na mlango ya nyuma, backdoor. They will also bring their own. And then kama the internal audit is not getting along with the external audit, you have 15 reports to look at. Irregular risk audits. Sometimes somebody will do a VAPT in January, another one will do in December. There is no connection. But guess what? We ticked off and we're finished. Manual and tedious. I told you I don't sleep. The reason I don't sleep is you will find an issue with a client. We monitor close to 20 clients. You'll find an issue. You will raise it. Somebody will look at it. Na atakwambia hapa tuko sawa. Via email. 3 days after, something will be pointed to the same thing. Na atakwambia when you send it, you are not clear enough. If you're monitoring an environment for a client, it's your environment. See, I've told you there is a symptom that you need to look at. These are the data set that I have. We have a challenge. Again, it's manual, it's tedious. So these are the challenges we are seeing when it comes to the other part is lack of standardized measures, asset information, some devices are added, some are removed, informal analysis. There's a focus on system level versus business level. Think about credit risk, market risk. Why is cyber risk treated differently? And then the very last one is increasing system and ecosystem complexity. Some of you have gone to the cloud. Mkulizo cloud iko wapi sijui our AD is integrated with Microsoft Azure. Okay, so how do you authenticate? Tupigie vendor, let's have a call with the vendor tuambie. How? It's the same network. So the increased complexity is also bringing challenges. Now, when we talk about some of these things, unfortunately human beings, and especially technical people, we like to think big. Become developers. We don't like to think about the simple problems. Yeah? We kind of technology when we have a big problem. Anakwambia agile. What do you mean by agile? Itufanya tu agile. See, agile is a new term. Everyone is now agile. Hata kwa nyumba, William, kifika kwa nyumba sasa kwa agile. Madam akisema sijui muende movie haraka, just kubali kuwa agile. So we have a challenge. I would like you to think about your health. You as an individual, when you think about your health, you have a profile, you have a BMI. There is something about your health and your body. There is what you call biometrics, your weight, your age, your height, your sex, your family history. There is something you call possible outcome because of who you are and what you do. There's a likelihood of being diseased, like getting a disease, disability, and death. Then there is your lifestyle. You have what you call nutrition, attitude, prayer. Prayer is good. Eh? For those of you who don't pray, it's actually good, I'm telling you. Then you have diet, personal growth. As a human being, you have a profile. You also work on your wellness. You also look at your likelihood of being sick. And then very finally, you focus on the outcome. How does that work? In your profile, I know very well from my family history, there are some things I need to be careful about. Things like diabetes. Yes? And if you don't know, please go get tested. Just go find out what your profile is. Things like hypertension, find out because that is your profile. What Dennis called inherent risk. You move further, there are certain things I do because of my profile. First of all, I will exercise, I will manage my weight, I will do steps. And then there is what you call medical wellness. You'll go for physical therapy, you'll do regular checks, blood checks, you'll move around with things. There is preparedness. What I said, the profiling. There is wellness. And then there's morbidity. Morbidity means there's a likelihood of getting sick. There's a disease. There's diabetes, there is cancer, there is stroke. If you have a symptom like a fever, and you notice your temperature is going to 37 point something, and then you're having breathing problems, see only COVID. Oh, asthma. Makes sense. We are together. So what I'm saying is, based on your profile as an individual, you're susceptible to specific diseases. And based on that susceptibility, there are certain things you do to control or reduce those risks. And based on that, you watch out for certain symptoms. And then if you know when you go to the doctor, they'll tell you, your risk is low. Your chronic means you can go any day. Mild means you can survive all the way. And you can even be told it will take a month, a week. We already have a quantified approach to managing our health risk. And we do it on a daily basis. Now, why was I saying we focus on threats too much? A threat is like a symptom. A threat, when you see malware on your network, is a symptom. To have an entire IT department chasing a malware server, it's more or less like saying, nimepata headache, later nipigie daktari wote. They focus on my headache. And that is where we're failing. When you look at this, it's very easy for you to pick my profile. Go look at what am I doing to reduce it. I can tell you my profile is high risk. I can tell you my wellness is poor or good. I can tell you my likelihood of diseases and getting a disease is high based on the symptoms. And I can tell you the outcome based on history. A doctor in Kilifi, if he comes here or goes to a place like Western and gets somebody who's sick, they're likely to be confused a little bit. Because in Kilifi, you have certain diseases that are unique. If you go to Kakamega, there are different diseases. If you go to Wajir, there are different diseases. Therefore, your profile and wherever it is you sit defines certain things that you focus on, and you have to monitor those, and therefore it helps with the outcome. How does this relate to cybersecurity? Number one, you have a health preparedness level because of your profile. You're prepared to be able to deal or be able to address certain diseases. You have a health control. There is an effectiveness in your health controls. Be it that you go to your blood checks, be it that you go out and you do your weight management. There is indicators that you track. For example, someone who has asthma. What are the indicators of your asthma? Unakuwa na shida ya kubreathe. So immediately you see that, you can relate it to something. Then at the final, you have a likelihood, outcome, your likelihood. When this player who alianguka juzi, Christian Eriksen, there is somebody who rushed immediately to get his tongue. Yeah? The skier or skier, and everyone else didn't know what to do because this guy previously had seen this. Alienda akatoa tongue, then alimuokoa. So pretty much what I'm saying is every single threat we see has a formula. There is a formula, and we can quantify that to give you your health risk exposure. And that is why when you go to a hospital, daktari atakwambia enda lab, pima hii na hii na hii. Sawa, enda, take this medication. And when you go back, your situation has changed. They have quantified your cyber risk, your health risk posture. Let's look at cyber risk. Now, I've talked about preparedness. You have what you're calling biometric profile, weight, height, age, size. A firmography. A firm as an organization, you have your industry, you have your revenue, you have your growth, you have your size. Lifestyle profile, nutrition, attitude, prayer, diet. On this other side, you have what you call risk oversight. You have governance, risk management, third party. Risk reduction. You reduce your health risk by being physically well and medically well. You reduce your cyber risk by implementing likelihood controls, things like malware, vulnerabilities, configuration, and also impact controls. So there's a likelihood of a risk, and there's a likelihood of a risk occurring, and there are controls that reduce the impact of that particular risk. So those are like transaction monitoring, incident response, disaster recovery. Risk detection. When you have a disease, diabetes, whatever it is, you have symptoms. When you have malware, you'll probably see your antivirus complaining about something. When you go further, risk quantification, you have infectious deficiency. On the risk exposure side, you have an authorized process anomalies, and all these things that we look at. All these things. And then when you think about the likelihood, what is likely to happen? You'll either get diseased or you'll die. Loss exposure, you'll lose money, or the risk will be there and you'll sit with it. Where am I going? So we take the same approach and we come back and we look at the same. We take the same diagram and we look at it and we say, my preparedness as a profile, I have inherent risk because of where I am. For example, a SACCO that operates in Mombasa, a SACCO that operates in Meru, a SACCO that operates in Nairobi has higher risk than a SACCO that operates in Kisii any day. Yes. And statistics will support me on that. Meru, Mombasa, Nairobi, you will get at least 2 attacks every 2 years. I don't know why or how. I might be too opinionated to why and how, but that's okay. So anyway, so there's inherent risk. There are risk scenarios. There are 3 risk scenarios in cyber risk. You'll either lose money, you'll lose your data, or you lose service. 3. Risk oversight. If you don't have governance, risk management, resources, third-party data protection, there is no way you'll move. No matter what controls you put in place, if the board is not appreciating that, then you have a problem. Between inherent risk, oversight, and scenarios, you can be able to look at your profile maturity. Then we have what you call in control visibility. Look at your likelihood of an attack. What controls will reduce the likelihood of an attack? Asset inventory, malware defenses, all the way to training and awareness. Impact, incident response, which means something has already happened, you're just reducing the impact. And then you look at your exposure. Exposure means you are exposed to that threat. If you have a SIM, the SIM is telling you I'm seeing failed logons. When you see a failed logon, it should not stop at the failed logon. What asset was being targeted? Was it likely to be a fraud, sabotage, or something else? You go further and you look at, again, the loss scenarios. Now, Kenya, we are very lucky. We have fraud data from 2014. The data exists. You can look at an organization, and for sure, based on all these metrics, we can tell you how much you're likely to lose. And guess what? The data actually fits. It just fits perfectly. If you have certain controls and you don't have certain controls, you're done. Anyone who has an antivirus that is not monitored, for example, again, it's simple. You'll see how much they lose and why they lose that money. So again, when you look at that, it's very clear. You have your inputs, you have your factors, you have your metrics, your capabilities. The same way you manage your health risk is the same way you're looking at your cyber risk, so that you can be able to tie those together and manage the same way you go to the lab. When you look at your controls from cyber security, is the same thing. Now, what do you need to do to start walking this journey? Number one, you need to move cyber risk management to the same levels as other types of risk. Cyber risk cannot be closed in IT. Number two, you need to understand the legal implications of cyber risks. You need to have adequate access to cyber risk expertise. You also need to establish enterprise-wide cyber risk management framework. Unfortunately, in African organizations, without a framework, mtachokozana tu. Because, you know, Africans, we are stubborn. We are very stubborn. I will do enough to cover my section, to a point where you get into arguments, we even collect data. So a framework helps because it opens up things. You no longer argue about things that will be obvious. Ensure board management discuss cyber risk management options, including strategies to avoid, accept, transfer, or mitigate. Now, one of the questions people ask is, how difficult will it be to look at some of this? So over the past few years, we've seen a lot of maturity in our frameworks across the world. When it comes to threats, we now have what you're calling C-BEST, we have it's a TIBA EU, we have MITRE framework, we have SAMA, which is in Saudi Arabia. There is enough threat intelligence. Some of it is free. You can be able to understand what threat actions, what are they trying to access, misuse, disclose, deny. So when a typical threat happens, there's a likelihood of access, unauthorized misuse, unauthorized disclosure, denial of access, and modification, which is your breach scenario. When you think about the target, we are also very clear on what these people are targeting. It's been documented. In Kenya, we've seen almost 300 cases since 2019, and those cases have been documented. When it comes to the risk, you are likely to lose funds, lose data, lose services. And then we have NIST, we have Risk IT, we have FFIC, we have all these controls and all these frameworks in place. When it comes to loss, this was the biggest problem previously. We didn't have loss data between AIG, CIC, Aon, and some of these global players. Now the data is available. How am I doing on time? I'm off, huh? So 5 minutes. Proactive. We need to be proactive. We need to be business focused. We need to collaborate. We need to have regular continuous risk audits and also automated and efficient response, which helps to look at the program differently. I'll be sharing these slides so that you understand some of this, but I've also listed some of the frameworks you can look at, because you have to combine these things depending on industry, depending on where you're and what you're doing, so that it's clear. So I'll skip some of these slides. Just characteristics of a mature cyber risk program for purposes of time. Step one, I think when it comes to implementing this program, we need to ask ourselves a couple questions. What is your risk maturity level? How prepared are you? And there are some questions we've given you. Have you identified and prioritized the listing of key operational activities that generate value for your organization? All the way to your risk profile reporting. So these are some of the top questions you need to ask yourself. What is your risk capacity? There's a circle we are working with, and the circle decided they wanted to launch agency banking and mobile banking at the same time. Now, it's not a very well-funded circle, and we're asking, so why do you think you need this? Like everyone is doing it, our members are asking. Now, if at all you can lose 4 million shillings in a night, and your asset base is with me 50 million, is it worth taking that risk without controls? Thank you. All right, so we have risk maturity, what you're calling risk preparedness. We have what you're calling control visibility. What is your ability to reduce risk? What is your ability to reduce your health problems? If you don't go out and run and you have a heart problem or muscle problem, you'll not heal. What is your ability to reduce risk? Do you have a control framework? What is your control deficiency? And we now need to be clear on the difference between a deficiency, a vulnerability, and a risk. Board members think vulnerabilities are risks. All board members who have not been trained think a vulnerability is a risk. They think a deficiency is a risk. We have to be able to explain those things. The next one is your exposure. What are you exposed to? Just because I have high temperature, like right now I'm sweating, it doesn't mean I have COVID. But guess what? One server has malware, and there's an email from IT to everyone in the organization. Why is there malware on that server? The last one is loss magnitude. Ladies and gentlemen, our future is around this loss magnitude. We are going to make more sense at the board level once we start providing numbers of what we are talking about. Otherwise, we can entertain ourselves. We can do so. We can even have your intellectual discussion around vulnerability management. Tool gun is the best. Firewall gun, I use Palo Alto. Which one do you use? We can have those central discussions, but we have to get ourselves to a point where when we talk about loss scenarios, we are able to discuss. And it's good for us to start looking at insurance and how they do underwriting for all the other issues, because that's where we are headed. And the very last one, sorry. Now, embarking on this journey requires you to create meaningful measurements. You have to come up with measurements. You know your organizations better, come up with measurements. Prioritize and invest in capabilities that address risks, effectively communicate risks across the business, and then start asking yourselves, how does our actual risk compare to our risk appetite? The SACCO that is looking to lose 4 million, they could lose even 10 million, and the entire capitalization is 50 million, the appetite and the actual risk do not match. What assets represent the greatest risk exposure? Remember I told you, we have an endpoint. It could be one server hosting your core banking system or your medical system, and then you have an assurance claim. You have to map that journey. The last one is, did risk decline or increase in the last quarter? What percentage of aggregate loss exposure is driven by what control deficiency? And then very final one, you need to embed cyber risk in the ERM program. When you think about ERM, when you think about market risk, we talk about investment portfolio. Credit risk, we talk about loan portfolio. In cyber risk, we talk about digital asset portfolio. When you talk about probability of loss or gain driven by market pricing. When you talk about credit risk, is economic conditions. When you talk about cyber risk, is threat vectors and preventive controls. Holding period for market risk, loss in event of default, credit risk, cyber risk, loss in event of a breach. And then market risk, price correlation, credit risk, default correlation, cyber risk, threat, and control correlations. We have to start correlating those things so that we get closer to the language these people speak. Otherwise, we'll continue talking to each other in languages they don't understand. I've rushed through it, but hopefully you've gotten something. Thank you.
All right.
My name is Preston Odera. I'm the founder of ISACA Kenya chapter, board member, membership director, and now I'm the chief executive officer of ISACA Kenya chapter, where I run the secretariat on behalf of the board. I was a regional coordinator for Total, covering 9 African countries, and in that it meant that I have IT managers in 9 countries, where I would go and find that auditors were auditing computer systems. And then I could see lack of knowledge in actually auditing computer systems. And in that I felt that there needed to be extra skills for these auditors. At one time when I was in Paris, I came across a magazine, and in that magazine there was ISACA. So when I saw it, I got interested, and I wrote to ISACA International that I see that you offer one of the certifications, which is the Certified Information Systems Auditor, which is CISA. And I wrote to them that how could we do the same exam in East Africa and in Nairobi in particular. And they wrote back and said that for us to do the exam, they gave the number, and we could also start a chapter. And to start a chapter, we needed 12 to form a chapter in Kenya. Companies were investing in technology, in computers, so many were investing. But at the time they were investing, there was no investment on who will audit these systems. I think that is what really motivated me. That we need to have those who later will be auditing computing. The numbers keep increasing. It means people are recognizing ISACA. Those, to me, are the achievements I've seen. And one of the achievements which I should also mention is reaching out to students from the universities. We started a project where InterVarsity, where we run highly subsidized courses at universities. At that time, we needed recognition, companies to recognize us and recognize our certifications. And Central Bank was the first one I saw advertising that they wanted one who is CISO certified. These days, companies send requests for opportunities so that we broadcast it to our members. That now is a great achievement which we have seen. Back then, we wanted recognition. Now we are recognized.
All right. Wow. I think everyone was awake during the session. You have now appreciated a lot around what you need to do. Msianze kusema, nilipata diabetes. And your father and your grandfather also had it. And you are now shocked that you are now going to get it. While you are not taking care of those. And you already had that profile. Okay? So now you've learned how to look at your profile before you start preparing yourself to take care of those risks that are there. It's important for us to be able to look at it from that perspective. You reflect it back to real life, makes it easier for you to now deal with the issues as they come. And it's true, the board might look at everything as a risk. It's important for you to isolate and explain. If we do not attain or achieve a certain objective, then it will convert into one. But if we are dealing with it in time, then we will not have a problem. And we'll be able to minimize the exposures that we get. API's integration weaknesses have always been something that I've seen, and he's mentioned SACCOs. They've had challenges, for sure. And that's where people are, and the funny part is, it has happened over time. People are seeing it, but what are they doing about it? So you don't even have to have that risk happen to you. You can see what's happening around for you to now take care of yourself before that exposure comes into play. Third-party attacks are always there, and you know they will take advantage of anyone who has access to your information to be able to actually now gain whatever they want. And denial of service is definitely going to spoil your business. There's a lot that you also have to appreciate around analytics and analytics around security. You have a perspective that you are looking at with regards to funds or loss of funds, loss of service, and loss of data. The impact will be determined by where, obviously, the exposure came from. But if you do not invest enough in cybersecurity, then for sure, expect some of those targets to come and hit you properly. So insufficient budgets. People always say, ya nini, yo unaeka, tumesumbuliwa in the last 1 year. I don't think we have seen anything. So no, let's work on something else. Outdated technologies, whatever we have is fine. I mean, it's been working for the last few years. Why do we need to change it? Think about that. Very important for you. And poorly drafted policies. You know, when you're trying to escape dealing with a certain issue that is very simple, and you just drafted something to just say, okay, hapa mkubwa kawaida hana shida ikiwa hivi, wacha ikae hivyo. Later, that is the same exposure that will be used to get there. In this room, I am still sure there are people who are sitting at the CEO's offices, okay? And they have username and passwords, okay? And they never touch the system. And they have a super user account. Tuachie tu hapo. You guys think about it. Why does a CEO need that particular right? And you still give them because ni CEO ni mkubwa. Sawa. You'll get to find out that later when things go bad. It's important to be prepared. So risk preparedness before you now do a risk reduction, and then you can identify or do risk detection so that you can deal with it, and then you quantify the risk as well. And the risk maturity level. That is important for us to be able to take note of early enough so that now you can know what controls you need to put in. The control visibility, and then now you deal with the threat exposure, and then you also look at the loss magnitude. It's important. I write notes so that I can get to understand what was the presenter trying to relay as information to you. And that is what I have been able to pick, but there is a panel. And I want the panel to be able to take it from there, at least to be able to challenge and answer some of the questions that may come through. And the moderator for the panel is our featured Daktari, our featured Doctari. He's a session moderator, Dr. John Walubengo. He's a lecturer at Multimedia University. And Mr. Walubengo holds a master's degree in strategic business IT from the University of Portsmouth, and a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics from Kenyatta University. Kwa hivyo kwa hesabu, musimcheze. He holds several industry certifications, including Certified Data Privacy Solutions Engineer, so CDPSI, Certified Cisco Network Associate, CCNA, Certified Information Systems Auditor, CISA, and his area of specialization is in ICT governance. ICT governance, security, policy, and strategy. He has over 20 years experience in the ICT training and consulting. And I think you've seen him in a picture here when Preston was speaking. So you know the people who are in the forefront of starting ISACA there, and they put a lot of effort in it. So his experience includes working for the Strathmore University as the IT course director and as the founding dean, Faculty of Computing at the Multimedia University. He is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Nairobi and continues to provide consultancy services to government and other organizations. Most recently, he was appointed a member of the 2 critical task forces looking into emerging technologies and policies. And I think you know which one. One of them is blockchain. Okay, so this, the National Task Force was on blockchain and artificial intelligence, as well as the Data Protection Task Force, respectively. So the task forces completed their work and handed their reports to the ICT Cabinet Secretary in 2019, and the Kenya Data Protection Act was subsequently enacted in the same year. So we have the subject matter expert seated here, and we would want for Musa and for William to be able to join him at the front, and we have a panel session. Thank you.
Thank you, MC Dennis. Hello, can you hear me? I always get a bit jittery listening to my profile. I always feel like it's, you know, when you're dead and they're reading out your eulogy. But I guess that's what we have to do. I'm happy to do the moderation. I know we've had a long day, so we'll straight away get into it. We are kind of 45, okay, almost 50 minutes behind schedule, so I won't keep us long here, maybe another 15, 20 minutes. And how I propose we do this, I'll have a set of questions, maybe 2 or 3, beginning with Musa here on data privacy. Then I will jump over to Makatiani on cybersecurity. Then we'll wrap it up with, you call it Slido. I learn new things every day. Slido, I'd never interacted with it. So for our online users or participants, throw your questions on Slido, and our panelists will be able to deal with them. So without further ado, I want to start with Musa. And I think I want to jump to the question in the morning. Somebody had asked about when you go to buildings in town and you want to enter, they grab your personal data. Who is responsible for this data in case it's abused? And what do you suggest should be the correct processes or procedures around protecting that data.
So, okay, good. So thank you for that. So when you're looking at public buildings or places where you frequent, these buildings are managed. Yeah. So that's the first thing. All these buildings have property managers. So property managers would manage the security of that building. So even if it's outsourced to the many security firms we have, they're still managed by somebody within that building. So even we're talking about public buildings, for example, where you're renting out an office space and everything like that, those buildings are managed. Now, those property managers would be the ones who are responsible for that data, because it is an asset. Just the way they are responsible for fixing the light bulbs, the same way they are responsible for fixing the windows when they break, the same way they're responsible for maintaining that building, they will still be responsible for that data. Now, as we've said, they will be registered either as a data controller or a data processor. So this will be registered as organizations, and they will carry that obligation to protect that personal data which they actually collect. So a lot of these things that are being collected right now, there's no formula, right? You go in there, you fill in a book, there's no formula. Whether that book is being kept under a drawer, under a desk, the guy can pick it like this, Some of them will fill in for you, some of them will give you to fill in for yourself. So those now are the things that we'll start to see changing quite a bit.
Okay, that's good. Just following on that is about, again, this came up in the morning about M-Pesa merchants. You're buying something at a supermarket and you pay through M-Pesa, then the supermarket has access to your name, etc. How would you propose that is also managed? Who carries the greatest responsibility there? Is it the supermarket or Safaricom?
So that's a good question, and I know we have Safaricom guys here. I know Safaricom is one of the first organizations to have set up a data protection framework, and that is because they already see that they bear some responsibility towards this. Because again, remember, when you're interacting, let's say for example you're in a pharmacy or you're wherever, and you're interacting, you're paying, in your mind, are you interacting with Safaricom or are you interacting with the with the shopkeeper? Yeah. So even as you're doing that, I know everybody here would still think that there's still Safaricom in this mix, even if you're just paying for your goods and services somewhere in a shop. So there's still that shared responsibility, especially in terms of how much level of control they will put in place for the data, because at some point that data will cross and get into their systems. Now, it becomes even more trickier when you walk into a restaurant and you have just had a meal and you pay using your till, and as you're walking out, you get a message, yeah, please rate our services, yeah. So that's your number, which has been shared with someone else, and that someone else is sending you marketing and survey queries. Okay, now at that point, Safaricom was not in the mix, by the way, at that point. Yeah, because you did a financial transaction, but then your number was collected and sent to another third party who's then doing this other activity of doing a survey, customer satisfaction, those kind of things, right? So there is a lot of interaction, a lot of integration that's going on now, especially because here the theme is the digital transformation, right? There's a lot of integration right now as we go digital, as we progress in this journey that's happening. So we need to be very clear of that even as we interact with these systems.
Okay, thanks a lot. And before I go to Makatiani, I have a final question for you. What would you advise SMEs, especially as the critical compliance steps they should take to begin the privacy journey? If I'm a company and I want to be compliant, what perhaps are the top 3 things I should do?
So, okay, so the low-hanging fruits, yeah? First of all, especially because you've talked about SMEs, what we need to appreciate is that we are all data collectors. I mean, data controllers, first of all, because we have staff data. So that's the first thing that all of us are collecting. We have data that belongs to our staff. That data is very sensitive okay? We have their medical records, which we are sharing with medical insurance firms and things like those, right? We are sharing their data with other agencies that we are interacting with. So that's the first thing that all of us need to be cognizant of, is that we have that data and we really need to protect it. I know many HR professionals, for example, I remember being employed, and I think if I would ask for my file, I don't think there's any Kenyan HR professional worth their salt will give you your file. I don't know why. It's your data, but they'll never give you, right? So, but what are they doing with it anyway? That's the point. So the first thing is that staff records, staff data. Then the second thing is what we're talking about, because the point today is about digitalization. So all of us here, especially we talk about an SME, if you don't have an online presence, then, I mean, you're not a serious person, right? You cannot show your face anywhere. So when you have an online presence, that means people are already interacting with you on that platform. So that's the other thing that is quick, that for us to fix, yeah? Why are people on our website, yet they don't know what we are collecting on our website when they're interacting with us, yeah? So let people know. Let people know that you're collecting their IP address, you're collecting their preferences on their website, so that when they're on your website, you're making the experience a bit more better. So that's just information. It's basics. So those are the things I'm talking about. They're just basics. Then the other thing is, it is not difficult, right, to start from that. Just what we were talking about, the assessment against the act. That's the first thing. Just do a quick assessment against the act, and then that just gives you an idea of where you are, and then can tell you where you need to start to move towards this journey of data protection.
Great insights there. Now I want to jump to William. Great insights with your CyberSec presentation. For me, I wanted to understand a bit about the paradigm shift, from what you called the threat focus vis-a-vis the risk focus. What are the limitations of what we traditionally use, the threat focus? And can you tell us, just in summary, how the new approach you are promoting addresses them, the limitations?
Okay. So when you think about a typical organization, you have an audit team, you have a risk team, you have a cybersecurity team. What are these three teams working on? One will tell you we're auditing systems. The other one will tell you we are responsible for identifying risks. The other one will tell you we fight risks. What if these teams came together and came up with a very simple way of working together, with a very simple framework, so that we look at risk, and then based on that risk, we are able to go out and focus on the things we're looking at? There is a new concept, what you hear called fusion centers. So if you go online, just type fusion centers. And you'll notice we are wasting so much money by having 5 people in risk, 5 people in audit, 5 people in IT. Meanwhile, we are fighting the same risk. So first of all, for organizations that are mature, that already have teams, get all these teams together between them. For example, if today I detect a virus on a particular system, and there is somebody who did a risk assessment, an IT risk assessment, by just mentioning the IP address, they should be able to tell me that is our mobile banking server. And the risk that we identified was A, B, C, D. The auditors should be able to tell us, I found a deficiency, we don't have a NAC. So literally, we have one team sitting in building A in Upper Hill, another one in Westlands, another one, but they're not working together. And that is where we need to start. For the smaller teams, instead of going out and literally building all this, or rather creating bigger teams, find out of putting these people together early enough. So if you think about bigger players, I think Barclays have done it, people like Citigroup have done it, the JP Morgan, I've seen some South African companies do it, where the discussion at the board level, board members don't want to know which vulnerability. For example, when you discuss credit risk, unless a credit risk, whoever owes that money owes like 4 million shillings or $4 million, you don't discuss them in board meetings. So why would we discuss an auditor issue that a certain critical user's account was not removed? And so the board is discussing na huyo ni nani. So from that perspective, that's how we need to shift away. Let's not address the symptoms. Malware is a symptom. You can live with malware. Actually, most of our systems have malware every day. The question is, what is the impact of having that malware on the environment, on that asset?
Great insights. I think because most of us sit in those board meetings. I think it's something that needs to be reviewed and just re-engineer the whole process around managing the threat/risks for cyber. Now, I want to talk about the SMEs or smaller companies that perhaps feel they don't have the budgets nor the technical people to help them, deal with those cybersecurity issues. How do you propose they go about it? Because cyber risks won't spare you because you don't have staff, or it won't spare you because you don't have budget. How would you advise those group of people to start taking the journey of protecting themselves?
Okay, so budget is and will always be an issue for SMEs. And I've seen there's a restaurant chain in Kenya. I think they have a front or back office of maybe 7 managers. It's a very popular restaurant chain. 2 years ago, they were hit by a business email compromise. They lost close to 30 million shillings. They buy stuff from the UK. So somehow somebody went in and they lost. After that, they came up with a program. What they decided to do was the finance manager, the CEO, and certain people had to go out and take classes in technology risk and all that. They outsourced some of those components to an outsider, but then there were controls now. On a daily basis, there was somebody in finance who would look at the reconciliations of certain transactions. Before a transaction will go out and they'll be able to manage. A very good example, if you go a lot of the Asian farms in industrial area, they rarely have fraud, yeah? True or false? They rarely have fraud. But when you walk in, you'll see Prakash seated in a corner, and they know each other very well. The family knows each other. They know what controls they have in place. We have to go back and be simple in the way we build our controls. Because at the end of the day, most criminals, they're not going to target you out of the blue, apart from these ransomware attacks that we are seeing where they now scan you. Your typical fraudster will understand who does what, where, when, and how. For this particular restaurant, they knew very well that these guys were not approving their payments. The CEO will send an email and ask finance and copy everyone, process the payment. So what did they do? They went and faked the email, and one of the invoices came, processed the payment. So if you have those controls, it's very difficult. You go try buy even a simple door in industrial area from one of the Asian firms. You'll have to show your order. It will be combined with your the work order, the receipt, and something, yeah? Until you show those things with a signature, you're not living. Literally, you're not living. Whether it's 1 door or 15 doors, we need to push the same controls to a lot of the SMEs. There are few financial services SMEs that actually have very good controls. But of course, one of the leaders is very much aware of the controls, and they've moved their manual controls into the automation side. Yeah. So there's a way. It's just that there's a discipline around it that you have to put in place.
Okay, thank you. In other words, whether you have money or not, you must have those controls. And you've just reminded me, 2 weeks ago, I was looking for some pillow with my wife. So we entered this, you call them Asian farms.
Asian-owned farms.
It took me 15, 20 minutes just to buy 2 pillows. I was so annoyed with with that process. But I guess it's what you're saying. There are steps to whatever leaves that shop before you get out with it. Now, just in conclusion for you, William, I work at the university and I notice most of our IT computer science students, they don't show interest so much in cyber security. It always tends to be, we want to be software engineers, we want to be network engineers, but cybersec audits tends to be like an afterthought. So I'm just wondering, do we have enough talent to go around vis-a-vis the threats that we are facing even as a country? And if not, how can we build that talent pipeline?
So I was discussing at lunch with Juliet, Maina, the same question. And what I was telling Juliet is, the challenge we have is we are not just providing the right mentorship. Actually, I prefer, right now, if we are to hire a cybersecurity expert, I prefer an engineer. And engineers do very well as cybersecurity experts because they're
Engineer
curious.
like electrical engineer.
Yes. Actually, there's one in the room. I don't know where she is. They are curious. The problem with most IT-trained specialists, you come in with the...
An ego.
You know it.
all.
Yes. And the problem with cybersecurity or cyber risk or even audit, especially audits, you have to look for things that might not even be there. Make sense? You're looking for things that don't exist. So curiosity becomes a major challenge. We've also found out that if by your second year, you're not very clear on what you want to do from cyber technology, then it becomes not a lost cause. You can always come back with certificates, yeah? But it becomes very difficult for you to adapt. So there are a few things we're doing with, especially with some of our ISACA clients, where we're now going out and reaching out to certain students just before they join college. And you're finding the curiosity is very different. There is something else also we'll be working on with USIU around the curriculum and how it fits. So yes, we have capacity. We have good capacity. We had an intern this year from Maseno. Very smart, very, very smart intern. We've been trying to automate these things I'm showing you. He came in, we sat down. Within 3 months, we had automated the design and everything. The problem is we just don't have time to train them. We don't have time to sit down with these students, but we have good capacity.
Yeah, mentorship, I guess. And that's for us, wazeze. We need to bring up the next generation of security professionals. I want to wrap up with some questions from this platform you call Slido. And there's one question for William. That says, banks in Kenya lose a lot through mobile-related fraud. Could this be due to immaturity of security controls? What's your take on that?
So, I used to be naive. Nowadays, I know. Fraud is complex. And anyone will tell you that. Fraud is very, very complex. The worst part is when you're dealing with an insider. The worst part is when you're protecting and within that environment there is somebody who's actually enabling them. I personally think 70 to 80% of our fraud cases are enabled by insiders. Yeah. I'll give you an example. If you are working in a particular organization, and I'll ask Musa to chime in. If you're working for a particular organization and you go in and you fix a particular issue. So let's say there's a fraud that happened today. There was a weakness that has been fixed. Why would the same attack happen 2 days after, but now they target something else?
The culprit is in-house.
Yes, they're sitting with you. And it is frustrating, it is difficult. Try explain that to a board. I don't know if you want to chime in on this.
Yeah, William, I think you're very right. The higher percentage is definitely insider related. And then the other thing is,
there echo? It's me.
Okay, so yeah, so as I was saying, William is very right. First of all, the majority of these things happen from insiders. We're talking about banks. Then the other thing is that it is coordinated, right? That's the other thing we need to realize. We're not talking about somebody who's sitting in a basement, and then there's this genius guy who's just, that's all he does. And he's this, this extremely brilliant person who's just hacking things. It's actually a criminal gang. It's very coordinated. Guys are recruited. And they know how to use both the technology side and the human element, right? So we have recruiters. Our recruiters will go into the bank and they'll recruit the insiders. And then the people who are outside there, they'll do their thing. Now, everything, even what William is saying, it actually becomes worse, where you are even warned. You're forewarned that we are coming for you. I mean, the people who work in banks here can attest to that. They know, they are telling you that we are coming for you next. And we've seen one bank is hit with the same kind of hack or attack methodology. The next one is hit the same way. The next one is hit the same way. So it is actually very coordinated. That's what I want to say. it is something that is not something that is being done as just somebody who chanced on it. It's very, very planned. It's very well coordinated.
To actually even add some visual to that, think about those village attacks. You know, the way sometimes the nation says there were 15 people who attacked some lady who had just been paid money. Just visualize that, and then figure these people sitting somewhere in town planning this attack, and then they come. Literally, they came and they will get in. Is that vicious?
Thank you. Because of time, I'll just take two more questions. One for Musa. MO is asking Schedule 3 of the data protection regulations require that operating a CCTV, one should register. And he's or she's wondering if this applies to private, homeowners with CCTV.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting question. So there'll still be some gray areas, definitely. And I think what Dennis mentioned is that even right now, as we are still coordinating or participating in the regulation, is still work in progress. So right now, where they are is that the regulation that is supposed to enable this act, this is still being developed. Now, for this particular question, I would not be able to give you a concrete answer because it crosses beyond your responsibility, right, as somebody who is collecting data for purposes of giving somebody a service into your own home. So then this crosses the line. So I wouldn't be able to give you a concrete answer on this one.
There's one more for you, Musa, from Jay. Jay is asking, in light of this Huduma number, he says shenanigans. I don't know what he means by that. In the light of Huduma number shenanigans, I'm just looking for his question. It seems to have moved. Dennis, are you moving things on this slide?
It's on the screen.
Huh? It's on the screen.
The top one.
Okay. In the light of the Huduma number shenanigans, should the concept of digital identities rest with government or private institutions?
Actually, I'm caught at the last part where you say such as banks. Interestingly, where banks are going, what we do is KYC, that whole process of doing verification of customers when we acquire customers, yes? That customer registration process. Every bank does it for themselves. Telcos do it for themselves. Anybody who does this activity, Tala, Branch, all these guys, they do this for themselves. Now, where we're moving, when we go to the next level of financial services, this is going to be a service that you buy centrally. So I start this service and all I'm doing is KYC. So you don't need to do your own KYC. You can grab as many customers as you want because that whole business has been done for you. Yeah. Now the Huduma number issue would actually be something like that. It would be a similar scenario, right? Because Huduma number has already done your KYC, right? So then, if you're a customer, all you need a customer by this, I mean the banks and these people in financial services. All I need is to pay for this data, and I'll be able to get your data. So we don't need to take a long time to process your loans, to process your facilities and all that. Remember, the reason why we do this is to give service. Let's start from there, right? I want to give my customer better service, faster service. So I cut out this whole process of trying to identify who you are. I take you through some process where I need to know, where you're coming from, what is your credit history, all that. Somebody else has done it for me. Now, but when it comes to the law right now, even public sector are supposed to be treated as data controllers and data processors. So the ODPC, Dennis, yes, ODPC, yes, are going to be independent, So they're an independent organization who then treat everybody, including public sector organizations, as data controllers and data processors. They should go through the same controls.
Okay, thank you, Musa. ODPC, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. She's going to treat private sector data controllers with the same lens as public sector data controllers. I'm aware Huduma had its own act, but I've looked at it, it's pretty much adopting the same principles. I want to pick the last question from Anonymous for William. Anonymous is asking, what is the main distinction between cybersecurity risk and, I think, enterprise risk management? Are there any attributes cyber risk borrows from enterprise risk management?
Okay, so when you think about cyber risk and enterprise risk really assumes your entire portfolio of risks. So credit risk, market risk, people risk. Cyber risk is just a component of enterprise risk. And unfortunately, we've been treating cyber risk as an outside technical risk that we cannot discuss in the same sessions, yeah? But we are seeing a lot more maturity. There's a NIST paper that came out in December. I can't remember I think it's NIST ITR or something, that now even provides a framework of embedding cyber risk into ERM. If you also look at Gartner also released a paper around embedding cyber risk into ERM. So pretty much ERM means enterprise risk management, looking at your entire risk as an organization. You have your shareholder value proposition. You have certain objectives you want to meet, whether you're government or your private sector. And anything that does affect or introduces risk to that environment goes under ERM. Cyber risk is a component of that. Just that as we've started building it, we really didn't put it as a component, but we are now seeing integration of cyber risk and even valuation of how much risk you're carrying.
Okay, thanks a lot. Because of time, I want to hand over back to my MC and ask the panelists. I don't know if you can answer the remaining questions online as well. That will be good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
So, as well as every year, we have a survey paper at our booth. Please pass by, take it. You will get a T-shirt if you complete the survey. You'll get a book. You'll get something. And then we'll have a raffle on Friday. 5 people will win $50 and a very nice mug. So please support us. Our insights come from you. So please support just the report. This is the annual report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, William. And that is an offer for you to now have $50 while you're still in Mombasa. I don't know how you're going to utilize it. Don't worry, there are forexes everywhere. You can make changes as necessary. It has been a productive day. It has been a useful day. And I would want to conclude the day with a story from my side so that now you can be able to pick some of the things that are being mentioned and if they're actually hitting you on the ground. I was in a meeting in the office with part of my team, the colleagues going on. All of a sudden, I get a message from my phone, which is coming from Metropole. Anyone who knows Metropole? Good. Metropole tell you are listed somewhere because you borrowed something. Sindio? Sasa, I get a message and it says, you have taken a loan from KCB. Okay? It doesn't tell you the amount, so now you have to fish. What's going on? So I go inside and I look, ala, pesa imeombwa. Imeombwa na nani na niko sijaguzana na wao. Okay, so I decided, okay, let me fish and get to know how come my money has gone and I don't have it in my pocket myself. So I call KCB and I tell them, hey boss, hii pesa imetoka wapi? Imeenda wapi? Ambua, no, you took it via KCB M-Pesa. So I said, what do you mean? I don't have anything on my M-Pesa. In the same way, what are you talking about? So they said, no, but you took it on this other number. I asked, which number? I have only one number. Okay, fine. So they gave me the number. The number is 07. So now that is registered. Isn't your ID number? No. I said, yes, it is. So now deal with Safaricom. Okay. So I called Safaricom. Hey, Safaricom, how are you? I can see, okay, first they check those details when in nani. Okay. I can see I have two numbers. Me, I have only one. So hii ingine ni no, you opened it in sijui some place in Rongai. I don't know. Nilifungua lini? No, those now are details that you will now need to follow up. No, but I'm following up because a loan was taken using that number and I don't have that number. So now I'm being asked to pay money that I do not have. So he said, okay, this is important. We will raise it and push it to our fraud team. So our fraud team will have a look at this. So they gave the fraud team, did a back and forth following up on this issue. I came to identify the money was actually they took the balance of my M-Pesa, the way transactions are being done, of my normal number and transferred it to the other number. So now they had enough credit to be able to borrow. And then they borrowed, and it's actually within 5 minutes they had withdrawn. But my CRB notification happened in a week, where real time needs to come in. Are you seeing? Now imagine I'm shocked and someone already ate whatever they took from me, so I couldn't do anything about it. But anyway, so I went back to Safaricom and told them, boss, your controls on your side, you need to tell me how this happened. Because I did not have another number created for me. So they did the investigations. They didn't tell me all those details. You know, nimbaka wajipange vizuri wajue vile watafanya. So they told KCB cancel that loan, hiyo si yangu. And they cleared that loan. But apparently, I'm still blacklisted in KCB. Yeah? So, you see, it's reality. And this is what you need to take note of. People here mentioned about an ID card being left at the entrance. You spend from morning to evening. Your ID card is at the entrance, right? What stops them from taking it, rushing to that kaduka pale? Your ID doesn't have a face that really looks like you. doesn't look like you. Haya, wanaenda wanafungua namba na hiyo story inaishia hapo. Then there is someone else, because remember, it is a network. KCB, M-Pesa, Safaricom site. How did these things come together? I don't know what happened, but we need to know. But the thing is this, we have to look at whatever is around you and how you guard it. It is important for us to also take note that when we get information faster, we can actually prevent some of these things from happening. So with that, let me close for the day. You will get to appreciate that cybersecurity is important. Si hapo kulikuwa na kitu hapo ndani? Haya, sasa nyinyi wenyewe angalieni vile mnafanya. By the way, I think for the guards, we can never blame them when they are asked about the ID. They have been given instructions and they follow to the detail. If they leave it, they are in problems. They lose a job. Yes. Who is responsible to tell them that this is not proper? Who? The policies must be made in the right way so that now the instructions that go down make sense. You will not enter that building if you don't leave that ID. I leave you at that. Have a nice evening, and let us meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you for the time you spent today. And I know we have stretched it a bit. Let us engage tomorrow morning.
We are ISACA.
We are ISACA.
We are ISACA.
We are ISACA.
For more than 50 years, ISACA has leveraged the expertise of its global members to drive innovation and education.
Our purpose. Our purpose.
Our purpose.
We enable the positive potential of technology.
We are a learning community.
We are a learning community.
We are a learning community.
ISACA equips IT professionals with the knowledge, credentials, education, and community
to progress their careers and transform their organizations.
We help you find your pathway to career success
and meet your professional goals.
And we connect you to a global community that can inspire you to innovate.
From our globally respected certifications
to our timely research,
worldwide educational events,
industry-leading frameworks and resources,
and our continuous opportunities for thought leadership and connecting with peers.
ISACA helps professionals lead their organizations and grow in their roles.
We drive progress.
We drive progress.
We drive progress.
We provide learning and resources to enhance performance for organizations.
We ensure teams are successful
and that our members excel as leaders in their workplace.
We are committed to delivering guidance around emerging trends and how they will change how you work.
We are global.
We are global.
We are global.
ISACA has a presence in 188 countries, including more than 220 chapters worldwide.
Our membership of more than 150,000 members
are in roles related to
information and cybersecurity,
audit,
governance,
assurance,
risk, and privacy.
We rely on our global network of volunteer thought leaders
to provide expert insights,
and we share them widely.
We're always learning, and we are always growing in size and in knowledge.
This diversity in thought makes us all better.
We are the future.
We are the future.
We are the future.
As the tech field transforms, so do we. ISACA offers relevant, continuous education and resources,
and is investing in the next generation of IT leadership.
We face gaps in workforce skills and opportunities.
And we are dedicated to find solutions.
In 2020,
ISACA launched One in Tech,
a philanthropic foundation that supports IT education and career pathways
for under-resourced, underrepresented populations.
We are ISACA.
We are ISACA.
We are ISACA.
We provide community, purpose, and learning, which leads to transformation.
Transformation for individuals, organizations, our industry, and the world.
Join us in enabling the positive potential of technology.
We are global. My name is Arnulfo, and I am from Monterrey.
My name is Chauna Zororo, and I am from South Africa.
My name is Laura Lees, and I am from Sydney, Australia.
My name is David Samuelson, and I am a global citizen.
We are ISACA.
And I value being part of the ISACA global family.
And ISACA has provided tremendous opportunities for me to grow in my thought leadership skills.
And my life has been enormously enriched through my over 25-year membership of ISACA.
And I'm a member of a global organization that inspires confidence and enables innovation in a fast-changing technological world.
We are ISACA, and I send warm regards to you all.